I was born with a devil inside me. I cannot resist killing any more than a poet can resist the urge to sing. When it comes to serial killers, Jack the Ripper often comes to mind. He murdered 5 sex workers and taunted investigators. However, around the same time, a more monstrous killer emerged in the United States. His identity was no mystery, his crimes were more heinous, and his secrets were hard to crack. In 1886, 25-year-old Herman Webster Mudgett left his hometown of New Hampshire for Chicago, adopting the alias Henry Howard Holmes to escape his past. Within a few years, he built a 3-story hotel, designed like a maze with various traps. He lured guests in and murdered them. After the hotel burned down, rumors spread that over 200 remains, complete and incomplete, were found in the ruins. Holmes was born in 1861 into a wealthy farming family in New Hampshire, descended from the area's first British settlers. Despite the family's wealth, he lacked a good upbringing. His parents were devout Methodists, with his mother using religion as a daily guide for raising him, ensuring all his behavior aligned with religious doctrines. His father, an alcoholic with serious violent tendencies, used beatings, confinement, and food deprivation to discipline the children. This harsh upbringing made Holmes detest religion from a young age and left him without a sense of remorse or compassion. Holmes's school years also greatly impacted his life. He was often bullied at school for his good grades and somewhat eccentric behavior. On his way to school, he had to pass by the village doctor's office. One day, when his classmates noticed his fear of the skeleton inside, they dragged him in and forced him to touch the skeleton's head. Ironically, this incident didn't psychologically harm Holmes, but rather removed his inner fears. He developed a strong interest in human anatomy and an almost morbid fascination with skeletons. After being scolded or beaten by his parents, he would escape to the nearby woods, where he dissected animals and indulged in the process. Holmes later said that, in a gentle age, this was very evil for a healthy child, but it turned out to be a heroic treatment method. It instilled in him, first, a strong curiosity and a desire to learn. A few years later, I chose to become a doctor. In 1878, 17-year-old Holmes married a girl from a similarly wealthy family, and they had their only child. Unfortunately, the marriage was merely a means for Holmes to gain financially. Years later, using his wife's dowry to pay for his tuition, he entered the University of Michigan's medical school, laying the foundation for Holmes's criminal career. During his university years, Holmes was far from well-behaved. His wealthy family had taught him the importance of money, and his desire for it showed an unusual maturity. To make money, he stole remains from the morgue to sell. Soon, this no longer satisfied his ambitions, and he found a more lucrative method, using corpses to defraud insurance companies. In the 19th century, as United States industry and technology boomed and the insurance business flourished, the number of accidental deaths increased yearly. Deaths from train accidents, car accidents, and fires were so common that few questioned the circumstances surrounding a corpse. Holmes exploited this by disfiguring corpses, forging identities in accident scenes, and filing fraudulent insurance claims to profit from the remains, which became his money-making tools. If he lacked corpses from accidental deaths, he created his own. His pathological fascination with corpses since childhood, combined with his medical expertise and insurance industry connections, allowed him to devise the perfect murder method. He didn't worry about disposing of remains or leaving traces, making his murder methods more sophisticated than those of other serial killers. After graduating from school, Holmes abandoned his wife and child and entered the fraud industry. He developed a new scheme. He took loans to acquire property, used it as collateral for debts to build houses and buy furniture, then sold the property and disappeared, leaving others to face the debt. In the summer of 1886, 25-year-old Holmes moved to Chicago, changing his name to avoid past victims. He found work at a pharmacy. Soon after, the pharmacist's husband died of cancer, and the owner, Elizabeth, feeling depressed, entrusted the pharmacy to Holmes. Within weeks, Holmes persuaded Elizabeth to sell him the pharmacy. He used underhanded methods, mortgaging the pharmacy's fixtures and stock to secure funds as a down payment, promising to pay the remainder monthly, and letting her stay in the apartment above. However, he defaulted, leading Elizabeth to sue him. Then Elizabeth mysteriously disappeared. When someone asked about her, Holmes claimed she had gone to visit relatives in another state. With Elizabeth out of the way, Holmes took full control of the pharmacy and made money by selling counterfeit medicine. Although illegal, this was one of his most legitimate and humane businesses. During this period, Holmes used his earnings to purchase a vacant lot across from the pharmacy and built his own hotel, known locally as a castle. This was no ordinary hotel. Externally, it was an unattractive gray building 3 stories high, with the first floor housing a new pharmacy and various shops, and the second and third floors consisting of guest rooms and private offices. The hotel's interior was a maze, with over 100 windowless rooms, windows only in corridors or stairwells, some staircases leading to dead ends, some doors opening to brick walls, and some walls sliding like panel doors. More chilling were rumors of secret passages throughout the hotel leading to a basement equipped with gas chambers, crematoriums, and lime pits. To avoid suspicion over these bizarre designs, Holmes frequently changed designers and construction workers, sometimes even participating in the construction himself. Holmes was like a spider, weaving a web of rooms to ensnare his victims. Holmes's mistress, 31-year-old Julia Smythe, was the wife of Dr. Lawrence Connor, who moved into Holmes's hotel and worked in his pharmacy. Upon discovering Julia's affair with Holmes, Lawrence resigned and moved away, leaving Julia and their 5-year-old daughter. Julia stayed at the hotel, continuing her relationship with Holmes. On Christmas Eve 1891, both Julia and her daughter disappeared. Holmes initially claimed Julia had left unexpectedly to visit her dying sister, but later changed his story, saying she had fled her ex-husband. Eventually, he claimed Julia died during an abortion, despite having no experience in such procedures and the high mortality rate associated with them. It was speculated that he then poisoned Julia's daughter to conceal the true cause of her mother's death. In May 1892, 23-year-old Emmeline Cigrand began working for Holmes's hotel and served as his secretary for 6 months. Reports indicated Holmes hired her due to her connection to a doctor promoting a vaccine purported to cure alcoholism. Those who saw Emmeline weeks before her disappearance noted she seemed to have lost interest in Holmes and their relationship. December 1892 was the last time Emmeline was seen. Her parents were told by Holmes that Emmeline had left to marry a man named Robert Phelps. The police suspected she might be another victim of Holmes's alleged botched abortion cover-ups. In 1893, Chicago won the right to host the World's Columbian Exposition, celebrating the 400th anniversary of Columbus's discovery of the Americas. The 6-month event attracted 27.5 million visitors, with over 700,000 on peak days. Besides the splendor, diseases like diphtheria and cholera spread, and with thousands of trains entering and exiting, the city's murder rates soared. In the first half of 1892 alone, nearly 800 violent murders occurred, making disappearances all too common. It was during this time that Holmes's hotel officially opened, marking the beginning of his reign of terror. At the opening, he hired numerous women as hotel staff and purchased life insurance for them, naming himself as the beneficiary. His first victims were these insured female employees. Next were female visitors from out of town for the exposition. According to police records of missing persons and accounts from nearby shop employees, no women were ever seen leaving Holmes's hotel. The third category of victims were women whom Holmes lured to the hotel under the pretense of marriage, forcing them to sign over their property to him before killing them. For example, in early 1893, a 24-year-old actress named Minnie moved to Chicago. Holmes claimed he had met her at an employment office, but in reality, he had encountered her years earlier in Boston. He offered her a job as a private stenographer at the hotel. Later, under the guise of marriage, he had her transfer her property to him. Months later, Minnie's sister, Anna, came to visit. On July 5th, Anna wrote to her aunt, saying she planned to accompany Brother Harry to Europe. In the letter, she stated, "Brother Harry says you need never worry about me again, either financially or in any other way. He and my sister will take care of me. I hope our hard days are over." After that, both Minnie and Anna vanished. Holmes's method of killing was efficient. He would place his victims in soundproof rooms equipped with gas jets and peepholes. After turning on the gas and waiting for them to suffocate, he would coat the corpses with lubricant to slide them into the basement. There, he would process the remains and sell them to illegal institutions. When the police searched the hotel after arresting Holmes, they found bloodstains and scratch marks on almost every wall and discovered tools like a dissection table, a rack, and a bone scraper in the basement. After the exposition, with foot traffic significantly reduced, Holmes planned to leave Chicago and close down the hotel business. He surfaced in Fort Worth, Texas, where he encountered 2 sisters who were railroad heiresses. He promised marriage to one of them, and eventually both were murdered, making him the legal heir to their property. Holmes's arrest stemmed from the murder of his former partner Benjamin Freeland Pitzel, who, a carpenter with a criminal record, had been involved in the hotel's design and construction and had built several criminal tools for Holmes's hotel. In July 1894, Holmes was arrested and initially imprisoned for selling mortgage goods in St. Louis, Missouri, but he was soon released on bail. However, while in prison, he conversed with a convicted desperado. Holmes fabricated a plan to buy insurance for himself and then fake his death to defraud a company out of $10,000. He promised the death row inmate a $500 commission for the name of trustworthy lawyers. Guided to a young attorney who thought Holmes's plan clever and agreed to participate, the plan to fake Holmes's death failed when the insurance company became suspicious and refused payment. Holmes approached Benjamin with a similar scheme. Benjamin agreed to fake his own death so his wife could collect a $10,000 life insurance policy. The plan was to be carried out in Philadelphia, where Benjamin would pose as an inventor and die in a laboratory explosion, after which Holmes would find a suitable corpse to play Benjamin. However, on September 4, 1894, Holmes actually killed Benjamin by stupefying him with a preservative and setting his body on fire. In his later confession, Holmes claimed Benjamin was still alive after taking the preservative and then accidentally burned to death, but forensic evidence indicated Benjamin was dead before the preservative was administered. After killing Benjamin, Holmes approached Benjamin's wife, Carrie, and asked her to hand over their 3 children, 13-year-old Alice, 9-year-old Nellie, and 7-year-old Howard. He then persuaded the children to go to the insurance company to collect a large sum of money. After obtaining the insurance money, he pretended to take the 3 children on a trip, while also claiming to Carrie that Benjamin was hiding in London and lying to her that their 3 children had disappeared during the journey. Later, he admitted to murdering Alice and Nellie on October 25, 1894. He forced the girls into a large box, locked them inside, drilled a hole in the lid, ran a hose from the hole to a gas pipe, and caused the girls to suffocate. A detective was assigned to investigate Holmes and locate 3 missing children. In Holmes's Toronto cellar, he found the remains of Alice and Nellie. The detective later wrote, "The deeper we dug, the worse the smell. At 3 feet deep, we found what seemed to be human forearm bones." There, he also discovered unsent letters from the children, preserved by Holmes. This led the police to further investigate Holmes's Chicago property and trail to Indianapolis, where Holmes had rented a house. Eventually, Howard's teeth and bones were found in the chimney of Holmes's rented house. On November 17, 1894, Holmes was arrested in Boston, ending his killing spree. His trial began in Philadelphia on October 28, 1895. Holmes fired his lawyers and chose to defend himself, overestimating his ability in paying the price for his arrogance. To get a reduced sentence, he falsely claimed Benjamin's body came from a New York doctor for insurance fraud. Unexpectedly, Carrie appeared in court, exposing his crimes. His psychological defense collapsed, and he confessed to 27 murders. However, due to the basement's harsh conditions, police struggled to piece together remains and identify victims. Ultimately, he was convicted of 9 murders and sentenced to death by hanging on May 7, 1896. On May 7, 1896, Holmes was hanged. Until his death, he remained calm and amiable, showing little fear, anxiety, or depression before dying. He requested to be encased in concrete and buried 10 feet deep to prevent his body from being stolen for dissection. After the hanging, he struggled and convulsed for over 20 minutes before dying. Later, many involved in the case met strange fates. The man who first reported Holmes's illegal transactions to the police was shot by a police officer. 2 coroners died of blood poisoning. The prison warden who held Holmes committed suicide, and the district attorney's office mysteriously burned down, sparing only Holmes's photos. The former caretaker who knew the most about the murder castle also committed suicide in 1914. Notably, Holmes's trial process took less than a year, which was rare given the complexity of his crimes, including numerous disappearances, frauds, and illegal body trafficking. Evidence collection and case file organization should have taken much longer. Adding to the mystery, Holmes's hotel burned down shortly after the police search. This led to speculation that a crime syndicate linked to Holmes may have killed those connected to him. Though this theory is strange, it does raise questions. In the 1960s, a horrific crime in Manchester, UK, shocked the region. A woman who had been abused as a child and a man who enjoyed hurting animals, both extreme sadists, became the Moors murderers. They kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered 5 teenagers. Saddleworth Moor, once peaceful and picturesque, became a place of terror at the hands of this couple. To this day, despite extensive searches, the location of one victim's body remains unknown. On July 12, 1963, Hindley was driving a van in Manchester, with Brady following on a motorbike. At around 7:30 p.m., 16-year-old Pauline Red, on her way to a club to dance with friends, was approached by the van. Hindley offered her a lift and asked her to help her find an expensive glove on Saddleworth Moor. Seeing the woman driver, Pauline agreed. On arrival, a motorbike also arrived. Although initially frightened, Pauline was told the biker was there to help. Half an hour later, Brady returned alone with Pauline near death, her clothes torn and her throat almost cut. When Hindley asked if he had sexually assaulted Pauline, Brady replied, "I certainly did." Then they buried the body together. On January 2, 1938, Ian Brady was born in the Gorbals area of Glasgow. His mother, an unwed tea-room waitress, never revealed his father's identity, though it was rumored to be a newspaper reporter who died before Brady's birth. A few months later, Brady was given to a local couple for upbringing, yet his birth mother visited him throughout his childhood. At 9 years old, Brady moved with his adoptive parents to Loch Lomond, Scotland, one of the UK's largest freshwater lakes. There, he developed a love for the outdoors. However, Brady exhibited cruelty to animals from a young age. Despite his denials, reports claimed he bragged about killing his first cat at 10 years old, burning another cat and a dog alive, and decapitating a rabbit. When he was a teenager, Brady was tried twice for breaking and entering, leading to his expulsion from school. He then worked as a tea boy in a shipyard. Brady once had a girlfriend, but when she attended a dance with another boy, he threatened her with a switchblade, resulting in new charges. Before turning 17, Brady was given probation, with the condition of living with his mother, who had moved to Manchester and married an Irish fruit merchant. Less than a year after moving to Manchester, Brady was arrested for stealing lead seals and attempting to smuggle them out of a market. Sentenced to 3 months in a reformatory for juvenile offenders, then he was released and returned to Manchester, taking up manual labor, which he despised. To better himself, Brady borrowed an instruction manual from the local library and studied in his room for months, surprising his parents as he had never been interested in learning. In 1959, at 21 years old, Brady applied for a stock clerk position at Millward's Merchandising, a chemical wholesale distribution company in Gorton. Colleagues described him as a quiet and punctual young man, albeit with a bad temper. But unbeknownst to them, Brady was a fervent Nazi sympathizer, deeply interested in and actively spreading Nazi ideology in the UK. He often read related books, including Mein Kampf, and taught himself German. Myra Hindley, born on July 23, 1942, in Crumpsall, Manchester, had a violent childhood. Her father, a former soldier, was an alcoholic who abused her and her mother. At 8 years old, after being bullied by a boy, she was forced by her father to seek revenge, embedding violence in her psyche. In June 1957, at 13 years old, Hindley was invited by her friend Michael Higgins, also 13 years old, to swim at a derelict reservoir. Though she agreed, but she went elsewhere with another friend. While Michael drowned there, this incident haunted her with guilt. Hindley's first job was as a junior clerk at an electrical engineering firm, where she was popular for fetching things and making tea for colleagues. Even when she lost her first week's wages, they pitched in to help her. At 17, she became engaged to a young man but called it off months later, deeming him immature and unable to provide the life she desired. In January 1961, at 18, Hindley joined Millward's Merchandising as a typist. She was instantly attracted to Ian Brady, noting details about him in her diary. They had their first conversation on July 27, 1961, and went to the cinema together on December 22nd. Brady read her books about Germany, and they often discussed German atrocities during lunch. Despite expressing concerns about Brady's character in letters, she was deeply infatuated, writing that he had convinced her there was no God and she believed whatever he said. Under his influence, she adopted an Aryan look, bleaching her hair blonde and wearing dark red lipstick, and dressed in boots, short skirts, and leather jackets. The couple frequented libraries, reading about philosophy, crime, and torture. In 1963, Brady and Hindley planned a bank robbery. Hindley got her driver's license and met the chairman of a rifle club, who showed her local shooting ranges and arranged for her to buy a rifle from a Manchester gun dealer. However, her poor shooting skills and temper made the robbery plan fail. Brady then became interested in photography, buying camera and darkroom equipment, and the couple took many explicit photos of each other. In July 1963, Brady read a novel about two wealthy young men who murder a 12-year-old to avoid the death penalty, which inspired him to commit the perfect murder. On July 12th, they killed Pauline, their first victim. On the evening of November 23, 1963, Brady and Hindley offered 12-year-old John Kilbride a ride in Ashton-under-Lyne, promising him sherry. Once in the car, they claimed to retrieve the sherry and later suggested a detour to Saddleworth Moor to find Hindley's lost glove. Upon arrival, Brady took John out, while Hindley waited in the car. Brady then sexually assaulted John, slit his throat with a 6-inch serrated knife, strangled him with a shoelace or rope, and buried his body in a shallow grave. On the evening of June 16, 1964, Hindley drove her mini pickup and asked 12-year-old Keith Bennett to help load boxes into the car, promising a ride home, and Brady was in the back seat. They went to a Saddleworth Moor parking spot, and Brady and Bennett got out to look for lost gloves. About 30 minutes later, Brady returned alone with a shovel he'd hidden earlier. He admitted to Hindley that he had sexually assaulted and strangled Bennett with a rope. On December 26, 1964, Brady and Hindley noticed 10-year-old Leslie Ann Downey alone in Ann Coates' playground. They approached her, dropped some items, and asked her to help load a parcel into the car, then taking her to Hindley's house. There, Downey was stripped, gagged, and forced to pose for photos before being sexually assaulted and strangled. And the attack was recorded on a tape with Brady and Hindley's voices heard over the victim's screams and pleas. The next morning, they drove Downey to Saddleworth Moor and buried her naked body in a shallow grave. On the evening of October 6, 1965, Hindley dropped Brady at Manchester Central Station while she waited in the car. Then Brady selected a victim, 17-year-old Edward Evans, an engineering apprentice, and Brady introduced Hindley to Evans as his sister, and they went to Hindley's house together, drinking a bottle of wine along the way. Once home, Brady sent Hindley to get her brother-in-law Smith. Despite her family's disapproval of her sister's marriage to Smith, Brady had been befriending Smith, which worried Hindley as she feared Smith might jeopardize their safety, but she still brought Smith back and had him wait outside for a signal. When the signal came, Smith entered and talked with Brady, asked Smith if he had brought a mini bottle, and asked him to wait in the kitchen. Smith then heard a high-pitched scream followed by continuous screams. Hindley shouted, "Dave, help him!" Smith ran into the living room and saw a young man lying on the sofa with Brady standing beside him, axe in hand, ready to strike. Then Smith heard the axe hit the left side of the man's head and saw Brady binding Evans with electric wire. Since Evans's body was too heavy for Brady to lift into the car alone, Brady wrapped it in plastic and placed it in the spare bedroom for later disposal. After Evans's murder, Smith agreed to return at dawn the next day with his daughter's pram to help move the body. He went home at around 3 a.m., but vomited due to what he had seen and told his wife everything. At 6:10 a.m., he called the police from a phone box in the estate with a screwdriver and bread knife for protection against himself. Then he was taken to Hyde Police Station by police car and recounted the previous night's events. Then the police went to Hindley's house. A policeman in a bread delivery uniform, hiding his face with his coat, asked Hindley at the back door if she had a husband or any men inside. She denied it, but after the policeman revealed his identity, she let him into the living room. Brady was writing a letter to his employer about his ankle injury. The policeman claimed to be investigating a violent incident from the night before involving firearms. Hindley denied knowledge of any violence and allowed the police to search the house. When asked for the key to the locked spare bedroom, she claimed it was left at her workplace, but under the policeman's insistence, Brady made her hand over the key. The police found Evans's body, and Brady was arrested for murder. He said, "I had a fight with Evans and things got out of hand." Although Hindley wasn't arrested, she asked to go to the police station with Brady, taking her dog. She refused to comment on Evans's death, claiming it was an accident, and was allowed to go home on condition she returned the next day. Over the following 4 days, Hindley visited her employer to ask for dismissal to claim unemployment benefits. Once she found an envelope belonging to Brady and burned it in the ashtray, claiming she didn't open it but suspected it contained plans for a bank robbery. Meanwhile, the police uncovered more evidence and were convinced of Hindley's active involvement in the murders of Evans and potentially other victims. On October 11th, she was arrested and detained, charged as an accomplice to Evans' murder. During a search of the house, police found an old exercise book named John Kilbride, leading them to suspect Brady and Hindley's involvement in other unsolved disappearances of children and teenagers. Brady told the police that he had a fight with Evans, insisted the murder was committed by him and Smith together, with Hindley only giving false testimony. Smith mentioned Brady's interest in the train station, but was unaware of the contents or location of the suitcases. On October 15th, the police found Brady's suitcases at Manchester Central Station. One contained 9 pornographic photos of a young girl, later identified as Downey, and a 16-minute tape recording of a girl named Leslie Ann Weston screaming, crying, and begging to go home. The police asked Downey's mother to view 2 photos for identification, which she confirmed as her daughter's, and also identified the voice on the tape as her daughter's. A neighbor revealed that Brady and Hindley had taken him to Saddleworth Moor multiple times, suggesting the remains might be buried nearby. The police immediately began a search and found an arm bone protruding from the peat on October 16th, initially thought to be John's but later confirmed as Downey's, with her body still recognizable and her mother identifying the clothes buried in the grave. In addition to crime scene photos, the suitcases contained pictures of Saddleworth Moor's scenery. Smith had told the police that Brady bragged about having photographic evidence of multiple murders. On October 21st, the police found John's severely decomposed body, identified by his mother through clothing. The same day, the imprisoned Brady and Hindley appeared at Hyde Magistrates Court charged with Downey's murder. The investigators also suspected Brady and Hindley of murdering other children and teenagers who had disappeared from Manchester and its surrounding areas in recent years. After John's body was found, the search continued for a while but was called off in November with the onset of winter. Various newspapers were keen to point out possible other victims of the Moors murderers, including Pauline and Bennett. During the trial, Brady admitted photographing Downey but claimed she was taken by 2 men. On December 2nd, he was charged with the murders of John, Downey, and Evans, while Hindley was charged with the murders of Downey and Evans and being an accomplice in John's murder. At the committal proceedings on December 6th, the prosecution's opening statement was made in a divided court rather than a public one, and the defense's similar request was denied. In December, 3 judges continued the proceedings for 11 days before sending the 2 defendants to Chester Assizes for trial. Many photos taken by Brady and Hindley at Saddleworth Moor featured her dog puppet, sometimes with a puppy. To help determine the photos' dates, detectives had a vet examine the dog to estimate its age, which required general anesthesia and led to the dog's death. Hindley was furious, accusing the police of murder, one of the rare times she showed emotion in front of them. On April 19, 1966, a 14-day trial began at Chester Crown Court. For the safety of Brady and Hindley, the court installed bulletproof glass and took other security measures. Journalists worldwide booked most hotel rooms in the city to cover the case, and spectators gathered outside the court daily, even after long travels. Initially, both defendants pleaded not guilty. Eventually, Brady admitted axing Evans but blamed others for the murder, while Hindley denied involvement and accused Brady. However, when the 16-minute tape recording was played in court, featuring the voices of Brady and Hindley, it contradicted Hindley's various defenses regarding Downey's death. On May 6th, after over 2 hours of deliberation, the jury found Brady guilty of 3 murders and Hindley guilty of 2 murders and 1 count of harboring a criminal. The judge sentenced both to life imprisonment, emphasizing they should spend a very long time in prison. Throughout the trial, both persisted in lying. Hindley was described as a quiet, restrained, and cold-blooded person, while the judge deemed Brady incredibly evil and unlikely to reform. Brady was later moved to Ashworth Hospital for psychiatric care, but refused to cooperate with psychiatrists. He died there in 2017. Hindley's appeal after the trial failed. She maintained contact with Brady until 1971 and even developed a relationship with a prison officer, planning an escape that never succeeded. In 1985, her minimum sentence was extended to 30 years. She was transferred to a medium security prison in 1994 but was repeatedly denied release upon appeal. Hindley passed away in 2002 due to bronchopneumonia. Bennett's body has never been located. In 2003, police launched a search operation for Bennett's body at Saddleworth Moor, utilizing advanced resources like reconnaissance satellites capable of detecting soil disturbance. Despite these efforts, the search for Bennett proved fruitless. On September 30th, 2022, police resumed the search in the bog after an amateur investigator reported finding a skull. However, on October 7th, they announced the end of the search having found no traces of human remains. Under the terrifying shadow of World War II in 1942, the streets of London were swallowed by darkness, with air raid alarms wailing incessantly. The whole city was steeped in fear and tension from the war. Yet, besides the war threat, a merciless serial killer, known as the Blackout Ripper, was lurking in the streets. He picked out and brutally murdered victims, casting an extra layer of horror over the already anxious London. His crimes didn't draw the global attention that Jack the Ripper's did. The times he lived in were dark and dangerous due to the war. His victims were murdered in a city under prolonged blackout and were almost forgotten. The darkness of the era not only concealed the war's cruelty but also his unspeakable crimes. Even though these murders were among London's most horrific, the clamor of war drowned them out, making them a little-known, terrifying chapter of that time. On the morning of February 9, 1942, a female corpse was discovered in an air raid shelter by an electrician. The victim's clothes were in disarray, and her head was tightly wrapped in a scarf. When the police arrived at the scene, the investigators found that the victim's shoes were severely worn. Near her body, there were scattered mortar fragments. They deduced that the woman had a fierce struggle with her attacker. Then, the unidentified assailant knocked her to the ground and strangled her. Perhaps with the intention of sexually assaulting the woman, the attacker lifted her skirt above her hips, pulled her underwear down to her knees, and exposed her right breast. Moreover, the investigators found some items dropped on the pavement outside the air raid shelter, including an empty handbag. However, they didn't find any fingerprints of the attacker on these items. On February 10th, the victim was identified as Evelyn Hamilton, a 41-year-old pharmacist. Due to the war, she faced financial difficulties. On February 8th, she quit her job and took a train to London. At 6:40 p.m., she told a friend she planned to go to Lincolnshire the next day for a pharmacy manager position. Shortly before midnight, she had a glass of white wine at a bar. A waitress saw her leave. Investigators believe that after leaving the bar in the early hours, an attacker approached and killed her. The autopsy showed no sexual assault, but her right breast had cuts and scratches, and her left eyebrow was cut. Before Hamilton was identified, at around 8:30 a.m. on February 10th, 2 meter readers found the door of 34-year-old Evelyn Oatley's apartment unlocked. They saw a messy room with bloodstains and called the police. Officers found Evelyn naked in bed in a blood-stained room. Her handbag was scattered and a bloodied razor blade and hair curlers lay nearby. The autopsy revealed she was strangled, with injuries to her mouth, chest, a 6-inch throat cut, and her right carotid artery severed. She had mutilation marks on her abdomen, genitals, and thighs, especially around the vagina, caused by a razor blade and can opener. The police found the killer's fingerprint on a bloodied can opener, but no match was found in the database, indicating the killer had no criminal record. Evelyn, a married woman, worked in a nightclub after the war started. Witnesses reported a young, mustached pilot with chestnut hair, about 5'8", approached Evelyn outside a restaurant late that night. A neighbor, possibly the last to see Evelyn alive, saw her enter the apartment staircase with a man at 11:40 p.m. She was woken by noises from Evelyn's room shortly after midnight, but didn't investigate. Margaret Florence Lowe, 43-year-old, was a widow. After her husband passed away, she gave up the family business, sent her daughter Barbara to a boarding school, and moved to London alone. There, she found a job as a cleaner and also started prostituting. Barbara visited her mother in London every 3 weekends by train. They would go to the cinema, visit landmarks, and chat about life. On February 13th, 3 days after Evelyn's murder, Barbara came to London as usual. But when she entered the apartment, a neighbor told her that Margaret hadn't been seen for 2 or 3 days, and a package outside her door remained undelivered. Barbara used her key to enter the apartment. In the bedroom, she found her mother strangled. She was lying on her back on the bed, legs spread and knees bent upward. Her stockings were knotted under her chin, and foam was around her nose and mouth. When the police arrived, they found the killer's fingerprint on a glass candlestick holder on the bedroom mantelpiece. There was also a glass and a half-drunk bottle of Hamerton's oat black beer. The forensic doctor commented that the injuries were horrific, caused by a savage sexual maniac driven by evil desires who inflicted terrible harm on the women. The autopsy revealed that the victim had been beaten all over and mutilated. Some injuries were inflicted while she was still alive. Even after death, her body was extensively cut and mutilated with tools like a razor blade, vegetable knife, dining knife, and poker. Her abdomen was opened, exposing internal organs, and there was a deep, large 10-inch wound near her right groin. A large serrated bread knife protruded from this wound. Based on these injuries, the killer was also responsible for Evelyn's death. According to neighbors, at 1:15 a.m. on February 11th, Margaret walked to her apartment with a client, who left a few hours later. On the afternoon of February 12th, Catherine Mulcahy, 25-year-old, was attacked. A man approached her on the street, and they chatted. Catherine decided to take him to her apartment for sexual services by taxi. After entering the apartment, the man undressed and lay on the bed, beckoning her, so she took off her clothes except for her boots. As she approached, he threw her to the ground, kneed her stomach violently, and choked her. Fortunately, Catherine didn't remove her sturdy boots. She kicked the man's stomach repeatedly, broke free when he fell, and screamed as she ran out of her apartment to a neighbor's house, managing to escape. Initially, Catherine wanted to report the assault to the police, but to stop her, the man dressed partially gave her £8, said politely, "Sorry, I think I've had too much to drink tonight," and grabbed his coat to flee. However, a strap that could identify him was left in Catherine's apartment, unnoticed by him. On the night of February 13th, 32-year-old Doris Chelnett, her husband, returned to their apartment. Noticing the bedroom door was locked, he suspected his wife was hiding something. His attempts to break in failed, so he called the police. An officer arrived, opened the door, and found Doris lying diagonally on the bed, naked, with her left hand between her legs. A stocking was tightly tied around her neck. Realizing the seriousness, the officer told Doris's husband not to enter the room. Around 8 p.m., investigators arrived and discovered Doris's jaw was broken. Her abdomen, genitals, left breast, and thighs were mutilated with a razor blade and knife. A piece of flesh below her left breast was cut off and placed on her thigh. 2 used condoms lay on the floor by the bed. A gold watch and about £5 were stolen from the apartment. The autopsy report stated Doris was strangled, with all injuries inflicted post-mortem. The forensic doctor noted the killer showed restraint when harming areas above the navel, but went wild on genitals and thighs. Doris, a part-time sex worker who occasionally worked the streets, would take clients when her hotel-owning husband stayed overnight. With 4 victims in a few days, investigators knew one killer was responsible, except Hamilton, whose injuries differed. Due to the war, the murders got little media coverage, and the killer was dubbed the Blackout Ripper. On the same day, February 13th, married Margaret Haywood was assaulted. A man with drinks and sandwiches approached her. As they strolled and chatted, he tried to take her into an air raid shelter. She felt offended and gave him a kiss, saying she wouldn't enter, but the man grew bolder, fondling her body. Haywood rebuked him, hit his wrists, and tried to leave. In response, he throttled her, pushed her to the door, and strangled her into unconsciousness, repeatedly mumbling, "You won't." As he rummaged through her handbag, a delivery man saw him. At the time, the delivery man, entering a nearby bar with drinks, saw a woman on the ground and a man searching her. He rushed over to scold the man and help Haywood. When Haywood regained consciousness, they went to the hospital and found a gas mask and backpack on the ground. On the way, they met a policeman, reported the incident, and handed over the items. Back at the police station, an investigator noticed the backpack had a Royal Air Force Regiment number. They contacted the RAF police and confirmed the gas mask and backpack belonged to Gordon Frederick Cummins. On the morning of February 14th, the police questioned Cummins about his activities. Cummins protested his innocence, claiming he had been drinking whiskey with a sergeant in a building, then took a taxi to a bar. He said he spoke with a woman there, but being drunk, couldn't recall their conversation. They walked in the street but returned to base immediately upon realizing he had violated the curfew. Cummins denied assaulting Haywood but expressed regret and offered compensation. When asked about the cuts and bruises on his left knuckles, Cummins claimed they were from maintaining an aircraft engine. However, the police remained suspicious and arrested him for serious assault. On February 15th, the police checked the logbook recording pilot's activities and found Cummins' entries for the days of the previous murders were in pencil, easily alterable, and incomplete, with no record of his return to base. Inquiry among Cummins' colleagues revealed a habit of vouching for each other, and that Cummins had been spending lavishly a week prior. Further investigation showed Cummins and another pilot often left via the fire exit after midnight and returned to base in the early hours. A search of Cummins' belongings uncovered items linked to the 4 victims of the Blackout Killer, including Evelyn's cigarette case hidden in a small kitchen with a photo of Evelyn's mother. Bloodstains were found on the inside of a shirt and belt taken from his toolkit. Examination of the turn-up of Cummins' military trousers revealed traces of a unique brick dust mixture found in the air raid shelter where Hamilton's body was discovered. The police also matched Cummins' fingerprints on the can opener used to kill Evelyn and at 2 other crime scenes. The two surviving victims, Catherine and Haywood, were asked to identify their attacker. Catherine couldn't confirm, but Haywood immediately identified Cummins as her assailant. Cummins continued to deny the accusation, claiming Haywood was mistaken, and that another pilot had planted the gas mask at the attempted murder scene to frame him. On April 27, the trial of Cummins for the murder of Evelyn began. The prosecution highlighted the fingerprint evidence found at the crime scene. Fingerprint experts confirmed that the prints on the murder weapon matched Cummins. The forensic doctor testified that Evelyn died from throat cutting around 12:30 a.m. on the day her body was found. A witness stated that on the night of February 10th, he parted ways with Cummins outside a restaurant in a square, and Cummins didn't return as scheduled. In his defense, Cummins denied the murder charge, claiming he was with another woman that night and returned to his residence in the early hours. He also alleged that the police had coerced him during the interrogation, leading to his lies. On April 28th, after hearing the closing arguments and the judge's instructions, the jury began deliberating. The judge emphasized that the jury should determine Cummins' guilt based on the evidence, while considering both societal interests and the defendant's freedom. Eventually, the jury took only 35 minutes to reach a guilty verdict. Each juror avoided eye contact with Cummins as they returned to the courtroom. When the court clerk asked for their verdict, they replied, "Guilty of murder." When the verdict was read aloud, Cummins showed no emotion, though his wife was in tears. He was then asked if there were any legal reasons why the court shouldn't impose the death penalty. Cummins responded, "Sir, I am entirely innocent." He was formally sentenced to death by hanging. When pronouncing the sentence, the judge said, "Gordon Frederick Cummins, after a fair trial, you have been found guilty and charged with murder. As you know, the law only allows me to pronounce one sentence, which is to take you from this place to a legal prison and then to the place of execution, where your neck will be hanged until you are dead. May God have mercy on your soul." Cummins had no criminal record or history of violence before his arrest. Born in 1914 in New Earlswick, North Riding of Yorkshire, his father was a civil servant running a school for delinquent youths, and his mother was a housewife. From a wealthy family, he received a private education. Though academically average, he obtained a chemistry certificate at 16. At 18, he moved to Newcastle and worked as an industrial chemist before being fired. At 19, he worked in a leather finishing factory in Northamptonshire but was dismissed again for poor time management. He then took various temporary jobs. At 20, he moved to London and became a leather dresser in a clothing factory. He desired a noble lifestyle, frequented West End hotels and clubs, lied about being a bastard with an allowance, and imitated an Oxford accent, styling himself as the respectable Gordon Cummins. He often bragged about his sexual encounters with local women. In 1935, he was fired for letting his luxurious lifestyle affect his work. Later, he joined the Royal Air Force. During training, he was ambitious, but not popular with colleagues. In 1936, he met his wife. During World War II, he was assigned to multiple military bases, gaining flying experience. In 1942, he returned to London and began his murderous career. After conviction, Cummins awaited execution in the death cell. His appeal was rejected and he became indifferent to his situation. On June 25th, before execution, he was given a glass of brandy to calm his nerve. Then he walked firmly to the scaffold without resistance, and the execution, lasting less than 2 minutes, was carried out. In the Victorian era in Britain, attitudes towards sexual behavior were conservative, and there were strict expectations for women's chastity and moral conduct. Unmarried pregnant women often faced abandonment or social exclusion. Poor families also often couldn't afford to raise extra children. As a result, an illegal institution called a baby farm emerged. They provided accommodation for pregnant women until they gave birth and charged a small fee, promising to raise the infants for those women and poor families. However, these illegal institutions often lacked proper supervision and safeguards, severely threatening the health and safety of the infants. Worse still, some even abused and killed the babies. At that time, a folk song circulated among the people with lyrics that went, "The old baby farmer, the wretched Miss Dyer, at the Old Bailey her wages is paid." In times long ago, we would have made a big fire and roasted so nicely that wicked old jade. This is the true story of a notorious serial killer named Amelia Elizabeth Hobley, who used a baby farm as a cover to murder countless infants. In 1837, Hobley was born in the village of Pillmarsh near Bristol. She was the youngest of 5 children. Her father was a shoemaker, and the family's prosperity allowed all the children to attend school. From a young age, Hobley showed a great love for poetry and literature. However, Her childhood was marred by her mother's mental illness, which began with typhus and progressed due to lack of proper care. Hobley and her siblings witnessed their mother's odd behavior, which included paralysis and extreme mood swings. Then Hobley had to give up her literary pursuits to care for her mother. The times were harsh and medicine was not advanced. In 1841, Hobley's only sister died of illness. Years later, her parents had another daughter who also died after just a few months. The mother, already mentally ill, was devastated by the loss of two daughters. 3 years later, in 1848, she passed away. After her mother's death, for unknown reasons, Hobley went to live with an aunt for a while. As a young woman, she became an apprentice at a corset manufacturer. Time passed quickly, and in 1861, Hobley stayed at a hotel where she met George Thomas, aged 59. To make their marriage seem more normal and avoid ridicule, both lied about their ages when they registered their marriage. Hobley added 6 years to her age, and George subtracted 11 from his. In the early days of their marriage, Hobley became a nurse, a respectable yet demanding profession with long hours. A midwife suggested a simpler way to make money, running a baby farm. She advised Hobley to take in illegally pregnant young women, offer them accommodation until delivery, and then charge fees for baby care. This was because unwed mothers, facing income difficulties and social discrimination, and with no legal financial obligation from the child's father, struggled to raise children in a society that stigmatized single parenthood and illegitimacy. At first, Hobley did not take any action, but after giving birth to a daughter, she had to leave nursing care, and in 1869, after her husband's death, Hobley, needing an income, used her nursing background to start a baby farm. She was enthusiastic about making money from baby care, took in pregnant women, and placed ads to adopt babies. She told clients she needed only a small fee to provide adequate clothes and food, assured them of her nursing experience, and promised a safe and loving environment for their children. However, for unknown reasons, perhaps for profit, Hobley stopped caring for the babies. After unwed mothers and poor families brought their children to her, she killed them. This way, Hobley didn't have to spend most of the fees on food and clothes and could keep all the money. Her method was cruel. She used alcohol or drugs to quieten crying babies and fed them opium containing syrup. This caused the babies to lose their appetite, become malnourished, and die of starvation or drug overdose. In 1879, the 10th year of Hobley's baby farming operation, a doctor grew suspicious of her because he had been often called to her house to certify infant deaths and issue death certificates. Others also had doubts about her, including potential adoptive parents and mothers concerned about their children's welfare. When they tried to visit the children, they were given excuses like the children being sick or unwilling to be adopted. Despite their suspicions, they didn't report her to the police out of fear and shame. Hobley was arrested by the police. However, she was not convicted of murder or manslaughter, but only sentenced to 6 months of hard labor. This verdict left many people incredulous. Her time in prison nearly destroyed her mentally, as she had become addicted to alcohol and opium. After her release, Hobley tried to resume her nursing career, but due to her mental instability and suicidal tendencies, she spent some time in a mental hospital. Having been detected by a doctor, Hobley changed her modus operandi. She no longer called doctors to issue death certificates, but disposed of the infants' bodies herself. To avoid detection and start new operations, she and her family frequently moved to different towns. Over the years, Hobley used several aliases. In January 1896, Evelina Marmon, a 25-year-old barmaid, gave birth to an illegitimate daughter, Doris, at a boarding house in Cheltenham. She placed an ad in the newspaper's classified section seeking a respectable woman who wanted a child, as she planned to return to work and eventually reunite with her child. Coincidentally, next to her ad was another one stating, "Childless married couple wants to adopt a healthy child. Beautiful country villa. Turns 10 pounds, Mrs. Harding." Evelina contacted Mrs. Harding and received a reply a few days later. The letter said, "I would be delighted to have a dear little girl, one I could bring up and call my own. We are plain and loving. Our living conditions are quite good. I want a child for company and home comfort. My husband and I both love children, but we have none of our own. The child with me will have a good home and motherly care." Evelina, not wealthy, wanted to pay a more affordable weekly fee for her daughter's care, but Mrs. Harding insisted on a one-time payment up front. Reluctantly, Evelina agreed to pay the 10 pounds. A week later they met, and Evelina was surprised by Mrs. Harding's advanced age and stout appearance. However, seeing her affection for Doris, Evelina handed over her daughter, a cardboard box of clothes, and the 10 pounds. She returned to her place, now a woman without her child. Days later, she received a letter from Mrs. Harding saying everything was fine. Evelina replied but never heard back. In reality, Mrs. Harding was an alias used by Hobley. Instead of taking Doris to a nice environment, she took her and the money to Wells, London, where her daughter lived. There, she got some white binding tape used in tailoring and wrapped it twice around Doris's neck and tied a knot, suffocating the infant. Hobley later said, "I used to like watching them with tape around their necks, but the suffering ended quickly." She kept some of Evelina's clothes and sold the rest to a pawn shop. She also paid rent to the unsuspecting landlady and gave her a pair of children's boots as a gift for her daughter. The next day, on Wednesday, April 1st, 1896, another child, Harry Simmons, aged 1, was brought there and strangled in the same way. On April 2nd, both remains were put into a carpet bag with bricks for weight, and Hobley dumped the bag into the Thames. Unbeknownst to Hobley, on March 30th, a lighterman found a floating parcel in the Thames containing the body of a female infant later identified as Helena Fry. The police found the name and address of Mrs. Thomas on the wrapping paper. This led them to Hobley, though they lacked strong evidence to directly link her to serious crimes. Witness accounts and information gathered could only heighten public anxiety if disclosed, so investigators were sent to surveil Hobley's home. To apprehend her, police planned to use a young woman as bait to meet Hobley and gather evidence of her crimes. As expected, Hobley, anticipating new clients, found investigators waiting outside her home and fled. On April 3rd, police raided Hobley's residence and were met with the stench of human decay. Though no remains were found, other relevant evidence was discovered, including white binding tape, telegrams about adoption, pawn tickets for children's clothing, advertising receipts, and letters from mothers inquiring about their children's well-being. Police estimated that Hobley had murdered at least 20 children in the past few months, a rate so high that it was suspected she might have killed over 400 infants and children over decades. On April 4th, Hobley was arrested and charged with murder, while her daughter and son-in-law were charged as accomplices. In April, 6 more remains were found in the Thames, including her last 2 victims, Doris and Harry. Each had been strangled with white tape, which Hobley later told the police was her signature method of killing. In early May, during the police investigation into the deaths, no evidence was found to suggest that Hobley's daughter and son-in-law were accomplices. They were released after Hobley's written statement. In prison, she wrote, "Sir, please allow me to submit this statement to the magistrate on Saturday the 18th, as I may not have another chance. I must rest. I know my days in this world are numbered, but I feel it would be terrible to involve innocent people. I know I must answer for my terrible crimes before my Creator in heaven, but as the Almighty God is my judge in heaven, whether by the fireplace or elsewhere, I solemnly declare that my daughter and her husband are not involved. They never knew I intended to do such evil until it was too late. I speak the truth, nothing but the truth, for I hope to be forgiven. I, and I alone, must stand before my Creator in heaven to answer for everything. Witness my hand, Amelia Hobley." On May 22nd, Hobley admitted to murdering Doris. During her trial, her family and colleagues testified that they had become increasingly suspicious and uneasy about her activities. A man also witnessed Hobley disposing of 2 remains, and his testimony was crucial. Her daughter provided vivid evidence that helped secure her conviction. Hobley's only defense was insanity, citing her 2 admissions to a Bristol mental hospital. However, the prosecution successfully argued that her mental instability was an act to avoid suspicion, and her hospitalizations coincided with fears of her crimes being exposed. The jury took only 4.5 minutes to convict Hobley. During her 3 weeks in the condemned cell, she filled 5 exercise books with her final, truthful confession. When a clergyman visited her the night before her execution and asked if she had any final statement, she handed him her notebooks and said, "Is this not enough?" On Wednesday, June 10, 1896, Hobley was hanged at Newgate Prison. When asked if she had any final words, she replied, "I have nothing to say." After her death, a folk song spread, "The old baby farmer, the wretched Miss Dyer, at the Old Bailey her wages is paid. In times long ago we would have made a big fire, and roasted so nicely that wicked old jade." In the mid-1960s, a horrifying serial killer case hit the UK. It cast a shadow of darkness and fear over a quiet countryside. In less than 3 years, several innocent little girls went missing and were brutally murdered. The case was really complicated, and police poured in a lot of resources and manpower to investigate these shocking crimes. On December 2nd, 1964, at 9 p.m., 9-year-old Julia Taylor met a strange man who called himself Uncle Len, claiming to be a friend of Julia's mother and offering to take her to her aunt's house to collect a Christmas present. The little girl got into the car without any guard. She was excitedly thinking about what Christmas presents her family would get her and talked about this topic with Uncle Len. But finally, this so-called uncle took Julia to a pile of mine waste. He strangled her, took off her clothes, beat her continuously, and then sexually assaulted the crying little girl. It was pouring with rain and the night was very dark. After about 50 minutes, a cyclist who loved night riding passed by. He faintly heard the crying of a little girl nearby. He stopped to check if it was just his imagination. As the crying grew louder, he found badly hurt, naked Julia in a ditch near the mine waste. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man quickly took Julia to the road, flagged down a passing van, and asked the driver to take the bleeding, crying girl to the hospital. News of this shocking and angering incident spread quickly across the region. When the psychiatrist questioned Julia, she said that she remembered noticing the murderer's car pass her aunt's house. She sobbed and begged the murderer to take her home, and his voice then turned terrifying, as if he wanted to kill her. But Julia had forgotten what the murderer in his car looked like. The investigation wasn't going well until a witness came forward and said that the murderer's car was a big one with two-tone paint and a light near the end of the windshield. Still, despite great efforts to search, nothing turned up. On Wednesday, September 8th, 1965, 6-year-old Margaret Reynolds, a cute little girl, had lunch with her sister and they set off for school. They parted at a crossroads as they went to different schools. When school was out, Margaret didn't return home. Her worried parents went to the school, only to find out she hadn't arrived that afternoon. They promptly reported her missing to the police. In the following weeks, the police questioned over 20,000 people in the surrounding area and searched all houses within 8 miles of where Margaret disappeared. The newspaper printed 200 posters with Margaret's photo, urging witnesses to contact the police. Over the next few months, the police got many reports. Some people said they had seen a white man in a car trying to lure little girls in the community. However, a new missing case drew everyone's attention. 3 months after Margaret vanished, on December 30th, 5-year-old Diana Joy Tift disappeared from a street near her home. She was last seen at 2 p.m. returning from her grandmother's house, carrying a pink plastic handbag, her Christmas gift. The police and local people formed a search team of about 2,000 people. By January 5th, they had searched over 6,000 houses, gardens, abandoned factories, warehouses, ponds, and reservoirs in the area, but found nothing. On January 12th, a poacher walked along a seldom-used farm track between 2 villages to hunt rabbits. When he reached a waterlogged ditch, he found the remains of Diana and Margaret that people had been searching for. After being sent to the forensic office, the autopsy showed Diana was sexually assaulted and then smothered to death with her hat by the murderer. Margaret's body was badly decomposed. Except for a shoe, her clothes were missing, and the cause of her death couldn't be confirmed. In fact, before finding the 2 children, the police had concluded that the kidnappings of the 2 girls were linked and also connected to Julia's abduction and attempted murder. So, at a press conference, they told the media, "We're hunting a dangerous child killer who might strike again. Please keep your children safe." Then, the investigators contacted police headquarters and got help from 2 experienced ones. They formed a task force to arrest the suspect, working 7 days a week, 14 hours a day. First, they focused on finding the murderer's vehicle, but after questioning thousands of cars in the area, no clues emerged. Also, the poacher who found the remains was ruled out as a suspect. Next, the investigators had to visit houses door to door to gather leads. Months passed. Though they didn't catch the murderer, they solved some cases involving the abduction, attempted abduction, and sexual assault of girls. In August 1966, 10-year-old Jane Taylor vanished while cycling. Investigators thought this case might also be linked to the Cannock Chase murders. Though the martyr's identity remained unknown, investigators were sure he would strike again. So, a chief superintendent made a plan demanding that on getting any child abduction report, officers should seal off roads in the area and nearby regions and set up roadblocks further away. At 2:30 p.m. on August 19, 1967, 7-year-old Christine Darby was abducted. She and her friends were playing near their homes when a man in a gray car pulled up and said he was lost. Even though the children gave him directions, he pretended not to understand and asked Christine to get in the car to guide him, promising to take her home after he reached his destination. Since Christine's family didn't own a car, she got in excitedly. Her friends watched as the gray car reversed and left in the opposite direction. A neighbor who saw what happened told Christine's mother right away. Realizing how serious the situation was, they ran to a phone booth to call the police. The police quickly launched their child rescue plan and blocked off roads near the area. When questioned by the police, the witness described the murderer as a white man in his 30s with a clean-shaven face, dark brown hair, wearing a white shirt, and driving a gray car. He also spoke with a local accent. Knowing this, the police realized they were hunting a local man and focused their search in the area. Over the next few days, the police handed out 24,000 posters with Christine's photo to the public and put them up in places like shops, bus stops, and on telephone poles around the area. Each poster read, "Christine Darby, were you in Cannock Chase last Saturday afternoon? If so, tell the police." Another witness came forward and told the police that shortly after 2:30 p.m. on August 19th, he saw a gray car heading toward Cannock Chase with a little girl in the passenger seat. On the morning of August 20th, police began searching for Christine's body. As the area was covered in forests, mines, and pits, helicopters couldn't be used. Hundreds of police had to search on foot. Hours later, they found a dirty child's short abandoned under a tree. 2 days later in the afternoon, a soldier discovered Christine's body in a plantation, covered by broken branches and ferns. Christine had suffered terribly. She had no clothes below her waist. Her arms were outstretched, her legs were apart, and her knees were raised. Blood stained the grass and pine needles beneath her, indicating she was sexually assaulted there. This spot was just 1 mile away from where Diana and Margaret were found the previous year. On the morning of August 23rd, investigators examined the tire marks at the crime scene. They found the car had come from open wasteland to the plantation. After murdering Christine, the car reversed out of the plantation, leaving marks almost identical to those made on entry. A tire company manager noted the driver was skilled and experienced. 2 local witnesses reported seeing a gray car near where the body was found. The driver was a white man with dark hair. One witness detailed the car as an Austin Cambridge A60. The police then tracked every gray Austin A55 and a 60 in the area nearby. Over months, they checked 23,000 vehicles. As many drivers were ruled out, the search expanded. The investigators had to interview 44,000 owners of these car models. With the help of 2 witnesses, the police created the first colored composite sketch of a suspect in UK criminal history for the manhunt. At the news conference, they said, "We're certain the man in this sketch murdered these children. His face might be familiar to some. Maybe you're his family and know he's guilty but are covering for him. Perhaps you can't believe this seemingly good man is a killer. But remember, if he's not caught, no child will be safe." In January 1968, investigators began door-to-door inquiries again, covering over 54,000 households. Men aged 21 to 50 in each household were asked to fill out a questionnaire stating their whereabouts and providing contacts to verify their alibis on the days of each kidnapping and murder. Some men were even questioned. Only a few had solid alibis. Others simply said their wives could vouch for them. Without evidence, the investigators couldn't force further questioning. On November 4th, 1968, 10-year-old Margaret Alton provided information that led to the arrest of the murderer. She had nearly been kidnapped. A man on a wasteland asked her if she wanted to play with fireworks on his car. When she approached, she noticed newspapers covering the passenger seat, but no fireworks. Hesitant, she was grabbed by the man. Luckily, an 18-year-old girl from across the street drew the man's attention, allowing Alton to break free and run away. This girl witnessed the event, noted down the car's details, a green Ford Galaxy with a cream-colored roof, and the license plate number, which she reported to the police. With this information, investigators contacted local vehicle registration officials and found the car was registered to 39-year-old Raymond Leslie Morris, who lived in a high-rise apartment building. The next day, Morris was arrested by the police. He denied any connection to the case, but admitted to previously owning a gray Austin A55. However, since the female eyewitness did not identify Morris, he was released. Yet, 2 investigators remained suspicious of Morris as he closely resembled the published color composite sketch and had owned an Austin A55. Upon reviewing records, They discovered that Morris had been questioned 4 times between 1964 and 1968 in connection with the murders, and had initially been considered a strong suspect. Each time, his wife provided him with an alibi, leading the investigators to note in their files that Morris strongly resembled the sketch, and that he only had his wife's testimony as an alibi. On November 12th, investigators examined Morris's insurance records and found that he had owned a car of the same model as the murderers during the kidnappings of Julia and Margaret. Additionally, from Morris's employer, they obtained a gasoline receipt showing that on the day of Margaret's murder, Morris did not have an alibi. On November 15th, the police rearrested Morris for the murder of Christine. In response, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, is it my wife?" His wife was also detained for questioning. Initially, she insisted that her alibi for her husband was true, claiming he had returned home at around 2 p.m. on the day Christine was murdered. However, hours later, she admitted to giving her husband a false alibi and stated that on the day of Christine's murder, Morris did not return home until 5 p.m. He explained to her that he and his manager had worked late. Then he drove the manager home and bought some cakes for her parents. Faced with this information, Morris became flustered, repeatedly refused to answer questions, and also refused to participate in further lineups. In response, the police brought the witness to the station the next day, and he positively identified Morris as the murderer he had seen that day. The investigators then searched Morris's apartment and found a collection of homemade child pornography, many of which depicted the same 5-year-old girl who was identified as the niece of Morris's wife. On November 17th, Morris was formally charged with Christine's murder, along with 2 counts of indecent assault on his niece and 1 count related to the attempted kidnapping of Alton. On February 10, 1969, Morris went to trial. He pleaded not guilty to the kidnapping and murder charges but admitted to sexually assaulting his niece. The next day, 2 key prosecution witnesses testified, confirming that the man they saw on August 19, 1967 was defendant Morris. Despite efforts by Morris's lawyers to discredit them using composite images, they stood firm in their identification. On February 14th, a police officer testified that Morris had been hostile during a door-to-door inquiry shortly after Christine's murder and had shown indifference to the victim's mother's grief. Morris's wife testified for the prosecution, contradicting his alibi. She admitted to giving Morris a false alibi out of belief in his innocence. His mother-in-law and employer also testified, further undermining his alibi. Evidence showed Morris had enough time to commit the crime on the day Christine was murdered. In his defense, Morris denied knowing Christine and questioned his wife's testimony. He claimed police brutality after his arrest and that he wasn't allowed a lineup. Regarding the explicit photos of his niece, he said they were accidental and that he was disgusted by them. On February 18th, both sides presented closing arguments. The judge instructed the jury to evaluate each charge separately and avoid letting anger over the pornography influence their verdict. After less than 2 hours of deliberation, Morris was found guilty of attempting to kidnap Alton and the sexual assault and murder of Christine. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. The judge said, "I do not intend to keep you here any longer, nor do I intend to make any comment on this dreadful murder. As you know, there is only one sentence: life imprisonment." Morris was not charged with the murders of Margaret, Diana, or the attempted murder of Julia, but investigators and the public believed he was responsible. There just wasn't enough evidence to prove it in court. Morris was born on August 13, 1929. His childhood is unknown. In 1951, he married his first wife, and they had 2 children, but the marriage ended due to his violence and controlling behavior. At 35, he married his second wife, who always provided him with an alibi. In 1966, he was arrested for taking indecent photos of 2 female students but wasn't convicted, which might explain why he didn't commit any murders that year. Morris died naturally on March 11, 2014, after spending 45 years in prison. He never admitted to his crimes or showed any remorse. A retired policewoman said, "I'm sure the families of his victims would be disgusted. Cannock Chase will never forget what he did." For 22-year-old Jonna Jackson, it was a total mistake to marry her husband 2 years ago. Even though she already had 2 children with him, she was sick and tired of this lack of responsibility. He would not go to work, take care of his family, and spent all his days smoking marijuana and drinking. She had been with him for almost 2 years. Their rent and money for groceries, however, it was paid for by her parents. That day, Jackson, who saw her husband still lying on the couch and drinking, had no inner turmoil. She quietly packed her bags and left with her 2 children, and the following year, her petition for divorce was granted. On December 20th, 1984, at approximately 11 p.m. in Wichita Falls, Texas, a part-time EKG physician at Bethania Hospital, Terry Lee Sims, 20-year-old, and her coworker Leza Boone rode together to the home of a mutual friend of theirs to exchange Christmas gifts after working the night shift. Because Sims' final exams were coming up in a few days, Boone intended to tutor her in her studies, so she invited Sims to spend the night at her apartment. However, unexpectedly, Boone received a call from the hospital requesting her to return to the hospital for the night shift. So Boone gave Sims the keys to her apartment, and she intended to drive Sims to her apartment before going to her night shift. Around 12:30 a.m., Boone had dropped Sims off at her apartment, and she immediately rushed to the hospital. And the time came around 7:30 a.m., Boone's work was done, and feeling tired, she drove back to her apartment. But because her key had been given to Sims, she had to keep knocking on the door outside of her room, but she got no answer. So Boone found the landlord and got a spare key. At first, Boone thought that Sims was still asleep, but as she slowly entered the apartment, the living room was cluttered and ransacked. In order to get help as well as to find Sims, so Boone approached the landlord to ask for help, and eventually, the two of them found Sims in the bathroom covered in blood on the floor. The police and the coroner were called to the scene, and the coroner found that Sims had been sexually assaulted and stabbed to death. Based on her injuries and the marks left in the house, police believe that Sims was home alone at the time, and that for some reason she went out to check on the house and may have seen the murderer. So she panicked and ran back into the apartment, and that the murderer followed her, forcibly grabbed her, and then tied her hands and sexually assaulted and killed her. In the end, investigators kept the semen sample and fingerprints the killer found on Sims' body in case they could be used to catch the killer in the future. No one expected that this murder to be not the end, but the beginning. On January 19, 1985, 23-year-old Tony Zhang Gibbs, who was a nurse, disappeared while working at Wichita General Hospital. 2 days later, police found Gibbs' car a few miles away from the hospital, and on February 15th, her body was found in a field next to a highway, where, according to the autopsy report, she had 8 stab wounds and had been sexually assaulted. Police found an abandoned school bus near the scene where the body was found, and they suspect that's where the killer may have carried out the attack, as they also found Gibbs' clothes in the bus. 24-year-old Danny Laughlin was initially suspected by police of murdering Gibbs because he often rode his motorcycle near the place where Gibbs was killed and made statements about the murder. And Danny had seen Gibbs at a nightclub a few days before the murder, and he failed a polygraph test, so Danny was subsequently brought to trial. However, after 2 days of deliberation, the case stalled and Danny was acquitted, as his DNA did not successfully match the DNA at the murder scene, and the police did not have any evidence regarding his direct killing. 2 months later at night in Fort Worth, Texas, a 25-year-old girl named Deborah Taylor was dancing at a bar with her husband. As the time came to midnight, her husband was feeling tired, so he went back to his home early while Deborah remained at the bar. Then a man approached her and asked her to dance. Without any hesitation, Deborah accepted the man's request, and both of them stayed there for a long time. As the time approached early morning, Deborah was ready to go home. The man was very gentlemanly and invited her to get in the car and drove her home. In the car, the man tried to sexually tease Deborah. She had a husband, so she refused the man. However, this completely enraged the man, and he killed her and left her body at a construction site in East Fort Worth. When Deborah did not return home the next day, her husband reported her missing, and on March 29th, Deborah's body was found by 2 construction workers. At first, the police believed it was a case of wife murder, and they always suspected Deborah's husband, even after he passed 3 polygraphs. The police's suspicions utterly destroyed the man's life, and his family and Deborah's family didn't believe him for a second. 6 months later, on September 20th, 1985, a student at Midwestern State University in Wichita Falls, 21-year-old Ellen Blau, had just quit her job as a night clerk and was then abducted while walking alone to her car. On October 10th, a road crew found a body in a Wichita County field. The body was in such a state of decomposition that the medical examiner was only able to identify the victim by comparing dental records. And ultimately, the victim was identified as Ellen, who, according to the report, was most likely sexually assaulted because her underwear had been artificially removed. But due to the condition of her remains, an accurate analysis could not be performed. Tina Elizabeth Kimbrough, a 21-year-old waitress, invited a man she had recently met to her apartment on May 6, 1986. However, when the man arrived at the apartment, instead of a friendly get-together, Tina was forcefully muffled to death with a pillow by the man. After the police responded, several neighbors told them that they had seen an unknown man, approximately 6 feet tall, with dark brown hair and a baseball cap leaving the apartment. Police suspicion remained with Danny, who had been suspected by police of being involved in Gibbs' death, and after getting a suspect description from a witness, Danny was ruled out as he did not fit the description. A few days later, on May 9th, a 27-year-old man named Faryion Edward Wardrip called the police and threatened to kill himself. When the officers arrived, Wardrip confessed to the murder of Tina, and ultimately, he was sentenced to 35 years in prison, and it is noteworthy that he was Jackson's husband, the drug and alcohol addicted all day with no responsible man. Born in Salem, Indiana, on March 6, 1959, Wardrip was the first child of his parents, in addition to his 2 younger brothers, and no information has ever been revealed as to whether or not Wardrip suffered emotional or physical abuse from his parents or anyone else during his childhood. After dropping out of high school at the age of 19, Wardrip joined the United States National Guard, from which he was dishonorably discharged after a few years of service because of Wardrip's frequent use of marijuana, disorderly conduct, and numerous absences from work. Wardrip's drug and alcohol abuse grew worse as the days went by, and after he got married, his behavior did not change in the least, and he did not do anything about it, even when Jackson took their 2 children away. On December 11, 1997, Wardrip was paroled and moved to Olney, Texas, where he remarried and became an active supporter of his local church, which gave him a good reputation, and he found work in a factory. In early 1999, a Wichita Falls investigator began an investigation into the unsolved murders of Sims, Gibbs, and Ellen, which took place in the same area and died in somewhat the same manner. All of the victims were white females, all between the ages of 20 and 25 years old, and all of the victims were sexually assaulted, and DNA extracted from the murder scenes of Sims and Gibbs were later successfully matched and showed that both victims were murdered by the same person. A fellow investigator revealed a tip about Ellen. When Wardrip was on trial for the murder of Tina, he admitted that he knew Ellen. This tip was not taken seriously, but as this investigator investigated, he realized that all 3 murders appeared to be linked to Wardrip. Wardrip had been working at the same hospital as Gibbs. He knew Ellen. Sim's body was found only 2 blocks from his apartment, and he had a prior conviction for Tina's murder. But at the time, the police had not collected a DNA sample from Wardrip to test whether he was the killer. On February 5, 1999, that investigator was pretending to do laundry at a self-service laundromat across the street, and when he saw Wardrip going for a cup of coffee, he put a small pinch of tobacco in his mouth and asked Wardrip if he could spit from his coffee cup. Wardrip agreed, and then the investigator took the coffee cup directly to the testing room to extract a DNA sample, which was then compared with the murderer samples of Sims and Gibbs, and the match was successful. On February 14th, police arrested Wardrip, and during his trial, he confessed to not only the murders of Sims, Gibbs, and Ellen, but also to the murder of Deborah, whose husband was cleared of all wrongdoing, but whose life was ruined. On November 9th, Wardrip was sentenced to death and 3 life sentences for the murders of Sims, Gibbs, Ellen, and Deborah. In 2008, a federal district judge recommended that Wardrip's death sentence be overturned because they felt he had not been given an effective defense at trial. On June 14, 2011, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit reversed a lower court decision that had ordered the state of Texas to either hold a new sentencing trial for Wardrip or agree to sentence him to life in prison. In December 2014, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals denied Wardrip's appeal of ineffective assistance of counsel. In September 2020, a federal appeals court denied his motion for a new trial and reinstated his death sentence, which they had previously halted. And to this day, Wardrip remains on death row. On August 20th, 1976, in Marathon, Florida, 26-year-old Jeanette Wade had just finished her work shift. She was on her way home and had already planned what to cook for her husband that evening, but when she opened the front door, she instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. Because the room was in disarray, as if someone had broken in. She edged her way toward the kitchen, only to find a man standing waiting with a knife. So she tried to scream to alert the neighbors, but the assailant was quicker, clamping a hand over her mouth as he methodically plunged the blade into her torso. When her struggles weakened, he slit her throat and fled the apartment. 30 minutes later, Jeanette's husband returned from work to find his wife lying in a pool of blood on the kitchen floor. In anguish, he immediately called the police. The investigation progressed sluggishly, even with an eyewitness reporting a man seen lingering nearby prior to the attack, described as wearing a navy blue shirt, denim shorts, and carrying fishing pliers with a rounded-tip fillet knife on his belt, but the lead ultimately yielded no concrete results. 3 days later in St. Petersburg, Betty Brunton, a 52-year-old employee of a Memorial Park cemetery, was walking home for lunch at noon. Nobody knew a man was following her. When she arrived home and opened the door with her key, the man rushed behind her, pushed her into the house, and stabbed her in the stomach with a knife. Later, Betty's colleagues felt something was wrong because she didn't return to work on time, so they hurried to her house and found Betty lying quietly on the floor of the living room. At first, they thought she might have fainted from low blood sugar or some illness. However, when the ambulance arrived and the paramedics examined her body, they realized that Betty hadn't fainted from illness, but had been murdered, with a knife still in her stomach. On December 7, 1977, in Kansas City, Missouri, 24-year-old Beverly Wertman, a reporter and photographer, went out to buy cigarettes and returned to her apartment. But a man was watching her and following her. After she entered her apartment, the man, with a knife in hand, also came in. Soon after, the crime scene was discovered. Beverly was found lying in a pool of blood, suffering from 19 stab wounds and a slit throat. The police arrived and found a man standing in front of the apartment, holding a Bible. They arrested and questioned him, asking why he was loitering near the crime scene and if he was connected to Beverly's death. The man, who refused to give his name, strongly denied any involvement. After an investigation, the police found no link between him and the murder, and he was released. On May 20th, 1978, in St. Petersburg, 60-year-old Helen Alderson Hall was found dead in her home. Investigators concluded that the elderly woman was bludgeoned to death with an unknown object from her bedroom, but there were no signs of forced entry, and Helen's car was missing, likely stolen by the killer. On the afternoon of November 2nd, in Manhattan, Kansas, 26-year-old Tracy Gladys Miller, an employee of a firm, didn't show up for work. Since she neither joined her colleagues for lunch nor took leave, a concerned colleague went to her home. There, she noticed blood flowing down the stairs and alerted the neighbor. The two women approached the stairs together and found Tracy lying there. After calling emergency services and taking her to the hospital, doctors pronounced Tracy dead due to severe injuries, including a slit throat. The police launched an investigation, but like previous cases, there were no signs of forced entry, making it seem as if the killer had just appeared. On July 25, 1980, a couple saw a bleeding young woman in a bikini top running towards their apartment. The man told his wife that if she was running like that, someone must be chasing her. When the girl knocked on their door, she collapsed. Police and medical help arrived quickly, but despite emergency care on the scene and at the hospital, the girl died from blood loss. Horrifically, her throat was cut from her neck to her ear with a sharp instrument, nearly decapitating her. She also had 2 stab wounds on her chest, one piercing her lung and the other penetrating her heart and leaving a metal blade tip in her lung. Additionally, she had bruises on her forehead and right arm and multiple cuts on her fingers and palms. The girl was identified as 18-year-old Mary Fleming, who lived in an apartment building in St. Charles, Missouri, with her mother and sister. At around 6:30 a.m. that day, Mary's mother left for work, followed by her sister about 30 minutes later, while Mary was still asleep. At around 10:30 a.m., Mary, wearing a bikini top and short denim shorts, went to a nearby grocery store. Around the same time, a convertible was seen slowly driving around the area. Between 10:30 and 11 a.m., a friend of Mary's called her, but a man answered. She asked to speak to Mary, and the man loudly asked who she was, saying he'd have Mary call back later before hanging up. A few minutes later, someone saw a man running from the apartment building towards a convertible in the grocery store parking lot and driving away, while Mary left her apartment badly injured to seek help. Police first searched Mary's apartment and found it to be the first crime scene. There was a pair of denim shorts on the living room floor, blood on the walls, coffee table, and floor, and a bloody wallet with money still inside. There was also blood in the hallway between the living room and kitchen, and a pair of women's blood-stained underwear on the kitchen floor. Initially, Mary's death was thought to be linked to other recent crimes in the area, but this was later ruled out. 2 days later, the police released a composite sketch of the suspect, including his appearance and vehicle details. Almost a week later, the man in the sketch was identified as 29-year-old Anthony Joe LaRette Jr. He was visiting friends in St. Charles who lived in the same area as Mary when the police issued an arrest warrant for Anthony on murder charges. Then, Missouri police sent sheriffs to arrest Anthony at his address in Topeka, Kansas, but he had fled. He was found a day later at his sister's house, attempting suicide by cutting his neck and wrist. After waiving extradition to Missouri, Anthony was returned to St. Charles and held in the county jail. The police planned to interrogate Anthony about a series of rapes that occurred around the time of Mary's murder. His bail was set at $500,000. During the investigation, the police also found that Anthony had been convicted of raping a woman in Lawrence, Kansas, in 1974. On August 12th, the prosecutor announced that the initial charge of first-degree murder against Anthony had been upgraded to capital murder. 5 days later, the Riley County Sheriff's Department executed a search warrant on Anthony's residence in connection with Tracy's murder. After searching his apartment and car, the Riley County prosecutor announced that they had found items possibly linked to the Tracy case and might file murder charges. They also declared their intention to investigate other unsolved murders committed by Anthony in the state and elsewhere. At the preliminary hearing, the prosecution introduced the testimony of Richard Robertson, a friend of Anthony's whom he visited on the day he killed Mary. According to Robertson's testimony, he had invited Anthony to stay at his house for a week and even let him drive his car, which Anthony was driving on the day of the murder. After reading about the murder in the newspaper, Robertson immediately called Anthony to ask about his involvement, but Anthony still pleaded innocence when questioned. In April 1981, Anthony conspired with his father to hire someone to kill the guard who had taken him to the hospital after he feigned illness. When his father tried to offer a police informant $400 to keep the matter secret, the informant refused, resulting in both Anthony and his father being charged with conspiracy to commit murder. During the trial on August 11th, the prosecutor presented photos of the crime scene to highlight the brutality of the murder. Anthony and his lawyer argued that he had picked up a hitchhiker near Robertson's house, who asked to be taken to a girl's house where someone owed him money. Anthony drove the hitchhiker to a grocery store parking lot next to some apartments. The hitchhiker got out and entered one of the apartments. After waiting about 15 minutes and worrying about the hitchhiker, Anthony went to the front door of the apartment and saw the hitchhiker either standing over or bending over the girl. The hitchhiker then stabbed the girl as she pleaded for her life. When Anthony entered the apartment, the hitchhiker ran out the front door. Anthony checked the girl and found her throat cut, but he wasn't too concerned because she wasn't bleeding much. However, he was worried about the stab wounds on her chest and tried to stop the bleeding by pressing directly on her chest. The girl began fighting him, broke free, and ran out the back door. With blood on his hands, Anthony fled in fear. The prosecutor refuted this theory, pointing out that Anthony had given two completely different accounts, with the second one claiming he was fully responsible for Mary's accidental death. Due to pretrial publicity, the trial was moved to Warrensburg. The jury deliberated for an hour and found Anthony guilty, recommending the death penalty. The judge sentenced him to death without hesitation. A week later, the conviction was appealed to the Missouri Supreme Court. Anthony's lawyer argued that the murder wasn't premeditated but influenced by his client's emotional and marital issues. The Attorney General refuted this, stating that Anthony's act of tracking the victim to her residence proved premeditation. 6 years after upholding the death sentence, Riley County officials again tried to extradite Anthony to face charges for Tracy's murder, but failed. In November 1988, Anthony contacted investigators in Florida and Missouri, giving detailed recorded confessions for the murders of Jeanette and Beverly. He accurately described the crimes. In the Jeanette case, he said he used the alias Mike Watson and broke into the woman's home with a rounded corner knife, later throwing it under a bridge. In the Beverly case, he recalled his movements, the location of surrounding buildings, and the layout of the victim's apartment, and said he pointed a gun at her and stabbed her, later disposing of the knife in a sewer. Despite his confessions, state attorneys announced they wouldn't charge him with murder since he was already on death row. The Kansas Attorney General's office continued to seek Anthony's extradition. In June 1989, they succeeded in starting legal proceedings, but these were dismissed 3 months later. The Attorney General explained this was due to high costs and respect for Tracy's family, who didn't want to go through another trial. As Anthony's appeals were exhausted, he was scheduled for execution on November 29, 1995. He was Missouri's longest-serving death row inmate, having served nearly 15 years. The day before the execution, a district court judge granted a stay, considering claims of ineffective counsel and mental illness. The next day, the stay was lifted, and the execution proceeded. On that day, Anthony confessed to 31 murders and 10 rapes across 11 states during his travels. Details of these confessions were not disclosed. Later that day, he was executed by lethal injection at the Potosi Correctional Center. In his final statement, he apologized to the families of his victims, saying, "I'm sorry things had to happen this way." Anthony had suffered from mental illness since childhood. He was diagnosed with learning difficulties at school and exhibited abnormal behavior after 2 accidents. 2 weeks after the second accident, 9-year-old Anthony suddenly attacked a female family friend. He was also diagnosed with psychomotor epilepsy. Doctors reported that during his blackouts, he might commit sexual offenses such as indecent exposure, strangling elderly women, and rape. In 1968, Anthony joined the military but was discharged due to mental illness. In the following years, he spent most of his time in mental institutions, where he was diagnosed with temporal lobe epilepsy, or in prison. In 1977, he left a mental health facility without authorization, stopped taking his medication, married his second wife, and became involved in drug abuse. On his wedding anniversary in 1980, after discovering his wife in bed with another man, he made 2 attempts on her life within 2 weeks and began to feel increasingly angry. Shortly after, he was charged with murdering Mary. Forests are nature's treasures. They are beautiful places for people to enjoy. But sometimes murders and disappearances happen, casting a shadow over these beautiful areas. In 1997, near a campsite in Pisgah National Forest, some people found scattered human bones. Forests provide criminals with an ideal hiding place. Who knows how many more human are buried there? On November 10, 2007, on the Barnett Branch Trail, a search and rescue team found a woman's body covered in leaves. 3 days later, after the autopsy at the forensic office, the victim was identified as 84-year-old Irene Woods Bryant. This raised concerns about the safety of her husband, Davis. If he was also a victim, where was his body buried? Because Davis, 80 years old, and his wife, Woods, were a couple of hikers. After retirement, they always spent time exploring remote regions. On October 21, 2007, they left Horseshoe, North Carolina, and began their hike through Pisgah National Forest. Because the forest has poor signals and disappearances might occur, Davis and Woods informed their family of the situation, but after 2 weeks, the couple still had no news. So their family reported the case to the police and called for more than 30 volunteers to search for Davis and Woods. Checking the couple's call records, the police found that around 4 p.m. on the first day of their hike, Davis made an emergency call, which failed due to poor signals in the forest. It wasn't until Woods' body was found that they realized the couple's disappearance wasn't due to lack of supplies or an accident. Woods' body showed signs of being concealed. If Davis did it, he would have returned to seek rescue. FBI then launched an investigation, offering a $10,000 reward for information leading to the killer. Surveillance revealed that a bank card of the couple was used to withdraw $300 from an ATM in Ducktown, Tennessee. The footage showed a white elderly man in a yellow raincoat, with the hood covering his face, making it impossible for the police to identify him. At this point, Davis was still considered missing and likely kidnapped by his wife's killer. In February-March 2008, in Nantahala National Forest, a hunter discovered a human skull while hunting. He then called his companion, and after searching, they also found a human pelvis and spine. With no clothes or identification nearby, they sent the bones to the forensic office. 2 days later, the remains were identified as Davis, who was still missing. On December 3, 2007, Cheryl Hodges Dunlap, a 46-year-old from Crawfordville, Florida, did not show up at the church where she was supposed to teach Sunday school, which was highly unusual. Her family reported her missing the next day. The police found her car parked near the county line and deemed it a murder case. Soon after, they organized a search team of about 180 people to look for her, though they found nothing and chances of finding her alive were slim. 2 weeks later, on December 16th, a hunter with his dog was walking through the dark Apalachicola National Forest when he came across a decapitated and decomposing body of a white woman. He promptly reported it to the police, and after a DNA analysis at the forensic office, the body was identified as Cheryl. The police declared it a murder case from the beginning and announced that they had found a suspicious green vehicle in the area while searching for Cheryl. because the driver was suspected of using Cheryl's bank card to withdraw $700 after she went missing. In the following days, the police received many tips, including some about a homeless man with a dog driving a green van. Though this wasn't enough for an arrest, it made investigators focus on him. Around this time, rumors spread about a serial killer operating between Georgia and Florida, but the Leon County Sheriff's Office stated they were investigating it as an isolated murder rather than a serial one. On January 1, 2008, 24-year-old Meredith Hope Emerson went missing while hiking Blood Mountain in northern Georgia with her black Labrador. Her friends, feeling something was wrong, searched for her alone on January 2nd, but they did not find her. On January 3rd, police found her 1995 Chevrolet Cavalier along with her water bottle, dog leash, and stun gun. A witness reported seeing Emerson with an elderly man on the spur trail connecting the Appalachian Trail to Byron Herbert Reese parking lot. Police identified a 61-year-old homeless man, Gary Michael Hilton, matching the description. He was known for his odd behavior and vile temper, often wandering the forest with his golden retriever and linked to Cheryl's murder case. On January 4th, a gas station witness called the police, saying the suspect was cleaning his green van. Police arrived and stopped Gary before he could clean the van. The same day, Emerson's dog was found alive and returned to her family. Police then checked Gary's van and found blood matching Emerson's DNA, leading to his arrest. Next day, more of Emerson's items were found in local trash cans, including blood-stained clothes, wallet, driver's license, student ID, and a bloody seatbelt. In exchange for the police dropping the death penalty and taking care of his dog, Gary had to lead them to Emerson's body. Then Gary agreed and signed a plea deal, also revealing case details during interrogation. He claimed he asked Emerson for her bank card password, but when it was wrong, he held her captive for 2 days before killing her with an iron on January 3rd. When asked why he didn't kill Emerson's dog, Gary said he owned a dog too and couldn't bring himself to kill another. As for killing Emerson, he admitted it was tough, noting they spent several days together. In September 2009, a hiker found Gary's camping gear. A month later, Florida prosecutors charged him with murdering Emerson, citing forensic evidence linking him to the crime. During the trial, 2 lawyers specializing in death penalty murder cases were appointed as Gary's public defenders. The prosecutor alleged that Gary kidnapped, imprisoned for 2 days, murdered, beheaded, and burned the head and hands of Emerson to destroy evidence, then dumped her body in the forest. Gary's defense team argued there was a lack of forensic evidence for the murder charge, but the prosecutor pointed out that Gary admitted handling Emerson's body in a recording, but later tried to distance himself from it. The jury deliberated for 4 hours and found Gary guilty on 3 of the 4 charges, recommending the death penalty. On February 22, 2011, Gary was sentenced to death and placed in Florida's death row. In 2012, Gary faced trial again for the murders of Davis and Woods. As part of a plea deal with prosecutors, he confessed to his role in the killings and received additional life sentences without parole. During the hearing, Gary detailed how he killed Woods on the spot, kidnapped Davis to extort his bank information, and later shot him in the head with a .22 Magnum before discarding the body. During and after the trial, criminal profilers from FBI and other agencies attended the proceedings and interviewed Gary. According to a criminologist, Gary might be responsible for other murders before 2007. A view supported by senior criminal profilers who suspect he started killing in his early 60s. On April 10, 1997, 51-year-old hiker Judy Smith's remains were found at a campsite in Pisgah National Forest. It's speculated that she might be one of Gary's victims, as he left another victim in a similar condition nearby. On April 11, 1998, in Pickens County, 20-year-old Jason Andrew Knapp, a Clemson University student, went missing after being seen at his university terrace apartment watching a movie at around 10:30 p.m. 9 days later, his white 1990 Chevrolet Beretta was found at Table Rock State Park. In 2018, Jason was declared dead due to his prolonged absence. At 11:37 to 11:50 a.m. on April 15, 2004, 38-year-old hairstylist Patrice Marie Tambor Enders disappeared from her salon. Her body was found on December 4, 2005, in Dawson County, Georgia. Gary, who was stopped in Forsyth County for a traffic violation, mentioned to investigators that he usually asked for money at salons around lunchtime. Also, he had no solid alibi for the day Patrice vanished. At around noon on December 7, 2005, 26-year-old hiker Rosanna Miliani called her father from a Ramada hotel, saying she was going to hike the Appalachian Trail, and then she disappeared. A clerk claimed that on December 13, 2005, he sold a backpack to Rosanna and an unidentified white man in his 60s in Bryson City, North Carolina. Gary, who fit the clerk's description, was considered a suspect. In 2018, Gary tried to overturn his death sentence, claiming his defense team was dysfunctional and inefficient, but both the state and federal authorities rejected his appeal. His golden retriever, Dandy, was also relocated after Gary was convicted of murdering Emerson. The thing is, once you're dead, there's no clearing things up. When you're alive, you still have a chance to prove that you weren't guilty. So I was better off being alive than being dead. 80-year-old William George Aarons uttered these words in an interview. On June 5, 1945, 43-year-old Josephine Ross was found brutally murdered in her apartment. Her stab wounds were wrapped in tape, and her head was wrapped in a skirt. Her apartment appeared very messy, but nothing was missing. No fingerprints of the killer were found at the scene. The only clue obtained was the few strands of black hair tightly clutched in her hand. Initially, this case did not attract much attention and did not even make it into the newspapers. Due to the lack of clues, the murder case remained unsolved. It was not until 6 months later that the Chicago police realized this case was just the beginning. On December 10th, the body of 32-year-old Frances Brown was found in the bathroom of her apartment with a bread knife sticking out of her neck. However, this time, a creepy message was scribbled on the wall of Brown's living room with lipstick. "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." A few days later, local newspapers reported the story of Brown's murder, published photos of the lipstick message, and dubbed the perpetrator the Lipstick Killer. No one wanted a serial killer in their community. In the following weeks, the city was in a state of panic, waiting for the next terrible crime scene to be discovered. People didn't have to wait long. On the morning of January 7, 1946, at 7:30 a.m., a man named James Degnan discovered that his 6-year-old daughter, Suzanne, was missing from her bedroom. The panicked man called the police. Soon, investigators found a crumpled ransom note outside the little girl's room window. It read, "Prepare $20,000 and wait for my message. For the girl's safety, do not notify the FBI or the police." Around 7 p.m. that night, based on an anonymous tip, the police found Suzanne's head in a sewer in the neighborhood. Soon after, her legs and torso were also discovered in nearby sewers, and her blood was found in the sewer of a basement laundry room in a nearby apartment building. The coroner pointed out that Suzanne's time of death was probably between 12:30 a.m. and 1 a.m. that day. He believed the killer used a very sharp knife to skillfully dismember the body. Therefore, the killer was either someone in a profession that requires anatomical research or someone with an anatomical background. An ordinary doctor could not have such skilled techniques. The handwriting analyst who examined the crumpled ransom note pointed out that its writing style was similar to sheet music, indicating that the killer might have musical skills. There were witnesses who provided clues in all 3 murder cases. One witness claimed to have seen a dark, black-haired, slim man weighing about 190 pounds near Ross's apartment. Another witness claimed to have seen a man aged between 35 and 40, weighing about 140 pounds, leaving Brown's apartment in a panic shortly after he heard a gunshot. The witness in Suzanne's murder case claimed to have seen a man walking towards the apartment building with a shopping bag. He described him as a man aged about 35, 5 feet 9 inches tall, and weighing 170 pounds. Once again, Chicago was embroiled in a sensational crime. As the public reacted to Suzanne's murder with fear and anger, the pressure on the police increased. They were ordered to catch the killer as soon as possible. However, as the police interrogated hundreds of people and conducted polygraph tests on more than 170 individuals, they repeatedly claimed to have arrested the culprit, only to find after further investigation that they were innocent. One of them was 65-year-old Hector Verberg, who was the janitor of the building where Suzanne lived. Because he frequently visited the scene of Suzanne's death, he was identified as the killer. The police then subjected him to 48 hours of violent interrogation to force him to confess to the murders. They continuously beat him, causing him serious injuries. In addition to Verberg's frequent visits to the crime scene, the ransom note was also a factor used by the police to interrogate him. The police believed that the reason the ransom note was dirty was because it was written by dirty hands. They then forced Verberg's wife to admit that her husband was involved in the murder. However, the police overlooked 2 important points. The coroner confirmed that the killer was almost certainly an experienced doctor or butcher with strong writing skills, but Verberg had no butchering experience and he couldn't even write English properly. Later, when Verberg talked about his experience of being interrogated by the police, he said, "Oh, they hanged me up. They blindfolded me. I can't put up my arms. They are sore. They had handcuffs on me for hours and hours. They threw me in the cell and blindfolded me. They handcuffed my hands behind my back and pulled me up on bars until my toes touched the floor. I go to the hospital. Oh, I am so sick. Any more and I would have confessed to anything." Sidney Sherman, a former Marine who had just been discharged, was a person of interest in the case. The police found some blonde hair behind Suzanne's apartment building, along with a wire that they suspected might have been used to strangle Suzanne. Nearby, they also found a handkerchief which they believed might have been used to gag Suzanne. The handkerchief had a name on it, S. Sherman. Investigators thought the killer had accidentally left it behind. They searched the records and found that Sidney Sherman lived nearby. They wanted to interrogate him, but they discovered that the man had moved away and even quit his job without collecting his salary. So, the investigators were convinced that this man was the killer. They conducted a nationwide search and found Sherman in Toledo, Ohio. However, during the interrogation, Sherman denied that the handkerchief was his and explained that he had left Chicago because he had eloped with his girlfriend. The polygraph test confirmed that Sherman was telling the truth. The owner of the handkerchief was eventually identified as Seymour Sherman, who was based in New York and had no idea why his handkerchief was in Chicago. When Suzanne went missing, someone kept making phone calls, claiming to demand a ransom. A local boy named Theodore Campbell provided a clue, saying that Vincent Costello had killed Suzanne. Costello lived nearby and had been convicted of armed robbery at the age of 16. Campbell said that Costello had admitted to kidnapping and killing Suzanne and had asked Campbell to make the ransom calls. However, the polygraph test indicated that neither of the two boys knew the details of the murder, and their information was nothing more than hearsay. Another suspect in the public's eye was a man named Richard Russell Thomas. He was a nurse. Although he lived in Phoenix, Arizona, he was in Chicago when Suzanne was murdered. He was later imprisoned in Arizona for molesting his own daughter. Why did people think Thomas was a suspect? Firstly, his medical skills were sufficient for him to skillfully dissect Suzanne. A handwriting expert also pointed out that there were striking similarities between Thomas's handwriting and that on the ransom note. Although Thomas lived on the south side of Chicago, he also frequently visited a parking lot where Suzanne's arm was found. During the interrogation, he frankly admitted to the murder. However, a man who was caught fleeing from a burglary was identified as the culprit, and Thomas was released. In 1940, to escape his parents' arguments, a 12-year-old boy walked out of his home once again. He wandered aimlessly on the streets, thinking about ways to relieve the pressures of his family life. Once, he stood outside an apartment and stole a dollar bill by reaching through the gap of a chain-locked door. After fleeing, the boy's heart was filled with a sense of thrill. Gradually, he began his career in theft. Within a year, his locker was filled with small amounts of cash, expensive clothes, radios, and firearms. However, no one could have anticipated that a few years later, after being interrogated by the police, the boy would become the culprit behind 3 murders. This boy was William. On June 26, 1946, he planned to take his girlfriend on a date. Initially, he intended to cash a $1,000 savings bond at the post office. Because the amount was large, he brought a revolver for protection. However, when he arrived at the post office, it was already closed. So William prepared to steal again. He stopped in front of an apartment building in the affluent neighborhood where Suzanne had once lived. He then reached his hand into an open apartment door. Just as he had the opportunity to steal something, a tenant discovered him and called the police. The police responded quickly. 2 officers chased William. They drew their pistols, warned the young man, and pulled the trigger. William, frightened by the gunshots, knocked down an officer. The 2 men began to fight. In the end, without a doubt, William was arrested. Over the next 6 days, the police subjected him to brutal interrogation, trying to force him to confess to the 3 murders that had troubled them for so long. While William lay on the ground tending to his injuries, they deprived him of food and sleep and isolated him from his parents, preventing him from meeting a lawyer. During the interrogation, a police officer repeatedly punched William's abdomen. The officer kept talking about the details of the murders, hoping to make William admit to the crimes. On another occasion, 2 psychiatrists, without a search warrant and without the consent of William and his parents, administered a psychiatric drug to William and interrogated him for 3 hours. Subsequently, the police claimed that under the influence of the drug, another personality of William emerged, and he said he had committed the 3 murders. Later, the young man claimed that he did not remember most of that interrogation, and the original police transcript also disappeared. A psychiatrist who participated in the interrogation stated in 1952 that William did not say anything related to the murders. On the 5th day of detention, he was forcibly subjected to a lumbar puncture. A nurse poured ether on William's genitals while he was tied to a hospital bed. He was then taken back to the headquarters for a polygraph test, but the police did not announce the results. Meanwhile, the police searched William's room at the university, his parents' home, and the locker he rented at the local train station, all without a search warrant. In the locker, the police found evidence of William's long-term thefts. Apart from that, they did not find anything serious enough to charge him with the murders. Despite the lack of concrete evidence linking him to the murders, such as butchering skills, fingerprints, or handwriting, he was still put on trial. These murder cases also caused a media sensation. He was even publicly declared the culprit before being convicted. A headline read, "The William Story, How He Killed Suzanne Degnan and 2 Women." In fact, one of the few pieces of evidence that could tenuously link William to the 3 murders was the blood-stained fingerprint found on Brown's doorframe. The police compared it with William fingerprints, but it did not match. This is because the FBI standard for a fingerprint match is 12 points of similarity. In addition, when William fingerprints were compared with the 2 fingerprints and a palm print found on the ransom note, only 9 points matched. So the possibility of William being successfully prosecuted for the murder was slim, as the police's evidence was just partial fingerprints on the ransom note. However, the prosecutor in the area put pressure on the young man. He asked William to sign a plea agreement and persuaded him by saying that if he pleaded guilty, he would only be sentenced to life imprisonment once. William, after experiencing the violent interrogation by the police, was too panic-stricken to start drafting a confession. He said, "As it turned out, the Tribune article was very helpful, as it provided me with a lot of details I didn't know. My attorneys rarely changed anything outright, but I could tell by their faces if I had made a mistake. Or they would say, 'Now, Bill, is that really the way it happened?' Then I would change my story because, obviously, it went against what was known in the Tribune." On July 12, 1946, 17 days after his arrest, William was charged with attempted murder, robbery, 23 counts of burglary, and 3 counts of murder. Despite his insistence on his innocence, on August 7th, he accepted the plea agreement offered by the prosecutor to avoid the electric chair. In the end, he was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences. That night, he attempted to hang himself in his cell. Although he was saved, he said, "Desperation drove me to attempt suicide. Everyone believed I was guilty. If I weren't alive, I felt I could avoid being adjudged guilty by the law and thereby gain some victory. But I wasn't successful even at that. Before I walked into the courtroom, my counsel told me to just enter a plea of guilty and keep my mouth shut afterward. I didn't even have a trial." Later, Josephine Ross's daughter, a victim of the murder, said, "I cannot believe that young William murdered my mother. He just does not fit into the picture of my mother's death. I have looked at all the things William stole, and there was nothing of my mother's among them." In prison, William was a model inmate. In 1972, William became the first prisoner in Illinois history to earn a bachelor's degree. He also engaged in several transactions and helped several inmates obtain their GEDs. In the last years of his life, he was confined to the hospital ward of the minimum security prison at Dixon Correctional Center, suffering from diabetes and confined to a wheelchair. On March 5, 2012, he died in his cell. Because of this case, William's parents divorced and changed their surname, completely severing ties with William. He had been a lonely child since he was young. His father was a day laborer who often spent his meager income socializing with friends, while his mother worked in a bakery. William had to be alone, and then, on the verge of adulthood, he became the culprit of 3 murders, spending his entire life in prison in loneliness. At the end of the 20th century, on a pitch-black night in an unremarkable house in Houston, Texas, a chilling and heinous bloody murder was quietly brewing. Dean Arnold Corll was about to carry out evil atrocities on 2 teenagers he had lured to his home. This man, known as the Candyman by the community residents because he often gave out free candy to children, had won people's trust in this way. On this terrible night, there was also the presence of another victim, a boy named Elmer Wayne Henley, who was one of Corll's criminal accomplices. Although this teenager had already been involved in multiple criminal activities with Corll, this time he felt sympathy and pity for one of the victims, and as a result, he was also tied up. However, through a series of pleas and promises, Henley was untied, but on the condition that he had to participate in the torture and murder of the victims. As the killing was about to begin, at this decisive moment, a surge of defiance rose from deep within Henley's heart. He couldn't bear to watch more innocent teenagers get hurt, so he seized Corll's pistol and fired several shots at the devil without hesitation. On December 24, 1939, Corll was born into an ordinary family from Fort Wayne, Indiana. His home was filled with frequent arguments because his father and mother had completely different ideas about raising children. The father was very strict with the kids, while the mother obviously favored and protected them. It's easy to imagine that growing up in such a family, the children would feel confused and contradictory. So, Corll's mother decided to divorce. She wanted to get the children away from this environment, so she sold the house and moved to Memphis, Tennessee with young Corll and his brother living in a trailer. Perhaps Corll's mother still believed in that man, and she didn't want the two children to lack fatherly love. Not long after the divorce, she remarried Corll's father and moved together to Pasadena, a suburb of Houston, Texas. However, this marriage didn't last long either. A few years later, the couple divorced again, and the mother still obtained custody of the two sons. Despite this, the two boys still maintained regular contact with their father. The discord between their parents led to Corll being introverted and serious from a young age, rarely interacting with other children. But he had a tender heart and was extremely sensitive to any form of criticism or rejection. This is also the reason why some unhappy families choose not to separate, because children really need a childhood filled with parental love. In 1953, after Corll's parents divorced for the second time, his mother married a traveling clock salesman, and then the family moved to the small town of Victoria, Texas. His half-sister was also born. Here, Corll's mother and his stepfather started a small family candy company, which was initially operated out of the garage. Corll went to school while participating in the company's daily operations. He and his brother were in charge of operating the candy-making machines and packaging the products. Their stepfather was responsible for sales, often going to Houston to sell most of the products. From 1954 to 1958, Corll attended Victoria High School. At school, he was regarded as a well-behaved student with satisfactory grades. Although he was still a bit introverted, according to his classmates' memories, he occasionally went on dates with girls. In the summer of 1958, Corll graduated from high school. Shortly after, he and his family moved to the northern suburbs of Houston because it was closer to the main market for their candy business. They also opened a store called Pecan Prince at their new home, a name derived from the brand of their family products. In 1960, Corll moved to Joubert, Indiana, to live with his grandmother. There, he established a close relationship with a local girl, but for some unknown reason, he turned down her marriage proposal. After living in Indiana for nearly 2 years, in 1962, he returned to Houston to continue helping with the family's candy business. In 1963, Corll's mother divorced his stepfather, and then they set up a new candy company named Corll Candy Company. Corll was appointed vice president of the new family business, while his brother was appointed secretary and treasurer. That same year, a teenage male employee complained to Corll's mother, alleging that Corll had made sexual advances towards him. To prevent the spread of gossip, she fired the teenage. On August 10, 1964, Corll was drafted into the U.S. Army. He was assigned to Fort Polk, Louisiana, for basic training, and then sent to Fort Benning, Georgia, for radio repairman training. Eventually, he was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. According to official military records, Corll's service in the Army was unblemished. However, he did not enjoy military service and applied for early discharge, citing the need for his family business. The Army approved his request, and after serving for 10 months, he was discharged on June 11, 1965. Because the Corll Candy Company, created by his mother, and Pecan Prince, his former stepfather's business, had been in constant competition, Corll immediately threw himself into the candy business upon his return, facing the growing public demand for his family's products. In fact, it was during his military service that Corll first realized he was homosexual, and he also experienced his first homosexual encounter there. After returning to Houston, Corll's behavior changed subtly. He often spent time with teenage boys. That same year, Corll Candy Company moved across the street from Helms Elementary School. Corll became known for giving out free candy to local children, especially teenage boys, a practice that earned him the nicknames the Candyman and the Pied Piper. He also installed a pool table behind the candy factory, where employees and local young people would gather. It was noted that he frequently flirted with several teenage male employees there. In 1967, Corll met 12-year-old David Owen Brooks, a 6th grade student and one of the many children he gave candy to for free. Brooks often interacted with Corll and the various teenage boys who gathered behind the candy factory, and he regularly went on trips to the beaches of South Texas with different young people. Later, Brooks said that he was drawn to Corll because he was the first adult male who didn't mock his appearance, and Corll would give him money whenever he needed cash. Brooks also had a very poor family environment, with his parents frequently arguing. Coincidentally, during this period, Corll treated him like the father he had imagined, and as a result, Brooks developed unusual feelings for Corll. Starting in 1969, the two gradually developed a sexual relationship. In 1968, after the failure of Corll's mother's third marriage, she and his half-sister closed down Corll Candy Company and moved together to Colorado. Although his mother often talked to Corll on the phone, the two never met again. At this time, Corll, having received training as a radio repairman in the Army, found a job as an electrician in Houston. On September 25, 1970, an 18-year-old college freshman named Jeffrey Connon disappeared while hitchhiking with another University of Texas student to his parents' home in Houston. 3 years later, on August 10, 1973, his naked body was found under a boulder in Mustang Island Beach. According to the medical examiner's speculation, Connon died of human strangulation and asphyxiation caused by a rag gag in his mouth. At the scene of the burial, Connon's hands and feet were tightly bound with nylon rope. Shortly after Connon's disappearance on December 13th, Brooks lured two 14-year-old boys, James Glass and Danny Yates, away from a religious gathering in Houston Heights to Corll's apartment in Yorktown. The two young men were tied to Corll's torture board, and Corll intended to sexually assault them. Initially, Brooks discovered and stopped him, then Corll promised to give Brooks a car in exchange for his silence. Brooks agreed, and the two young men were subsequently sexually assaulted, strangled, and buried in a boat shed rented by Corll on November 17th. Brooks received a green Chevrolet Corvette, and then Corll threatened Brooks, saying that since he had killed the two young men, Brooks had become his accomplice in murder, and if anyone told the police, he would also be arrested. However, Corll then made another offer to Brooks, saying he would pay him some money, but the condition was that Brooks had to continuously lure other boys to his apartment. On January 30th, 1971, Brooks and Corll encountered two young boys, Donald and Jerry Wardrip. Initially, they were driven by their father to a friend's house to plan the formation of a bowling league. After finding out their friend was not home, they began walking back. However, the story ended with the two young men being lured into Corll's van and taken to the apartment he was renting, where they were raped and strangled. Between March and May of the same year, Corll kidnapped and murdered 3 victims living in Houston Heights, burying their remains behind the boat shed. Brooks was involved in each kidnapping. One of the victims was 15-year-old Randall Harvey, last seen by his family on the afternoon of March 9th as he rode his bicycle to Oak Forest, where he worked part-time as a gas station attendant. Harvey was taken to Corll's apartment and shot in the head, killing him. The other 2 victims, 13-year-old David Hilligius and 16-year-old Gregory Malley Winkle, were kidnapped and killed together on the afternoon of May 29th. After learning of their sons' disappearances, Winkle's mother and David's parents frantically searched for the boys, even printing reward posters offering money to anyone who provided information on the boys' whereabouts. One of Corll's criminal accomplices, 15-year-old Elmer Wayne Henley, initially volunteered to distribute these posters, trying to reassure the distraught parents that the boys' disappearance might have another explanation rather than them truly being missing. On August 17th, Corll and Brooks met Brooks' 17-year-old acquaintance Reuben Watson Haney while returning home from a movie theater in Houston. Brooks persuaded Haney to attend a housewarming party at Corll's new residence on San Felipe Street, which he had moved to the previous month. Haney agreed, was taken to Corll's home, strangled, and buried in the boat shed. In September, Corll moved to an apartment on Columbia Street. Brooks later stated that at this address, he had assisted Corll in kidnapping and murdering 2 unidentified young men. In the winter of 1971, Brooks met Henley and introduced him to Corll. Henley was originally lured to Corll's residence as an intended victim. However, Corll apparently thought the young man would make a good accomplice, so he also made Henley the same offer he had made to Brooks, $200 for any boy he could lure to his apartment, while telling Henley that he worked for a white slavery gang. Henley later said that for the first few months he ignored this tempting offer but still maintained an acquaintance with Corll, gradually beginning to see him as a brotherly figure because he admired Corll's work ethic and considered him a man worth confiding in. In early 1972, due to Henley and his family's poor financial situation, Henley accepted Corll's offer. His first participation in a kidnapping occurred in late February or early March, when he met a boy on the street, promising to take him to smoke marijuana and luring him to Corll's house. At this point, he had no idea that the boy would be sold to a slave gang, but in reality, the unidentified boy became Corll's prey. On March 24th, Henley, along with Brooks and Corll, encountered his 18-year-old acquaintance, Frank Aguirre. He called Aguirre over to Corll's van, inviting the young man to drink beer and smoke marijuana with the three of them at Corll's apartment. Aguirre agreed, and they smoked marijuana together. However, suddenly, he noticed a pair of handcuffs left on the table by Corll and felt something was wrong. Aguirre wanted to run away, but it was already too late. Corll pushed him onto the table and cuffed his hands behind his back. At this point, Henley realized that Corll's intention was definitely not to sell Aguirre to a slave gang. But when he heard Corll admit to having raped, tortured, and killed the previous victims he had assisted in kidnapping, he understood that he had already stepped into an abyss from which there was no turning back. On April 20th, Henley assisted Brooks and Corll in kidnapping another young man, 17-year-old Mark Scott, who was one of Corll's intended victims because he had deceived Corll in a previous deal. They forcibly grabbed Scott, who was very tenacious. Even after being abused for several hours, the young man still tried to stab Corll with a knife. But eventually, when he saw Henley pointing a gun at him, Scott realized he could no longer resist. He gave up struggling and resigned himself to his fate. Initially, Henley did participate in the murders as an uninformed party. But as multiple murders occurred, his psychology became twisted. He gradually became curious about how much patience humans could have, so he was by no means a victim who was always forced to participate in the murders. Before June 26th, Henley also assisted Brooks and Corll in kidnapping and murdering two young men named Billy Balch and Johnny Dellum. According to Brooks' testimony, both young men were tied to Corll's bed. After being tortured and sexually assaulted, Balch was strangled to death by Henley, while Dellum was shot to death by him with a pistol. During Corll's residence on Schuler Street, he, along with Brooks and Henley, lured a 19-year-old young man named William Lettinger to their residence. The young man was initially tied to hooks on the wall and then to a plywood board, where he suffered torture and abuse at the hands of Corll. Brooks later claimed that after he persuaded Corll to release Lettinger, the next time he entered the house, Henley knocked him unconscious. Corll then tied Brooks to the bed and repeatedly assaulted the young man before finally releasing him. In the summer of 1972, Corll killed two victims. The first victim was 17-year-old Stephen Sickman, who was last seen leaving a party in Heights shortly before midnight on July 19th. The young man was brutally beaten in the chest with a blunt object, then strangled and buried in the boat shed. Around August 21st, 19-year-old Roy Button was kidnapped on his way to work as an assistant at a shoe store in Houston. His mouth was taped shut, and he was shot twice in the head before being buried in the boat shed. It wasn't until 2011 that they were identified as Corll's victims. On October 3rd, Brooks and Henley encountered two young men, Wally J. Simonet and Richard Hembree, who were walking home. They were lured into Brooks' car and taken to Corll's apartment. That night, Simonet secretly called his mother's house and shouted the word "Mom" into the receiver before the call was disconnected. The next morning, Henley accidentally shot Hembree in the mouth, with the bullet exiting through his neck. A few hours later, both young men were strangled and subsequently buried in a mass grave. Sometime in November, 18-year-old Willard Branch disappeared while hitchhiking from Mount Pleasant to Houston, and his body was buried in the boat shed. On November 11th, 19-year-old Richard Kepner disappeared on his way to a phone booth. He was strangled and buried on High Island Beach. Between March and November 1972, at least 10 teenagers aged between 13 and 19 were murdered, with 5 buried on Mustang Island Beach and 5 in the boat shed. On January 20th, 1973, Corll moved to Wirt Road in the Spring Branch area of Houston. Within 2 weeks of moving into this address, he killed 17-year-old Joseph Lyles. On March 1st, Corll moved out of this apartment and briefly stayed in an apartment on South Post Oak Road before moving to the address 2020 Lamar Drive, which his father had vacated in Pasadena. Between February 1st and June 4th, Corll had no known victims killed. Records show that he suffered from hydrocele in early 1973, which may have been the reason for his inactivity during this period. Additionally, around the time of Lyle's murder, Henley went to Florida with his uncle, a long-distance truck driver, and moved to Mount Pleasant, apparently to distance himself from Corll. Perhaps at this point, he had already begun to have thoughts of rebellion, but after so many murders, he could no longer return to normal life in society. Starting in June, Corll's killing frequency increased sharply. Henley and Brooks later testified that the brutality of the murders he committed while living on Lamar Drive had increased. Henley later compared Corll's escalation to being like bloodthirsty, and added that he and Brooks would instinctively know when Corll announced he needed a new boy, because Corll would become restless, smoke, and make fidgeting movements. On June 4th, Corll and Henley kidnapped 15-year-old William Ray Lawrence. The teenager was last seen by his father on the street. After 3 days of abuse and torture, Lawrence was strangled and then buried in Lake Sam, Rayburn. 2 weeks later, 20-year-old Raymond Stanley Blackburn was kidnapped, strangled, and buried in the same place. On July 6th, Henley started school, where he met 15-year-old Homer Louis Garcia. The next day, Garcia called his mother, saying he was going to spend the night with a friend. Instead, he was shot and bled to death in Corll's bathtub and was buried in Lake Sam, Rayburn. 5 days later, 17-year-old John Sellers from Orange County was tied up, shot, and buried on High Island Beach. In July 1973, Brooks married his pregnant fiancée, and Henley temporarily became Corll's only accomplice. Between July 19th and 25th, he assisted in the kidnapping and murder of 3 young men. Henley claimed that these were the only 3 kidnappings that occurred after he became Corll's accomplice in which Brooks did not participate. On August 3rd, Corll killed his last victim, 13-year-old James Stanton Dramala from South Houston. The boy was kidnapped while riding his bicycle. In Corll's home, he was tied to a torture board, raped, tortured, and strangled with a rope, and then buried in the boat shed. Brooks later described Dramala as a blonde, blue-eyed little boy, and he even bought him a pizza. On the evening of August 7th, the whole story came to an end. Henley invited 20-year-old Timothy Cordell Kelly to a party hosted by Corll. Since Kelly also knew Corll, he accepted the invitation. Brooks was not present at the time. After the party started, Corll did not make a move but drank and smoked marijuana with the two of them. Then Henley and Kelly left, promising to return soon. They drove back to Henley's home together. After getting out of the car, Henley heard a commotion coming from the home of his 15-year-old friend Rhonda Louise Williams, so he walked towards her house. Williams was bandaging her sprained ankle at the time, and she was being beaten by her drunk father. Then Henley invited Williams to rest at Corll's home. Around 3 a.m. on August 8th, the 3 young people returned to the apartment, but Corll was very angry because he did not allow girls in his apartment at all. Corll told Henley in private that he had ruined everything, and Henley explained that Williams had argued with her father that night and did not want to go home. Then Corll became a bit silent. He offered beer and marijuana to the 3 of them, but he did not touch it himself. About 2 hours later, the 3 young people passed out. When Henley woke up again, he found himself lying on the ground with his wrists cuffed, his mouth taped shut, and his ankles tied together. The other 2 young people were in the same condition, and Kelly's clothes had been stripped off. Then Corll noticed Henley was awake, so he removed the tape from Henley's mouth. Henley protested in vain, accusing Corll of his actions, but Corll was unmoved. He once again expressed his anger at Henley for bringing the girl back and said he planned to kill all 3 of them after assaulting and torturing Kelly. Corll said, "Man, you brought this girl here," and then shouted, "I'm going to kill all of you, but first I'm going to have some fun." Next, Corll dragged Henley to the kitchen, pressed a pistol against Henley's abdomen, and threatened to shoot him. Henley tried to calm Corll down, promising that if Corll released him, he would participate in the torture and murder of Williams and Kelly. After about 30 minutes, Corll agreed. He untied Henley's restraints and then took Williams and Kelly to his bedroom, tying them to both sides of the torture board. Then Corll handed Henley a hunting knife and ordered him to cut off Williams's clothes, saying that while he would rape and kill Kelly, Henley also had to do the same to Williams. So Henley began to cut off Williams's clothes, and Corll took off his clothes and started to torture Kelly. At this point, both victims had woken up. Kelly began to twist and shout, and Williams raised her head and asked, "Is this real?" Henley replied, "Yes." Williams continued to ask, "What are you going to do?" Then Henley asked Corll if he could take Williams to another room. At this point, he already had the idea of releasing his friend, but Corll ignored him. So he grabbed Corll's pistol and said, "Dean, you've gone far enough. I can't go on anymore. I can't let you kill all my friends." Corll approached Henley and said, "Kill me, you won't do it." But facing the threatening approach, Henley chose to shoot, hitting Corll in the forehead. However, the bullet did not fully penetrate his skull, so Corll continued to charge at Henley. Henley fired 2 more shots, hitting Corll in the left shoulder. Feeling the pain, Corll turned and ran out, hitting the corridor wall. Henley then fired 3 more shots at Corll's waist and shoulder, and he slowly fell to the floor, dead on the spot. At 8:24 a.m. on August 8th, Henley called the Pasadena Police Department. He told the operator on the phone, "You'd better come over now. I just killed a man." The address is 2020 Lamar Drive. A few minutes later, a patrol car arrived. Williams and Kelly were sitting by the roadside crying, while Henley was staring blankly across the street. After seeing the police, he told the officer that he was the one who made the call and indicated that the body was inside the house. The officer then confiscated the pistol, put the 3 young men into the patrol car, and went into the house. After finding Corll's body in the hallway, he returned to the car and took the 3 to the police station. Kelly later told the detective that before the police arrived, Henley had said to him, "If you guys weren't my friends, I could have gotten $200. During his detention, when initially questioned about Corll's killing, Henley recounted the events of the previous night and that morning, explaining that he had fired the shots in self-defense. The statements of Kelly and Williams corroborated his account, and the detective questioning Henley also believed that he had acted in self-defense. Henley went on to say that for nearly 3 years, he and Brooks had been helping Corll kidnap teenage boys for him to rape and murder, some of whom were their own friends. He said that initially, he thought the boys he kidnapped would be sold to an organization in Dallas for homosexual acts, sodomy, and perhaps later murder, but he soon realized that Corll was killing the kidnapped victims. The police were initially skeptical of Henley's claims, considering the only victim in the case to be Corll, attributing it to drug-induced violent behavior. However, Henley was very insistent. When he recalled the names of 3 boys, Koble, Hillegiest, and Jones, and said that he and Brooks had kidnapped them for Corll, the police found his story plausible, as these 3 teenagers were all listed as missing. In addition, the floor of Corll's room was covered with thick plastic sheeting. The police also found a torture board with handcuffs tied to 2 corners and nylon rope tied to the other 2 corners, as well as a large hunting knife. There was a roll of the same type of transparent plastic on the floor, a portable radio mounted on a pair of dry batteries with the volume turned up, an electric motor connected to loose wires, 8 pairs of handcuffs, thin glass tubes, and long ropes. Corll's van also gave a similar impression. The rear windows of the van were sealed with blue curtains. In the back of the vehicle, the police found a coil of rope, a beige carpet stained with dirt, and a wooden box with air holes drilled in the side. The rear of the van had a pegboard wall with several rings and hooks, and a wooden box was also found in the backyard. There were several strands of human hair in this crate. At the request of the police, Henley agreed to accompany them to Corll's boat shed in southwestern Houston, where he claimed several victims' remains could be found. Inside the boat shed, the police discovered a partially stripped stolen Chevrolet Camaro, a child's bicycle, a large iron drum, water containers, 2 bags of lime, 2 shovels, a damaged rake, and a large plastic bag filled with teenagers' clothing. It was here that they found a large number of victims. Accompanied by his father, Brooks went to the Houston Police Department on the evening of August 8th and made a statement denying any knowledge or involvement in the murders. However, he admitted to knowing that Corll had raped and killed 2 teenagers in 1970, and he mentioned the names of 2 young men, Reuben Haney and Mark Scott, who had been seen with Corll before their disappearance. On the morning of August 9th, Henley provided a full written statement detailing the process of him and Brooks' involvement with Corll in the kidnapping and murder of many young men. In this confession, Henley admitted to personally killing about 9 young men and assisting Corll in strangling the others. He said that there were only 3 murder cases in which Brooks did not assist them. That afternoon, Henley accompanied the police to Sam Rayburn Lake, where he, Brooks, and Corll had buried 4 victims killed that year. 2 more remains were found in shallow, lime-soaked graves near a dirt road. Inside a lakeside cabin, the police discovered a second plywood torture board, rolls of plastic sheeting, shovels, and a bag of lime. On the evening of August 9th, Brooks confessed to the full extent of his crimes, admitting to participating in several murders and assisting in several burials, although he continued to deny direct involvement in the killings. When talking about the torture board used by Corll to restrain and torture the victims, Brooks said, "Once they were on the board, they were as good as dead. It was all over. All that was left was screaming and crying." Speaking of the actual murders, he stated that witnessing the victims' deaths did not bother him, adding, "I've seen it so many times." And then he agreed to accompany the police to locate the victims' remains. At that time, in terms of the number of victims, this killing spree was the worst serial murder case in the United States, although this record was broken a few years later. The victims' families first levied severe criticism at the police department because after the boys went missing, the police only listed them as runaways, not missing persons. They believed that the boys were not considered worth any significant investigation. If the police had launched an investigation early on and established a special task force, there would not have been so many victims. On August 13th, a grand jury in Harris County convened and heard testimonies from Williams and Kelly, as well as from a victim released by Brooks, Reidinger. They recounted their experiences, and investigators also testified at the hearing, detailing the various statements and confessions provided by Henley and Brooks in the days following Corll's death, as well as the assistance in overseeing the excavation of the victims' remains. After listening to more than 6 hours of testimony, the grand jury indicted Henley on 3 counts of murder and Brooks on 1 count of murder on August 14th. The bail for each defendant was set at $100,000. Henley was not charged in connection with Corll's death, and the prosecutor ruled that Corll's death was in self-defense. On July 1, 1974, Henley went on trial in San Antonio, charged with 6 counts of murder committed between March 1972 and July 1973. Following the advice of his defense attorney, Henley did not testify in court. His lawyer cross-examined several witnesses but did not call any witnesses or experts to testify in his defense, as it was deemed unhelpful. The prosecution called 24 witnesses, including Kelly and Reidinger, and presented 82 pieces of evidence, including Corll's torture board and one of the boxes used to transport the victims. Other incriminating testimonies came from officers who read Henley's written statements. On July 15, 1974, both attorneys presented their closing arguments to the jury. The prosecution sought a life sentence, while the defense argued for an acquittal. In the closing arguments submitted to the jury, the district attorney apologized for not being able to sentence the perpetrators to death and added that this case was the most extreme example of inhumanity he had ever seen. The jury deliberated for 92 minutes before finding Henley guilty of all 6 murder charges. On August 8th, the judge sentenced Henley to a total of 594 years in prison to be served consecutively. He was transferred to Huntsville Prison to begin his sentence formally. On February 27, 1975, Brooks went on trial, charged with 4 counts of murder committed between December 1970 and June 1973, but ultimately only charged with the murder of 15-year-old Lawrence in June 1973. His defense attorney argued that his client had not committed any murders and attempted to portray Corll and Henley as the active participants in the actual killings. The assistant district attorney flatly rejected the defense's arguments, telling the jury, "This defendant was involved in this killing from the very beginning, this killing spree. He tells you that if it weren't for an accident, he was a cheerleader. That's what he tells you about his role. You know he was involved." Brooks' trial lasted less than a week, and the jury reached a verdict in just 90 minutes. On March 4, 1975, he was found guilty of murdering Lawrence and sentenced to life in prison. At the sentencing, Brooks showed no emotion, although his wife burst into tears. Henley is serving a life sentence at the Mark Stiles Unit in Jefferson County, Texas. Since July 1980, his consecutive parole applications have been denied, and he will next be eligible for parole in October of this year. Brooks was serving a life sentence at the Terrell Unit near Rocharon, Texas. On May 28, 2020, he died of complications related to COVID-19 at a Galveston hospital at the age of 65. Around 12:30 a.m. on April 17, 1974, a girl was walking towards the train station. Along the way, 3 men from the U.S. Army asked her for directions. As a token of gratitude, they invited the girl and claimed they would drive her home. The girl agreed, but after she got in the car, they held a knife to the girl's throat and drove to a remote field. The girl was brutally sexually assaulted. One of the men even took photos of them sexually assaulting the girl. Then, they drove the girl back to her home. This poor girl had no intention of keeping silent. On the contrary, she came up with a good idea. Before getting out of the car, she pretended that she was interested in a violent sexual life and asked them for their phone number, hoping to continue next time. After returning home, the girl first cried in her room to release her tension, then reported the attack to the police. Following the police's instructions, she lured one of the men, named Lonnie David Franklin Jr., to the train station. The police were hiding there. As soon as they spotted the man, they immediately rushed over and arrested him. As time moved into the 1980s, the Los Angeles Police Department, under public pressure, established a special task force to investigate a mysterious individual known as the South Side Slayer. From 1983 to the end of 1985, at least 13 sex workers were inexplicably stabbed and murdered. Due to the similarity of the victim group, They were all black women who had a long history of drug use and engaged in sex work. Before their deaths, they were sexually assaulted, then killed with a handgun or strangled with a rope, and finally dumped on the streets, alleys, or in garbage piles in South Los Angeles. So the detectives were convinced that these murders were committed by the same person. However, most of the victims were poor women, black women, drug users, and sex workers. Early on, almost no one cared about their lives. It was not until September 1985, when the death toll reached more than a dozen, that the LAPD described these cases at a press conference and asked the public for clues. In January 1986, the number of murders identified as committed by the Southside Slayer had risen to 15. The LAPD increased the number of detectives involved in the investigation of this case. However, there was no information about the killer. As a result, angry people formed a group called the Black Coalition Fighting Back Serial Murders. In March 1986, they collectively pressured the Los Angeles City Council, demanding that they value life and increase the reward for information leading to the killings from $10,000 to $25,000. By the end of 1986, more and more victims were being discovered. But conflicting modus operandi and suspect descriptions led investigators to question their initial belief that there was only one killer, and evidence indicated that there were multiple serial killers. In South Los Angeles at the time, at least 4 of whom were beginning their murders. In 1987, the Special Task Force investigating the Southside Slayer began to downsize because it had spent a lot of money and manpower without achieving results. In the following years, the police found that several murders committed by 5 serial killers were included in the Southside Slayer serial murder case, and in addition, some murders were found to have been committed individually by pimps or clients of the sex workers. However, the original killer was never found. While Lonnie was arrested by the police, he was charged with sexual assault and kidnapping. He was sentenced to 40 months in prison. Less than a year into his sentence, on July 24, 1975, Lonnie was discharged from the U.S. Army. After being released from prison, he worked as a sanitation worker in Los Angeles. For him, he was well acquainted with the locations of the city's alleys, garbage bins, and dumps. On August 10, 1985, the body of Deborah Jackson, the first victim of the Southside Slayer, was found in an alley. She was 29 years old and had been shot 3 times in the chest and sexually assaulted. In 1986, Lonnie got married to a woman, and they had 2 children together. In the eyes of his neighbors, Lonnie was a popular person. He had an outgoing personality and often interacted with his neighbors. He was also enthusiastic about his car, which was an orange car with a luxurious interior. In August 1986, the body of 34-year-old Henrietta Wright was discovered under an abandoned mattress. The following year, the remains of 23-year-old Barbara Ware, 26-year-old Bernita Sparks, and Mary Lowe were found. In 1988, the remains of 22-year-old Latrica Jefferson and 18-year-old Alicia Alexander were discovered. All of them were shot to death with a .25 caliber handgun. In November 1988, 30-year-old Enietra Washington was walking down the street on her way to a friend's house. A black man driving an orange Ford Pinto stopped next to her. He offered her a ride, but Washington refused. Then the man said, "That's the problem with you black women. People can't be good to you." Hearing this, she got into the car. The man then took out a pistol, pointed it at Washington's chest, and fired a shot. He also sexually assaulted her. Finally, he threw Washington out of the car, intending for her to bleed to death. Fortunately, Washington managed to get help and survived. She was taken to the hospital, where she described the man's appearance to the police, who then created a composite sketch of the attacker. In May 2007, 25-year-old Janisha Peters was murdered. Through DNA analysis of the evidence left by the killer, the police determined that the perpetrator of Peters' death was related to the Southside Slayer murders that had occurred more than 20 years earlier. In the same year, the Los Angeles Police Department re-established an investigative team to find the killer from that time. In early September 2008, Los Angeles officials announced that they would offer a reward of $500,000 to help capture the perpetrator. In February 2009, the police officially renamed the killer the Grim Sleeper. They also revealed a more alarming piece of information. As early as the 1980s, a man had reported seeing the killer discard a body and provided a detailed description of the killer's car and its license plate number. In March 2009, the only surviving victim of the attack, Washington, gave an interview. She stated that the killer appeared to be a black man in his early 30s. He looked neat, almost eerily so, wearing a black polo shirt and a pair of khaki pants. She also described the interior and exterior of the killer's car. In 2004, voters passed Proposition 69, which required that DNA be collected from all felons and individuals arrested for certain specific charges and entered into a database. This allowed the police to directly identify suspects through technology. Although investigators already had the Grim Sleeper's DNA, there was no record in the database, meaning the killer had not been arrested for other crimes, or if he had been arrested, it was not recorded for some reason. In 2010, the police tried again to enter the Grim Sleeper's DNA into the database. This time, the results were completely different. They found that the DNA of a criminal named Christopher Franklin partially matched that of the Grim Sleeper. Franklin was convicted of felony weapon and drug charges in 2008. He was too young, so the Grim Sleeper could not be him. However, the real identity of the Grim Sleeper must be related to Franklin. So the police set their sights on his father, Lonnie. To avoid alerting the suspect, they first dispatched a police officer disguised as a waiter at a restaurant where Lonnie ate. Then they collected Lonnie's used tableware, silverware, glass, and pizza to obtain his DNA. Eventually, the true identity of the Grim Sleeper was successfully confirmed as 57-year-old Lonnie. On July 7, 2010, Lonnie was arrested. He was charged with 10 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder, and multiple special circumstances of murder. On December 16th, the Los Angeles Police Department released 180 photos of women found in Lonnie's home. The police chief said, "These people are not suspects. We don't even know if they are victims. But we do know this. Lonnie Franklin's reign of terror in the city of Los Angeles, which spanned well over 2 decades, culminating with almost a dozen murder victims, certainly needs to be investigated further." In total, investigators found over 1,000 photos and several hundred hours of video in Lonnie's home. The images mainly show black women of a wide age range, from teenagers to middle-aged and older, often nude. Some of the victims appear to be beaten and bleeding, while others seem to be unconscious or dead. The police believe Lonnie took many of the photos, which date back up to 30 years. On February 16, 2016, the trial began. Lonnie was charged with 10 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. On May 5th, after nearly 3 months of trial and a day and a half of jury deliberation, he was found guilty of all charges. On May 12th, Lonnie's sentencing hearing began. During the hearing, prosecutors presented evidence related to 4 additional victims they believed were killed by Lonnie. These victims were identified after his arrest: Sharon Alicia Dismuke, Inez Warren, and Georgia Mae Thompson, whose identities were linked to unsolved missing persons cases dating back to 1976 and were considered potential Grim Sleeper victims by the task force. The 4th victim was Relania Morris, who was identified from photos found in Lonnie's home. Her body was never found, and prosecutors did not charge Lonnie with these murders, as they feared it would delay the trial. On June 6, 2016, a Los Angeles County jury sentenced Lonnie to death. On August 10th, the Superior Court sentenced Lonnie on each count and listed the names of the victims. On March 28, 2020, he was found dead in his cell. There were no signs of trauma on his body, and the cause of death and autopsy results were not publicly disclosed. In fact, the police missed an opportunity to apprehend Lonnie earlier. In 2003, he was convicted of a felony and was serving 3 years of supervised probation. In 2004, when voters passed Proposition 69, the police collected and cataloged thousands of DNA samples. During Lonnie's probation, his DNA should have been entered into the database, but it was not, as his probation officer failed to collect it between November 2004 and August 2005. 13 years ago, in the quiet town of New Albany, Indiana, a 75-year-old woman was murdered. It was not unusual for a murder to occur, but the brutality and bizarre nature of this case caused a great shock. The victim was named Christine Whitus, and she was born in Owsley County, Kentucky. Throughout her long life, she met a close friend with whom she shared a deep bond and experienced many things together. On October 10, 1957, this friend gave birth to a child named William Clyde Gibson III. Whitus treated this child as her own, providing him with meticulous care and support, and often giving him some pocket money. However, fate always takes unexpected turns. In 2012, William's mother passed away due to illness, which saddened Whitus deeply. As a friend of many years, she decided to go to William's house to offer him comfort and support. Upon her arrival, William made a shocking request to her, saying that he desired to have sexual relations with her. Whitus was surprised and angry at this request. She had always regarded William as her own son. How could she possibly accept such a demand? So she rejected him without hesitation. William, upon being rejected, strangled Whitus to death and sexually assaulted her with his fingers. He then dismembered Whitus's body, cutting off one of her breasts. In the end, he dragged Whitus's body to the garage of the house and casually discarded it in a corner, covering it with garbage bags that emitted a foul odor. Some people believe that criminals turn to a life of crime because they have experienced a tragic childhood. But this is not the case. When a child is unconditionally spoiled by their family, their inner self can become extremely sensitive. William was just like this. He never experienced any abuse or neglect from either of his parents. In fact, he was spoiled rotten. From a very young age, he began to exhibit strange behaviors. He struggled to interact with others, even at school. Because there were too many rules at school, he was very conflicted inside. Compared to communicating with his classmates, he preferred to stay at home with his mother. But because of this, every time he came to school, he was bullied and verbally abused by his peers. It wasn't until the 6th grade that William was able to defend himself. From this point on, he chose violence. He began to bully other children and was often punished by teachers for fighting and disciplinary issues in class. To intimidate his peers, he even fired a shotgun near their feet, resulting in one boy's eye being injured by flying debris. At the age of 13, William, like his father, started drinking alcohol. Later, he was arrested for stealing a motorcycle. Eventually, William dropped out of school and continued with his minor crimes, such as driving under the influence and reckless driving. After turning 18, William chose to enlist in the military, serving as a mechanic stationed in West Germany. During this time, he was good at marksmanship and grenade throwing, and was even awarded a badge for it. At this point, William became addicted to drugs and LSD, often mixing these substances with alcohol. In 1979, he was discharged for car theft and sentenced to serve 1 year at Fort Leavenworth. There, due to the lack of alcohol, he attempted suicide by cutting his wrists. On January 26, 1991, William had already been released from prison and had married a girl. That day, William was driving his pickup truck when he accidentally backed into another vehicle. He initially intended to get out of the car, but when he saw nearby police officers approaching to check the situation, he immediately sped away. The police, having seen this kind of thing before, got in their cars and gave chase, turning the highway into a scene of a pursuit. In the end, due to excessive speed, William lost control and crashed into a car, breaking the driver's ribs and suffering severe head injuries himself. 8 months later, William was charged with robbery and sexual assault because he had sexually violated a 21-year-old woman in a phone booth near Louisville Plaza in Kentucky. During the trial, the lawyer claimed that William suffered from a mental illness. As a result, the court approved an assessment of William's mental state by a psychologist. They concluded that William had an IQ of 79, and his subconscious refused to take responsibility for his own crimes, attributing the reasons for his offenses to alcohol. Since William did not suffer from any mental illness that could affect his judgment, he was deemed competent to stand trial and accepted a plea deal. Consequently, he was sentenced to 7 years in the Luther Luckett Correctional Facility in LaGrange. Learning of William's conviction, his wife chose to divorce him. In prison, William was informed that he needed to participate in a rehabilitation program for sex offenders, but he refused to take responsibility for his crimes. Seeing that William showed no signs of remorse, even though he was considered an obedient prisoner who rarely caused trouble and even obtained an Associate of Arts degree from Lindsey Wilson College, the prison authorities believed he was not eligible for a reduced sentence. On April 5, 1999, William was released from prison. Due to his sex crime, William was also added to the Indiana Sex and Violent Offender Registry. Later, William started dating a girl named Kelly Bailey, and the two moved into an apartment in Borden, Indiana. However, as William's drug habit worsened, Bailey left him in early 2000. A few months later, Bailey reported to the police that her ex-boyfriend William had used his car to stop hers while she was delivering newspapers, and he had brutally beaten her before fleeing the scene. Although the injuries on Bailey's face could prove the truth of her statement, due to lack of evidence, the case was dropped. In 2001, William was arrested for stealing a motorcycle and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. However, he was allowed to first receive treatment for his drug and alcohol addiction at Madison State Hospital. At the time, hospital staff claimed that William was not interested in treatment at all. He was also diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but no signs of mental illness were found in him. Then he was sent to Floyd County Jail to serve the remaining sentence until his release on March 12, 2002. On October 31, 2002, William was arrested for driving a truck under the influence of alcohol. At this time, William's arm was tattooed with a series of dates and an image of a knife. No one knew what it meant. After 4 days of alcohol withdrawal, William was examined by a psychiatrist from the prison. Although he complained of frequent headaches, stomach aches, insomnia, and hypochondria during the examination, the psychiatrist concluded that William was normal in all aspects, except for mild anxiety and signs of antisocial behavior. On January 7, 2003, a severely decomposed body was discovered in Clarksville. The victim showed obvious signs of abuse, with several stab wounds on the throat. Through dental records, the victim was identified as 44-year-old beautician Karen Sue Hodella from Port Orange, Florida. Investigators first considered her boyfriend as the suspect. However, during the interrogation, Hodella's boyfriend claimed that she had come to visit him in Jeffersonville in October 2002. The two had spent a few days in local bars, but around October 10th, Hodella left without saying goodbye and disappeared. In May 2003, William sued the prison, claiming that the prison staff improperly denied him access to medication for mental illness and kept him in a dirty environment. However, the lawsuit was dismissed by a federal judge who considered it to be baseless. William liked to hang out in bars and met many people there. On February 21, 2006, he stole a wallet and $300 from a female acquaintance's bag. Then her husband found William's car and arrested him on charges of theft. William was sentenced to 3 years in prison and was not released until 2009. After his release, William found a job where he was described as a diligent worker. He also received positive reviews from friends and neighbors for frequently attending local church activities and helping his sick mother. In late August 2011, he stopped participating in church activities because his mother fell ill and was sent to a nursing home. On January 18, 2012, his mother passed away at Floyd Memorial Hospital. Many neighbors believed that his mother's death had a significant psychological impact on William, as he became melancholic and stayed at home all day. On March 24th, William met 35-year-old Stephanie Marie Kirk at a bar in New Albany. They rode a motorcycle together and went to a motel where they spent the day using drugs and having sex. William then took Kirk back to his home, where they argued over some drugs. In a fit of anger, William strangled Kirk to death and sexually assaulted her corpse before burying her in the backyard. On April 19, 2012, the day after William killed Wittes, his sister came to his house. She wanted to get the car left by their mother, who had died a few months earlier. As soon as she entered the house, she went straight to the garage. The light in the garage was dim, and while checking the car, she noticed a pile of garbage in the corner with a mannequin inside. At first, she didn't think much of it, but when she got closer, she saw a pool of blood on the ground. The mannequin looked too realistic, like a human corpse. She immediately called the police and reported everything. Later that day, William was arrested for driving under the influence. The car he was driving belonged to Wittes. 5 days later, the victim was identified as Wittes, and the clues connected. William was charged with murder. A few days later, the tattoos on his arm were identified as a series of dates. After collecting information, the investigators found that the dates corresponded to the day Hodella was murdered. William then confessed to the murder and led the police to the place where he buried Kirk. On May 23rd, he was charged with 3 counts of murder. During the trial, the prosecutor presented an interview with investigators after William's arrest, in which he claimed that evil had overcome him and forced him to commit the murders. On October 25, 2013, William was found guilty of murdering Wittes in a jury trial. The jurors took less than 20 minutes to find William guilty of all charges. In the subsequent sentencing, he was sentenced to death. He told the judge that it was no big deal and that he deserved it. For the trials of the remaining 2 murder cases, William changed his plea. He waived his right to a speedy trial and chose to plead guilty to the murder of Hodella. As part of the plea deal, the evidence presented in this trial would not be used in subsequent trials as evidence or as a factor to aggravate his sentence. In the trial of the last murder case, William once again chose to plead guilty. He waived his right to a jury trial, but despite this, the prosecutor remained determined to seek the death penalty for William. On August 15, 2014, William was again sentenced to death. The judge stated publicly that this was the only appropriate sentence for such a brutal killing. After being imprisoned, William filed multiple appeals against his death sentence, but all were rejected by the Indiana Supreme Court. Later, William confessed to being responsible for an additional 30 murders, but there was no evidence to support these claims. In the mysterious 20th century, in Kansas, a state located in the Midwestern United States, some notorious serial killers also emerged on this vast land. Their crimes filled people with endless terror because the methods they used against their victims were extremely cruel. However, what is most chilling is that some missing people never reappeared, not even their remains. This means that no one knows what kind of torture they suffered, nor where they were buried by the murderer. For the families of the victims, this unknown is the most painful torment. They understand that their loved ones have likely met with misfortune, but deep in their hearts, there is still a faint glimmer of hope that their relatives might still be alive. This feeling of hovering between despair and hope constantly cuts at their souls. On the morning of January 27, 1977, in Leavenworth, Kansas, 72-year-old Hazel Meeker was sitting on the sofa in her home. For her, every day now consisted of lying in a rocking chair, reading the newspaper, and watering her flowers, enjoying the life of an elderly person. Just as she was about to rest, a boy broke into her house. Upon hearing the door open, the elderly woman felt an unknown sense of panic. Upon closer inspection, she recognized her neighbor's son, 16-year-old Richard Anthony Grissom Jr. Meeker thought that perhaps the young boy had had a minor argument with his family and was looking for someone to talk to. In her impression, Richard was a very friendly, handsome, and intelligent child. However, she was unaware that the young man was secretly holding a railroad spike. Half an hour later, Richard left Meeker's house in a panic. He then broke into another house. Since the owner was not home, he carefully searched their rooms and took a handgun. Dozens of minutes later, Meeker's granddaughter visited her grandmother as usual. Upon opening the door, she found her grandmother lying on the ground with a pool of blood beneath her. Immediately, she contacted the police and reported what she had seen. An investigation was launched promptly. The investigators who arrived at the scene found a large number of disordered footprints near the house's entrance due to the snow. They followed the footprints to a trailer park, passing by a house that had been burglarized along the way, and then reached the railway tracks in the southern part of the town. Apparently, the perpetrator was trying to cover his tracks. After arriving at the trailer park, the investigators found Richard, who was trying to bury the handgun. Absolutely, they apprehended the person they believed to be the murderer. At the police station, the flustered Richard quickly confessed to the murder under police interrogation. 3 months passed quickly, and in April 1977, Richard was convicted in juvenile court and transferred to the Topeka Boys Industrial School. The purpose of this institution is to provide education and vocational training for boys under 16, helping them reform and reintegrate into society. 2 years later, in February 1979, Richard and 2 other teenagers escaped from there, but they were captured after only about a day on the run, during which they also broke into a house in Jefferson County. In 1980, after leaving the Topeka Boys Industrial School, Richard enrolled at Kansas State University. In September, he went to Manhattan, where he joined the track and field team. During practice, he earned the nickname Rockman because he almost fell every time he jumped. Due to his lack of running talent, Richard quit the track and field team after a month and took up squash, where he was regarded as a star player. In November 1982, a month before the final exams, Richard stole $190 from a resume service in Manhattan. 2 months later, he pleaded not guilty to the theft charge and was sentenced to 3 years of probation. After that, he drifted between Kansas City and Manhattan. In 1984, he stole a Mazda and was sentenced to serve time until June 1988, when he was paroled. In fact, Richard was an unexpected child born to an American soldier and a Korean woman during their time together. His biological parents directly sent him to an orphanage, where he stayed until 3 years later when Richard was adopted by an African-American couple and brought to Kansas. Over time, in the mid-1970s, they moved to Leavenworth. No one knows what happened during Richard's childhood, but some reports indicate that he was frequently abused by his adoptive father. In 1989, Richard began a relationship with Terry Renee Manis, a 25-year-old student at Butler Community College. On June 6, the two planned to start a romantic date. The next day, her neighbor found Manis lying naked on the floor of her apartment, covered in stab wounds. Later, the autopsy report revealed that her actual cause of death was strangulation. On June 8th, Richard leased a storage unit in southern Johnson County under the alias Randy Rodriguez. Over the past 2 years, Richard had become a house painter and maintenance worker, even securing contracts with large apartment complexes in the area. This gave him access to keys for hundreds of apartments. Then, in just over a week, 3 young women in Johnson County went missing. The first missing case was Joan Marie Butler, a 24-year-old who lived in Overland Park, Kansas, and worked for an advertising company. On June 18th, Butler told her family that she was going to visit a friend, but she never appeared in public again. On June 25th, Butler's rented car was found in an apartment complex, with a pool of blood inside. On June 26th, Teresa Brown and Christine Rush, both 22 years old, went missing. Brown was a cheerleader and prom queen from Camdenton High School in Missouri, working as a dental assistant and planning to become a dental hygienist. Rush was a high school graduate engaged in retail marketing. At the time, they lived in Trafalgar Square Apartments in Lenexa, Kansas. That day, Rush had taken a sick day for both herself and Brown, planning to throw a party because Brown was about to leave her. However, the next day, they were reported missing, just like Butler, and have not been seen since. While Butler was reported missing, investigators discovered that on the morning of the day after her disappearance, a man had withdrawn approximately $900 from her bank account. They immediately identified this mysterious man as a person of interest. Fortunately, he had not disguised himself in any way, so they easily found and identified him as 29-year-old Richard. However, they lacked direct evidence of kidnapping and could only charge him with theft. Since Richard had gone into hiding, the police had to issue a wanted alert to the public. In the meantime, friends of Brown and Rush saw the wanted notice and recognized Richard as the man who had attended their farewell party. Further investigation by the police revealed that on the day the 2 girls went missing, Richard had rented a second storage unit in Stanley with a woman claiming to be Brown. About a few hours later, bank surveillance cameras captured Rush withdrawing money from an ATM. In late June, law enforcement obtained a search warrant and searched Richard's Toyota vehicle, where they found the credit cards of Brown and Rush, as well as a 12-inch red knife. Additionally, witnesses living near Butler's apartment reported seeing a vehicle similar to Richard's parked outside their apartment building in the days following the disappearance. Police then searched Richard's 2 storage units and collected numerous hair strands from the floor, which were sent to the Johnson County Crime Laboratory for comparison. The results indicated that these hairs likely belonged to the missing women. Moreover, in the residence of Brown and Rush, the police found male DNA that matched Richard's DNA sample exactly. In early July, the FBI located Richard, who was in hiding in Texas, and dispatched 15 federal agents to arrest him. On July 7th, they conducted approximately 4.5 hours of surveillance at the American Airlines terminal in Dallas. At 9:45 a.m., they successfully spotted Richard and apprehended him. Richard was then taken to an interrogation room and subjected to an 8-hour interrogation by the FBI. During this time, he rarely answered questions and consistently requested to hire a lawyer. Investigations revealed that Richard had been staying at a motel in Corpus Christi during this period, so the police searched this residence but found no additional evidence. Although the whereabouts of the women were not discovered, the police had gathered sufficient evidence to determine that the 3 women had been killed, and therefore charged Richard with 3 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of aggravated kidnapping, 4 counts of aggravated robbery, 2 counts of aggravated burglary, 1 count of burglary, and 1 count of theft. Richard was then detained in a prison in Dallas, and in November he was extradited back to Kansas. In March 1990, the judge reduced Richard's robbery charges from 4 counts of aggravated robbery to 4 counts of simple robbery. On March 14th, he pleaded not guilty to the charges. In October, Richard went on trial, with the defense insisting on his innocence while the prosecution accused him of killing the 3 women. As evidence, the prosecutor called a genetics expert who testified that the blood found in the car likely belonged to a child of Butler's parents, meaning it was Butler's blood. On November 4th, after 12 hours of deliberation, the jury found Richard guilty on all counts. Consequently, on November 20th, he was sentenced to 4 life imprisonment terms. The reason he was not sentenced to death was due to the timing of the 1990 Kansas gubernatorial election. Republican Governor Mike Hayden, seeking re-election, used this case to emphasize the necessity of reinstating the death penalty. He argued that if Richard had been sentenced to death for the 1977 murder, he would not have been able to kill the other 3 women. However, this sparked significant controversy, as most people believed Richard could not be sentenced to death since he was still a minor at the time. Moreover, Hayden lost the election and the death penalty was not reinstated. In October 1998, it was discovered that Richard had joined an internet pen pal group specifically for incarcerated individuals. The victims' families expressed their disappointment at allowing such websites. Tim Butler, brother of Joan Butler, wrote to the website operators stating, "The monster Grissom forgot to mention his other hobbies, bludgeoning old ladies with railroad spikes and killing and torturing young women." As of 2025, Richard remains incarcerated and will not be eligible for parole until 2093. The whereabouts of the girls have still not been discovered, as Richard has refused to provide any information. He has also declined to offer details about the murder of Manus, for which he is also a primary suspect. In the 1980s, American society was rife with violence and crime, with murders, sexual assaults, robberies, and shootings occurring everywhere. On the afternoon of August 22, 1982, the sun was no longer scorching, and the air carried a hint of coolness. A boy was jogging on the Bat Cove Trail in Portland, Maine. This was not his first time doing so. He often came to this path for exercise, and his parents were aware of this. However, this day was different from usual, as 11-year-old Richard Stetson did not return home on time. Even after nightfall, his parents standing at the door did not see their son. Sensing something was wrong, his parents immediately called the police. The next day, a driver on Interstate 295 noticed a boy lying in the bushes at a bend, barely clothed. He reported this to the police, and officers on patrol nearby rushed to the scene. They found that the boy had clear marks of strangulation on his neck, his clothes were almost completely removed, and there were bite marks on his arm. After forensic examination, the boy was identified as the missing Richard, and the cause of death was determined to be stabbing. Investigators took over the case. Since no weapon was found at the crime scene, they had to rely on the bite marks on Richard's body and investigate those who were on the Bat Cove Trail at the time to find clues. As time went on, the investigation progressed slowly. Under immense public pressure, investigators focused on some pedophiles. Coincidentally, a suspect was present there that day, so they arrested him on charges of murder. Even though his teeth did not match the bite marks on the victim, he was still forcibly identified as the culprit. On September 18, 1983, a Sunday in Bellevue, Nebraska, a 13-year-old boy named Danny Joe Eberl, who worked for a newspaper to earn extra pocket money, disappeared after delivering only 3 of his 70 newspapers. Hours later, his father found his abandoned bicycle and the remaining 67 newspapers on the lawn in front of Danny's 4th customer's house, with no signs of struggle. Then Danny's brother reported a strange incident to the police. In recent days, Danny and he had been followed by a white man driving a brown car, which was an important clue. After 3 days of searching, Danny's body was found in a grassy area about 4 miles from where his bicycle was left. The crime scene was in disarray, and the look of terror on his face indicated that he had suffered unspeakable torture before his death. His underwear was pulled down, his hands and feet were tightly bound, his mouth was sealed with surgical tape, and he had 9 stab wounds. Investigators initially targeted pedophiles, even bringing in a hypnotist to help witnesses recall possibly forgotten memories. However, after questioning known pedophiles in the area, no evidence was found, and the investigation hit a dead end. A local bank announced a reward of $40,000 for information leading to the arrest of the killer. FBI profilers believed the perpetrator was likely a white, young man with sexual tendencies. A week after the crime, a young man was caught molesting 2 little boys, and the police considered him a major suspect. After his arrest, the young man pleaded not guilty, failed a polygraph test, and provided a false alibi. However, since he did not match the profile created by the FBI for the killer, he was released. On December 2nd, in a town 3 miles away from where Danny's body was found, 12-year-old Christopher Walden disappeared while walking to school. 2 days later, his body was discovered by a hunter 5 miles away from Papillion. The crime scene was gruesome. The little boy's throat was deeply slashed, almost decapitated, and there were stab wounds of varying depths on his body. Initially, investigators believed that the 2 cases were not committed by the same perpetrator because, this time, there were no signs of the victim being tied up, and the body was hidden more concealed. It was not until investigators interviewed local residents that several witnesses at the scene of Walden's disappearance reported seeing a white man get out of a brown car, apparently holding something in his hand, then approach a little boy, and shortly after they got into the car and left. With no leads, the 2 cases remained unsolved until January 11, 1984, when a kindergarten teacher in the area where the murders occurred provided the police and the FBI with the clues they needed. She reported that she had seen a young man driving around the area in a car seemingly loitering or doing something unspecified. Given the recent murders, she wanted to record the vehicle's license plate. However, when she attempted to do so, the driver stopped in front of her and threatened her. They traced the license plate number and found that the car was not brown but was rented by an enlisted radar technician from Offutt Air Force Base. But after further investigation, they found that this man fit the FBI's initial profile of a white single male, similar to the composite sketch drawn from witness statements, and he also had a brown Chevrolet Nova sedan under repair. This man's name is John Joseph Joubert IV. His story began on July 2, 1963, when he was born in Lawrence, Massachusetts. Unfortunately, his mother was an extremely controlling person who was very harsh towards her family. So, 6 years later, his father, unable to bear his wife's verbal control and abuse, chose to divorce. In 1974, 11-year-old John and his sister moved with their mother to a dilapidated apartment in Portland, Maine. His childhood was very tragic. He was tightly controlled by his mother and lacked fatherly love. Even though he missed his father, his mother supervised him constantly, not allowing him to visit his father. As a result, John gradually came to hate this woman who controlled his behavior. Due to his mother's excessive control, his personality became timid, sensitive, and shy, traits that made him extremely easy to be bullied by others. And indeed, this was the case. Although he had always been an excellent student who loved learning at school, he believed in his heart that he was born to be bullied and abused. Therefore, he was often victimized by his classmates. One teacher once said that John appeared to be like a little boy throughout his entire high school period because he did not know how to protect himself at all. In order to compensate for the feeling of being isolated, John tried to integrate into the collective by participating in group activities, playing the clarinet, and joining the track and field team. However, as time went on, his inner self gradually became twisted. At the age of 13, John accidentally stabbed a girl with a pencil. But when the girl cried out in pain, he experienced sexual arousal, a feeling he had never felt before. So, the next day, as he rode his bicycle past another girl, he deliberately slashed her with a razor blade. In another incident, he beat a boy and almost strangled him into unconsciousness. It was at this point that John's sadistic and homicidal fantasies developed to the point where he imagined murdering strangers on the street, or binding and gagging those who resisted him. Because he had been bullied during his adolescence, he took immense pleasure in this dominant physical and mental power and began to consider randomly stabbing or slashing others. In a later psychiatric report, John was described as saying that he derived joy from the despair of his victims, stating, "If you're going to do it, get it over with." In 1981, John graduated from high school at a school in Portland. The police then issued a search warrant. When they searched John's barracks, the investigators found a hunting knife and a rope that matched the one used to bind Danny. After collecting this as evidence, the FBI determined that this unusual rope was made for the U.S. military in South Korea. During the interrogation, John stated that he obtained it from the reconnaissance sergeant of the unit where he served as an assistant, and then he admitted to the murders of Danny and Walden. On January 12, 1984, John was charged with the murder of the two Nebraska boys. During the trial, a panel of 3 judges sentenced him to death on 2 counts. At the time, when an FBI profiler introduced the cases of the 2 boys during a training course at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, a police officer from Portland, Maine, noticed similarities to a case in his jurisdiction that occurred before John joined the Air Force. After his teeth were found to match the bite marks on Richard, it was confirmed that in addition to these 2 murders, John was also responsible for Richard's murder. Therefore, in 1990, he was also sentenced to life imprisonment in Maine for the murder of Richard after his teeth were found to match the bite marks. In 1995, John filed a habeas corpus petition challenging his death sentence. His lawyer argued that several psychiatric evaluations of John proved that he suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder and schizoid personality disorder, claiming that John's murders were caused by mental derangement. However, the investigators pointed out that John was in a clear state of mind when he committed the crimes, stating that he clearly exhibited sadistic behavior by torturing Danny and Walden. Then John was scheduled to be executed by electric chair on July 17, 1996. Before his execution, he made his final statement saying, "I just want to say that again, I am sorry for what I have done. I do not know if my death will change anything or if it will bring anyone peace. And I just ask the families of Danny Abril and Christopher Walden and Richard Stetson to please try to find some peace and ask the people of Nebraska to forgive me. That's all." At 12:29 a.m. on July 17, 1996, he he was executed by electric chair. On a winter night in Los Angeles, January 6, 1987, a homeless man, as he usually did, was wandering the streets of Koreatown, searching for a place to shelter from the cold. Unbeknownst to him, tonight would be the end of his life. A young man named Joseph Martin Danks, armed with a sharp knife like a skilled hunter, hid in the hazy night and quietly approached the homeless man. Without hesitation, he stabbed him in the heart with the knife, instantly taking his life. Next day, the sun rose as usual, and the streets were filled with people. The body of this poor man was discovered, his face bearing an expression of terror, as if it were telling the story of that horrifying night. In January 1987, a serial killer emerged near Koreatown in Los Angeles, who crazily targeted homeless people and carried out a series of brutal murders. He usually stabbed his victims from behind with great force, and his methods were extremely brutal. The first victim was 40-year-old Christopher Michael Forsblade. On January 7th, his body was found on Vermont Avenue. The crime scene was gruesome. The homeless man's body lay on the ground, his heart stabbed and blood pooling around him. 7 days later, 2 new victims appeared. Their remains were discovered at noon and in the afternoon respectively. One was 58-year-old Isaac Davis, killed on South Menlo Avenue. Then, in less than 3 hours, 55-year-old John Charles Corll was killed on West 9th Street. Autopsy reports showed that they died from stab wounds, with vital organs ruptured and bleeding to death. 2 days later, a homeless man, aged around 43 and whose identity was never confirmed, was brutally murdered on West 8th Street. The next day, 64-year-old Almond Lord was attacked on South Kenmore Avenue. The elderly man survived the assault because the multiple serial murders at the time had already heightened the vigilance of the local homeless population. He had been on guard, and when the assailant attacked him, he put up a fierce resistance, causing the attacker to flee. He also provided the police with a description of the suspect's appearance for a composite sketch during the subsequent investigation. On January 20th, 58-year-old James Lyons was attacked in Manhattan Plaza. Like Lord, he was prepared for an assault. Although he was stabbed, he also survived. A few hours later, another homeless man in his 50s was killed on Southwest Boulevard, and his identity was never confirmed. However, in this murder, a witness saw the assailant in the act. He chased the attacker for 5 blocks and then borrowed a phone from a passerby to call the police. The police responded swiftly, cornering the assailant in a dead-end alley. In the end, the attacker made no futile resistance. Just before being arrested, he wrapped the murder weapon, a kitchen knife, in a newspaper and threw it into a trash can, but it was eventually found by the police. After arriving at the police station, the killer's identity was confirmed as 25-year-old Joseph Martin Danks. He waived his Miranda rights, which means he had the right to remain silent and the right to have a lawyer present during questioning. He directly admitted to 6 counts of murder. In addition to his testimony, the main evidence proving Joseph's involvement in the murders was the kitchen knife he discarded, as the width and length of the blade matched the depth and shape of the victim's wounds. Furthermore, a 34-year-old man named Christopher John Regal was released by the police, as he had been the primary suspect in these murders before Joseph's arrest. According to Joseph's statement, his motive for the murders was personal animosity towards the homeless, whom he considered to be dirty and disgusting. And the start of his killing spree was triggered by a homeless man named Edwin Trujillo. He claimed that this homeless man caused the shelter to be overcrowded, preventing Joseph from being allowed to stay there overnight, although the police could not confirm whether this incident occurred. In March 1988, the prosecutor's office offered Joseph a plea deal, but he initially refused it. During the trial, Joseph was detained at the Men's Central Jail, where he exhibited symptoms of paranoia. He was keen on constructing conspiracy theories surrounding his detention, complaining that his prison food had been poisoned by unknown individuals. He firmly believed that the famous actor Burt Reynolds and television host Johnny Carson were in the same room with him, defecating in his food. He also accused the prison management of psychologically torturing him by playing music through the cameras in his cell. During a court hearing, Joseph even attacked his lawyer with a makeshift knife crafted from a toothbrush and a razor blade, causing minor injuries. In December of the same year, on the advice of his lawyer, Joseph accepted the plea deal in exchange for the withdrawal of the death penalty. According to the agreement, on December 23, 1988, he was found guilty of 6 murder charges and sentenced to life imprisonment, with no possibility of parole for 156 years. Due to his deteriorating mental health, Joseph was transferred to Atascadero State Hospital, where he received treatment from June 1989 to March 1990. During this period, after a psychiatric evaluation, Joseph was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and antisocial personality disorder. He also underwent a neurological examination to determine if there were any suspected cysts in his brain, but the results did not reveal any abnormalities. After a period of treatment, his mental state improved, and on August 23, 1990, he was transferred out of the hospital to the California Correctional Institution in Tehachapi to continue serving his life sentence. Around 1 a.m. on September 21, 1990, Joseph was shouting loudly in his cell, claiming that he had killed his cellmate. A prison guard was alerted and went to check the cell, where he found the body of 67-year-old Walter Holt. That morning, during an interview about what had happened, Joseph stated that 3 hours after he was locked in the cell, Holt had fallen asleep, and he strangled Holt with a rope made from a bedsheet. He claimed that he killed the man because a divine voice had ordered him to do so. Obviously, this explanation was not credible to anyone, so Joseph was charged with first-degree murder. While awaiting trial, Joseph remained in prison, where he continued to engage in criminal activities. On November 12, 1991, a prison guard searched his cell and found a sharp plastic handle hidden in his mattress. On January 23, 1992, a prison guard conducted a strip search on several inmates, including Joseph. During the search, the guard forced the prisoners to take off their clothes. When he removed the handcuffs from Joseph and another inmate, Joseph used a piece of metal to stab the other prisoner in the head. On January 26th, another prison guard noticed smoke coming from Joseph's cell and immediately took him out to put out the fire. The cause of the fire was later determined to be Joseph setting his cell on fire with newspapers and magazines he had been collecting. On July 12th, during lunchtime, Joseph attacked a guard, beating him and attempting to splash a cup of hot coffee in his face. In early 1993, Joseph's trial for the murder of Holt began. During one of the court sessions, he attacked one of his lawyers, stabbing him with a sharp wire. On April 2, 1993, Joseph pleaded guilty to the murder charge and was subsequently sentenced to death. In his final statement, Joseph showed no remorse for his actions, claiming that he was doing God's work by killing the elderly man. He also threatened the judge and the prosecutor and told the jury members that he openly welcomed being executed. Joseph's mental condition was a cause for concern for everyone, but perhaps there was some explanation for it all. Joseph's story began on June 17, 1962, when he was born into a wealthy family in Bay City, Michigan. His mother was not his father's legal wife, but a nanny, and as a result, the innocent child was not highly regarded within the family. In fact, his birth was not valued by everyone. During her pregnancy, Joseph's mother continuously consumed alcohol, leading to his premature birth by 2 months. At birth, he weighed only 2 kilograms and had to spend 4 weeks in an incubator at the hospital. Even after returning home, he was not cared for by his parents, as the two irresponsible individuals continued to drink excessively after his birth. It was his half-sister and the hired housekeeper who took care of him. According to the housekeeper, on at least 2 occasions, he found Joseph crying and locked in a drawer by his mother. Additionally, there were reports of his parents giving him sedatives, causing him to be in a state of sleep for most of the time. Although his mother denied this, the couple's actions did not seem to convince people. In early 1964, his parents had a violent argument, during which his father beat his mother and broke her nose. This led to the angry mother leaving home with 2-year-old Joseph and living on her own. Over the next decade, Joseph endured a great deal of hardship. He witnessed his mother marrying a strange man, giving birth to 2 sons, and then constantly arguing with his stepfather, which led to the stepfather leaving home and abandoning the family. He also saw his mother being consoled by another man, and under the meticulous care of this man, she married him. In 1976, Joseph returned to Bay City with his mother and new stepfather, and then Joseph reconnected with his biological father and 2 half-brothers. At this point, they were already deeply in debt, having lost their house and jobs, and were living in a trailer, surviving by theft while using various anesthetics such as marijuana, LSD, and phencyclidine. A year later, 15-year-old Joseph was involved in 2 traffic accidents within just a few months, one of which resulted in a head injury. Although he successfully recovered after being discharged from the hospital, he showed signs of mental illness, which was not surprising. In fact, his half-brother also suffered from schizophrenia, as their biological father was both a drug user and an alcoholic, with declining memory. A year later, Joseph was arrested in Mexico on suspicion of drug possession. Although he was ultimately only fined administratively, his new stepfather directly prohibited him from entering the trailer and contacting his biological father and brothers, a wise decision because soon after his 2 half-brothers were arrested for drug trafficking. In the following year, Joseph dropped out of school and ran away from home. He began a months-long journey of homelessness, constantly hitchhiking between various cities. During this period, Joseph's mental state deteriorated rapidly, with symptoms of hypochondria and clinical delirium. He frequently moved furniture around the house and deliberately cut the electrical wires, claiming that someone was watching him through the television. He also accused his mother and other relatives of trying to poison him, so he refused to eat any food prepared by his family. He seemed to have a severe case of mysophobia, obsession with cleanliness, washing dishes, and tidying the room multiple times a day. In addition, he was plagued by auditory hallucinations, as he claimed to be communicating with his deceased grandparents. Even though his family wanted to help him, he refused any medical assistance, insisting that drug addiction was a common phenomenon in society. He was also convinced that President Ronald Reagan smoked 10,000 marijuana cigarettes a day. Due to unemployment, he relied on financial support from his mother, but he suspected that his mother and aunt were colluding to print counterfeit money and threatened to report them to the police. In his spare time, he hung out with local homeless people, and over time, he gradually stopped taking care of his appearance, becoming slovenly and unhygienic. In October 1982, Joseph appeared at an elementary school in New Jersey, dressed in tattered clothes, causing a panic. He was forcibly taken to the police station. After returning to Michigan, he again complained of experiencing hallucinations. Having committed several minor offenses, Joseph was involuntarily committed to a mental hospital for treatment. Although he managed to escape after 2 weeks, he was found in Florida after several days on the run and was sent back to the facility, where he received treatment until early 1984. He was then sent back to his mother. At this point, Joseph's first stepfather offered him a job, attempting to repair their relationship. However, starting in 1985, Joseph's mental state deteriorated again. He displayed misanthropic traits, refusing to accompany his stepfather to any fast food restaurants or other public places. And he demanded that food be delivered to him by truck and claimed that an unidentified malicious entity was tracking him. After a while, he left his stepfather and once again began hitchhiking across the country. In 1986, Joseph went to live with one of his half-brothers for several weeks. However, this brother had become a Jehovah's Witness after being released from prison 2 years prior, had gotten married, and had ceased all criminal activities, leading to arguments between the two, and Joseph eventually left. In June 1986, Joseph was arrested for illegally possessing a sawed-off shotgun. During his incarceration in the county jail, he exhibited signs of obsessive-compulsive disorder, constantly keeping his cell clean and washing his belongings multiple times a day. In September, Joseph pleaded guilty to an attempted theft charge and was sentenced to 5 years of probation. After his release, he left Michigan again and reappeared in Los Angeles, California by the end of 1986, marking the beginning of Joseph's murder spree. On April 2, 1993, after the final sentencing, Joseph was transferred to a death row cell at San Quentin State Prison. As time went on, his mental health continued to deteriorate. He often complained of hallucinations and pain caused by rats, but no traces of rats were found in his cell. Joseph also suffered from insomnia, frequently screaming at night and waking other prisoners from their sleep. He also often attacked prison guards, once pouring urine on a guard. Although his mental illness was known, he did not receive treatment until 2011. In 2004, Joseph's lawyer drafted an appeal, asking to overturn his death sentence and requesting a retrial. This was because during the second trial in 1993, 2 jurors sought advice from their parish clergy, a violation of the rules that juries should follow, as jurors are prohibited from discussing the case outside the courtroom. However, the appeal was rejected. In 2012, Joseph's family hired a lawyer to appeal his death sentence, asking for treatment for his mental disorder. However, the court did not make a final decision on this appeal. On March 13, 2019, the governor of California ordered a suspension of the death penalty in the state. This meant that although Joseph's death sentence remained valid due to the governor's order, he would not be executed. And his case and health continued to be monitored, especially since he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and antisocial personality disorder. In the early 20th century, a widow in her 60s sat in the living room of her boarding house as usual. In her hand was a tattered prayer book, ready to pray for herself. This woman ran the boarding house alone. In the past, she had made a living by renting out rooms. Although her life was not affluent, she always tried her best to create a cozy home for her tenants. On that evening, a young man named Earl Leonard Nelson arrived at her door. He claimed to be a devout Christian looking for a quiet place to rest. His appearance was gentle and polite, which put the woman at ease. She welcomed him warmly, as she did with other tenants, showing him around the rooms and explaining the rules of the house in detail. Nelson behaved respectfully during the tour, and his demeanor convinced the woman that he would be an ideal tenant. However, she had no idea that this seemingly pious young man harbored dark impulses within, nor could she imagine that this night would be her last. As dusk fell and the entire boarding house fell silent, she sat alone in the living room, preparing to begin her evening prayers once again. She had no idea that her new tenant had a nickname, the Gorilla Killer, and that she was about to become another victim of his brutal murders. The tragedy began on May 12, 1897, when Nelson was born in San Francisco, California. If life were to improve after hitting rock bottom, then for Nelson, his entire life was one of misfortune. It is said that his father was a drunkard and his mother a sex worker. Within just 2 years of his birth, both of them died of syphilis. Nelson's grandparents, devout Pentecostals, then took on the responsibility of raising their daughter's child. However, their age and personalities were not well suited to caring for a young boy. They lived a strict Puritan lifestyle, constantly suppressing their own emotions and feelings. For Nelson, a natural troublemaker, this stern family atmosphere was sheer torment. As a result, Nelson exhibited self-loathing and other pathological behaviors from a young age. At the age of 7, he was expelled from school for misbehavior. His teachers complained that the boy constantly talked to invisible people and frequently referenced a large beast from the Bible. He also had a habit of peeking at female family members undressing. So Nelson was described by everyone as a psychotic child. Even his own grandmother thought so. She noted that Nelson would sometimes go to school in freshly cleaned clothes, only to return home in tattered garments, as if he had exchanged clothes with a homeless person. When Nelson was 10 years old, he was involved in an accident with a streetcar while riding his bicycle. Blood gushed from one of his temples, and after the doctor's best efforts, they believed he would not survive. Strangely, however, he awoke from a coma just a few days later. But the accident haunted him for the rest of his life. He suffered from frequent headaches and memory loss, and began to exhibit unstable behavior. As Nelson entered his teenage years and puberty, his curiosity about women grew stronger. He frequently visited the brothels and bars in San Francisco's Barbary Coast red light district and contracted a sexually transmitted disease. His mental illness also worsened. He often subjected his family members to bizarre physical acts, such as walking on his hands or attempting to lift heavy objects with his teeth. Nelson had suffered a head injury that led to a decrease in his intelligence and significant memory loss. In 1918, a Navy psychiatrist indicated that Nelson was living in a constitutional psychopathic state, which means he had congenital psychopathy. This implied that he had difficulties in cognition and behavioral control, making his criminal activities almost inevitable. At the age of 18, Nelson went to a rural area in Plumas County, where he broke into a cabin, thinking it was abandoned, and took it over. For this offense, he was sentenced to 2 years in San Quentin State Prison. Although he was paroled after a year, over the next 2 years, Nelson was frequently arrested for minor thefts and burglaries. At the end of 1917, Nelson enlisted in the military but deserted after 6 weeks. This became a pattern for him as he repeatedly joined different branches of the military under various names and then deserted. In 1918, at the age of 21, Nelson joined the U.S. Navy. During a military training session, his bizarre and unstable behavior led to his admission to Napa State Mental Hospital. After observation, one psychiatrist concluded that Nelson did not exhibit violence, homicidal tendencies, or destructiveness. Another psychiatrist noted that Nelson had hallucinations and other paranoid delusions. Nelson often claimed to see people that others could not see, hear music that others could not hear, and sometimes believed that someone was poisoning him. He also heard strange and terrifying voices urging him to commit suicide. The poor man, Nelson, stated that if he were imprisoned, he would surely take some sharp object and cut the veins in his wrists. This psychiatrist also mentioned that Nelson experienced severe headaches during their conversations and had fainted on multiple occasions. During his confinement, Nelson attempted to escape several times until the staff eventually stopped searching for him. In 1919, Nelson was officially discharged from the U.S. Navy, and his hospital records were closed with a note indicating that his condition had improved after treatment. After escaping, Nelson found a job as a janitor at St. Mary's Hospital. This job required no skills or qualifications. It was here that he met Mary Martin, a 60-year-old administrator. The two began dating and reportedly got married, but the marriage was short-lived. Nelson turned the woman's life into a living hell with his strange jealousy and anger, bizarre sexual demands, religious delusions, and increasingly violent behavior. This led to their separation after just 6 months of cohabitation. Later, Martin recalled various strange behaviors she had witnessed while living with Nelson, including his long absences from home and unusual bathing habits, such as pouring water over his toes. On May 19, 1921, Nelson posed as a plumber and entered a residence on Pacific Avenue in San Francisco, where he attempted to molest a 12-year-old girl. However, the girl was very clever. She screamed frantically, trying to alert her brother to call for help, which caused Nelson to flee in fear. He was arrested a few hours later while riding a handcart. At the subsequent hearing, Nelson was identified as a dangerous individual and was sent back to Napa State Mental Hospital. There, he attempted to escape twice before being discharged in 1925. In 1926, Nelson began his horrific spree of murders. His first known victim was Clara Newman, a 60-year-old wealthy landlady living in San Francisco. On February 20th, he posed as a new tenant named Roger Wilson and entered her boarding house at 2037 Pierce Street. Once inside, Nelson strangled her, raped her corpse, and hid her body in an empty room in the house. Just a month later, on March 2nd, his second victim emerged. In San Jose, near San Francisco, 63-year-old Laura Beale was strangled to death in her home. His criminal actions then became more frequent. On June 26th, he strangled 63-year-old Lillian Mary in San Francisco and raped her corpse. 2 weeks later, he continued his crimes in California. In Santa Barbara, 325 miles south of San Francisco, 53-year-old Ollie Russell was strangled with a rope in her boarding house. The autopsy confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted after death. The similarities in the modus operandi to the San Francisco murders led the police to suspect a connection between these cases. On August 16th, Mary Nisbet, a 52-year-old apartment building owner in Oakland, was found dead in the bathroom of an empty apartment by her husband. She had been strangled and raped. Initially, local law enforcement questioned whether Nisbet's husband was involved in her death, but he was soon cleared of suspicion. Later, witnesses told the police that they had seen a smiling stranger lurking outside her apartment building on the day of Nisbet's murder. Others who claimed to have seen Nelson at various boarding houses described him as a dark, stocky man with long arms and large hands. Because of this, newspapers began to call him the Dark Strangler and the Gorilla Killer. In the fall, Nelson moved to Portland, Oregon. On October 19th, he raped and murdered 35-year-old landlady Beata Withers, the first of several victims he would kill in Portland. Her body was discovered by her teenage son, hidden under clothes in a steamer trunk in her attic. The next day, 59-year-old Virginia Grant was murdered in a vacant property on East 22nd Street, with her body concealed behind a basement furnace in her home. On October 21st, landlady Mabel Fluke disappeared from her home in Portland. A few days later, her body was found in the attic, strangled with a scarf. After committing 3 murders in Portland, Nelson briefly returned to San Francisco and raped and murdered 56-year-old widow Willie Anna Edmonds on November 18th. Initially, the police were reluctant to attribute the crime to the Dark Strangler. However, a few days after the murder, a friend of Edmonds told the police that she had visited Edmonds' home on the day of the murder and found her in the living room talking to a strange man about a business deal involving the sale of her house. The woman's description of the unknown man matched that of the gorilla killer. On November 19th, a 28-year-old pregnant woman near Burlingame, California, was attacked while showing her house to a man posing as a potential buyer. She survived the assault and described the man as about 5 feet 8 inches tall, well-dressed, and articulate. The woman later told reporters that although she had not felt threatened initially, she recalled that the man had commented on the intricate details of the house, especially the ceilings. "I now realize that he was trying to get me to look up at the ceiling so he could slip behind me and grab my throat," she said. On November 29th, Nelson murdered and raped Blanche Myers at her home in Portland. During the investigation, police found a fingerprint on Myers' iron bedpost. Although fingerprint technology was still in its early stages at the time, this discovery was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. The Portland murders also sparked a public frenzy, with the Oregonian reporting that the 3rd floor of the Portland Police Department had turned into a veritable madhouse, with officers receiving hundreds of calls and reports of suspicious individuals. A local woman claimed that a suspicious man had stayed at her boarding house for a few days after Thanksgiving under the name Adrian Harris. She said that on the day Myers was murdered, the man had told her and other residents that he was leaving to take a train to Vancouver and would not be back. She found this suspicious because he had already paid for several days' rent in advance. Before leaving, he had also given her and another boarder jewelry as a gift. The police later confirmed that the jewelry belonged to Florence Monks, a wealthy widow who had been murdered and raped in Seattle on November 23rd. To prevent further murders, law enforcement agencies in California and Oregon issued public safety announcements to citizens. In the San Francisco Bay Area, elderly women were advised to take precautions when renting out rooms and inviting strangers into their homes. Meanwhile, the Portland Police Department issued the following statement to the public: "Do not show your house or rooms for rent when you are alone. If necessary, ask the police to accompany you. Such crimes should be prevented. They could have been avoided if women had been more careful." I do not want to unduly alarm the people of Portland, but there is no denying that the situation is serious. In late November, Nelson left Portland and continued his killing spree, moving eastward and traveling by hitchhiking or sneaking onto trains. His criminal trail stretched from the West Coast to the Midwest and East Coast of the United States. On December 23rd, the body of 41-year-old Amira Berard was found in her home in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Her body was garlanded with a shirt. Initially, local police ruled her death as a suicide, as Berard had recently been discharged from a mental hospital. However, subsequent findings of signs of sexual assault led to the reversal of this decision, and the case was reclassified as a murder. On December 27, 23-year-old Bonnie Pace was strangled and raped in her home in Kansas City, Missouri. Her body was discovered by her husband in an upstairs room. Just one day later, on December 28th, 28-year-old Germania Harpen and her 8-month-old son were found murdered in their home in Kansas City. Both had been strangled, her son with a diaper, and Germania had been raped after death. They were discovered by her husband when he returned home from work that evening. On April 27, 1927, Nelson murdered and raped 53-year-old landlady Mary McConnell in Philadelphia. Several pieces of jewelry were also stolen from her residence. The next day, Nelson attempted to sell one of her gold watches to a pawnbroker, but was refused. On May 27th, Nelson arrived in Buffalo, New York, where he rented a room from 53-year-old Jenny Randolph under the name Charles Harrison. 3 days later, Jenny was found strangled and raped, her body stuffed under her bed. Jenny's brother had encountered Harrison, describing him as appearing about 33 years old, short and stout, with dark complexion and black hair combed back. Boarders at Jenny's house later positively identified Nelson as Charles Harrison. On June 1st in Detroit, Michigan, boarding house manager Fannie Mae and boarder Maureen Atorthy were found murdered in the boarding house under May's supervision. Their remains were discovered by the building's owner, Leonard Sink. May had been strangled with a wire cut from a table lamp. Police determined that the wire had been cut while the electricity was still running, as the knife used to cut it showed obvious signs of burning and a notched blade. On June 3rd, he murdered 27-year-old Mary Cecilia Sitzma in Chicago, Illinois. Sitzma was found by her husband on the floor of their home, strangled with an electrical cord. On June 8th, a series of shocking murders occurred in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. 14-year-old Lola Cowan mysteriously disappeared after leaving home to sell artificial flowers door to door. Just 2 days later, on June 10th, another local woman also vanished. That evening, her husband discovered her body while kneeling beside his son's bed for evening prayers. She had been raped, strangled, and showed signs of being struck with a claw hammer. Upon investigation, police found that several items were missing from her home, including a set of riding reins, her gold wedding ring, a family Bible, and a $10 bill. Additionally, a knife with burn marks and scratches was left at the scene, matching the knife used to cut the lamp wire in May's murder the previous week. This discovery led police to realize the connection between the cases. The next day, a local Winnipeg jeweler unknowingly purchased a gold ring for $3.50 Canadian dollars from a man who later turned out to be Nelson. The ring was confirmed to be the woman's wedding ring. Stolen clothes from her home were also found being sold at a second-hand store nearby. Both the jeweler and the clothing store owner positively identified the man who had sold the items as Nelson. A barber who owned a shop next to the second-hand store also provided a crucial lead to the police. He said that on the afternoon of June 10th, he had given a shave, haircut, and massage to a man who closely resembled Nelson. While cutting the man's hair, he noticed dried blood and scratches on his scalp. When he inquired about the source of these marks, the man became agitated and demanded that he not touch his hair. On June 12th, Winnipeg police conducted a city-wide search of rooming houses. While searching the boarding house at 133 Smith Street, where Nelson had recently resided, police discovered a decomposing body under the bed in Nelson's room. It was the missing Cowan, whose body had been dismembered in a manner reminiscent of Jack the Ripper's victims. Her clothes and personal items were also missing. After the discovery of Cowan's body, the Winnipeg City Council offered a reward of 1,500 Canadian dollars for information leading to the conviction of the perpetrator. This reward subsequently became a matter of controversy, with several individuals coming forward with information about Nelson's whereabouts, including a driver who claimed to have transported Nelson from Emerson to Winnipeg on the day Cowan disappeared. In June 1927, while investigating the Winnipeg murders, Canadian police suspected that Nelson might have fled to the United States. To locate him quickly, they sent detailed descriptions of him to police departments and post offices across the United States. During this period, reports surfaced of sightings of a man matching Nelson's description in Regina, Saskatchewan, and in Boissavin, Manitoba. On June 14th, a man identifying himself as Mike Mofsky was arrested by customs officers in the small town of Wauwunessa, on the border between Manitoba and Minnesota. This man's appearance closely matched Nelson's description, but he managed to escape the next day. Just 2 days later, on June 16th, in the border town of Killinick, Manitoba, only 12 miles from the North Dakota border, officers arrested a man named Vigil Wilson, who also fit Nelson's description. Reportedly, the man was so calm and cooperative during his arrest that officers even doubted they had the right person. Nelson was detained in a local jail, but he managed to escape that very night. However, fate was not on his side. He attempted to flee by train, but the next morning he was formally arrested again by an officer from the Crystal City Police Department on a railway line 47 miles east of Wauwunessa. He was then taken to the Rupert Street Police Station in Winnipeg, where he was photographed, fingerprinted, measured, and prepared for identification. Nearly 4,000 spectators waited outside the station, hoping to catch a glimpse of the suspect. The photographs taken by the Winnipeg police were quickly sent to police departments across the United States, leading to positive identifications by witnesses in Illinois and California, who claimed that the man matched the same unidentified renter they had encountered. Despite Nelson's insistence that his name was Vigil Wilson, fingerprints forwarded from the San Francisco Police Department to Winnipeg confirmed that his identity matched the one from his previous arrests. Nelson's fingerprints also matched those found at multiple crime scenes, and his teeth matched the marks found on the victims. Initially, he confessed to the crimes, candidly telling reporters, "I only kill my ladies on Saturday nights." However, he later retracted his confession, claiming innocence. Shortly after his arrest, in an interview with the Manitoba Free Press, he said, "I am charged with 2 murders, but I am not the one who committed them." When asked about the individuals in the United States and Canada who positively identified him as the perpetrator, he simply replied, "They are all mistaken." Despite attempts by law enforcement agencies in both the United States and Canada to extract a confession, Nelson refused to admit to any of the murders he was suspected of or charged with. Nelson's trial began on November 1st, 1927, at the Winnipeg courthouse. His former wife, Martin, testified against him, describing him as a man who was absolutely insane. In addition, over 60 witnesses from both Canada and the United States testified that they had seen Nelson at the crime scenes, or could link him to the stolen property from the victims' homes. During the trial, a prison guard noted that Nelson was particularly fascinated by a passage from the Book of Proverbs, which reads, "My son, give me thine heart, and let thine eyes observe my ways. For a whore is a deep ditch, and a strange woman is a narrow pit. She also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men." On November 5th, the closing arguments were completed, and after 40 minutes of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Nelson guilty of murder and sentenced him to death. Nelson maintained his innocence throughout the trial, but he was unable to counter the evidence presented by the police. However, his attorney never gave up on him. He submitted a 30-page document to the Minister of Justice, pleading for leniency for Nelson on the grounds of his mental derangement and congenital psychopathy. Nelson's personal history had also been unfairly presented to the jury by the media, meaning that the jurors were not impartial. They might have been predisposed to believe Nelson was guilty. These documents included 20 affidavits from people who had known Nelson all their lives, swearing that they could fully understand Nelson's character and state of mind. They unreservedly and without exaggeration believed that Nelson had been mentally unsound for a long period of time. Despite the numerous affidavits, the appeal was denied, and Nelson's execution was not stayed. At 7:30 a.m. on January 13, 1928, at Vaughan Street Jail in Winnipeg, Nelson was hanged. His last words were, I forgive those who have wronged me. One serial killer is mostly remembered for two strange fetishes. Not only did he have a necrophilia, but he was also morbidly fascinated by women's shoes. Back in the late 1960s, Jerome Henry Brudos had a horrific murder spree in the Salem, Oregon area. He picked on petite, fragile-looking women, and the tortures he inflicted on the kidnapped or trapped women were horrifying. They would be strangled and beaten to death with blunt objects, and even after they were already dead, he would not leave them alone. Jerome would cut off their body parts as his trophies and dump those women in the local rivers. It's crazy how messed up Jerome is. In some cases, he even goes as far as to abduct and assault his victims while wearing women's clothing. Even after he was arrested, he didn't feel remorse for his crimes. Instead, he felt bad about getting caught. In one interview, a detective asked him, "Do you have any regrets? Do you feel sorry for the girls who died?" He just picked up a piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it on the floor, saying, "I cared as much for those girls as I do for this ball of paper." Jerome was born in a hospital in Webster, South Dakota on January 31st, 1939, to a family that lived a simple and modest life. His father usually did temporary jobs, and his mother was a housewife. He had a rough childhood. His mom was a strict person, and he lacked love and approval. His mom wanted her second child to be a girl, but Jerome was a boy. She made no secret of her dislike for the youngest son, reserving most of her resentment and criticism for him. Jerome grew up with a close friendship with a female neighbor who was a little older than his mom. She was kind and showed him compassion and acceptance throughout the relationship, which helped him a lot. Jerome often imagined that this neighbor was his real mom. Unfortunately, this neighbor was diabetic, and as her health got worse, they stopped seeing each other. The real pain for this poor child was when he was saved by someone, but that person disappeared again. Jerome was obsessed with women's shoes and feet, but no one knew why. One time, when Jerome was 5, a teenage girl fell asleep in his bed, and he couldn't stop staring at her high heels. He tried to take her shoes off, and she got scared. Instead of yelling at him, she just told him to leave the room. Another time, Jerome found a pair of leather high heels with rhinestone inlays while exploring the local dump. He brought the shoes home and showed them to his mom in the heels and women's clothing, but his mom was disgusted and screamed for him to lose the heels, then beat him severely and burned the clothes. When he was 7 years old, he tried to steal his teacher's high heels, and when he was caught, he admitted to the theft but did not explain why he did it. Because of Jerome's dad's job, they moved around a lot. Eventually, they moved to Salem, Oregon, where Jerome was about 12 years old and well into puberty. But he hadn't changed at all, and he even developed a fetish for women's underwear. Jerome said a neighborhood boy took him to touch and smell some girl's underwear, and that's why he did it. Women's shoes and lingerie had already turned Jerome on, but his height and severe acne made him very self-conscious and shy around women. At 14, he started masturbating to porn mags and often had dreams about women. When his mom found semen stains on his bed, he was punished and forced to wash the sheets. At 15, he started stalking young women in the area, taking quiet photos of several of them, and stealing and keeping many of the women's undergarments and shoes. Although none of these offenses were violent, it's clear that he developed violent fantasies of forcibly possessing women at this time. When he was 16, he started acting weird. He dug a tunnel under his house and made a little room in it. He did this because he had some kinky ideas about catching women, even though he didn't really keep anyone there. That is, until Jerome came up with a pattern of crime. He'd lure a neighbor girl into his bedroom under one pretext and then find an excuse to leave the room. A few minutes later, a masked, knife-wielding man forced the girl to strip naked and he took a bunch of pictures of her before running off. Then, a short time later, Jerome came back wearing a shirt with his hair a mess and a cut on his cheek. He told the girl that an intruder had locked him in the family barn with a knife. In the year after that, Jerome did it again and again, hurting a bunch of girls, but because they weren't physically or sexually assaulted and went into Jerome's bedroom on their own, no one told the police about it at the time. In April 1956, he persuaded a 17-year-old girl to accompany him on a date, and after driving her down a deserted road, he then ordered the girl to take off her clothes. But the girl refused, so infuriated, he dragged the girl out of the car and broke her nose. But luckily, the girl's screams caught the attention of a young couple driving by who stopped Jerome's behavior. The girl was hysterical that Jerome was trying to sexually assault her, and he lamely explained that the girl had accidentally fallen out of the car, and then went on to say that there was a strange weirdo who was trying to sexually assault the girl, and that he was just coming over to help. But there was clearly no credibility to the story, so the couple took them to a nearby police station. Once in the interrogation room, Jerome became very compliant and admitted to assaulting the girl, but his intent was only to get her to take off her clothes and take pictures of her, denying that he had done this type of behavior before. Jerome was arrested for assault and battery. Then the police found out during a search of his bedroom that Jerome had a large collection of women's clothing as well as a large number of real photographs taken of nude girls. The police contacted one of the girls and asked her why she had been photographed in these pictures. The girl revealed everything that had happened last year. And it was at this point that the police realized that this was not his first-time offender and that he had already harmed. More than one woman had been harmed. And because those girls were too young to tell their parents and the police about such things, nothing like this had happened. Then, Jerome was sent to the Polk County Juvenile Hall, where he was treated as a juvenile delinquent and sent to the Oregon State Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation on April 16, 1956. He stayed there for a total of 9 months. He underwent a series of psychiatric evaluations, and the tests concluded that Jerome was a depressed person suffering from schizotypal personality disorder. Psychologists also concluded that his sexual fantasies stemmed solely from his hatred of his mother. After Jerome got out of the hospital, he went back to living with his parents and graduated from Corvallis High School like a normal student in 1957. 2 years later, he joined the Army and trained as a communications technician. His comrades remembered him as a guy who only fantasized because he said he could have casual sex with a Korean girl and that the girl would quietly come to his bed every night. In October 1959, he was expelled from the Army because he had been tested and found psychologically unfit for military service. Jerome went back to his parents' place and got a job as an electrical engineer at a local radio station. His coworkers saw him as an outstanding, skilled, and dedicated employee with a mild-mannered demeanor. But even though he was a licensed technician, he didn't seem to have any idea of advancing his abilities. At this time, although Jerome had a good job, his mother did not change her mind in the least. She loathed Jerome and doted on her other son, and during the years he lived with his parents, he was allowed to sleep in his bedroom. But whenever his older brother came home, he was forced to sleep in a makeshift shed he had created at the back of the house. Around 1960, he kept up his stalking behavior. One time, Jerome saw a young woman dressed in revealing clothing, and he followed her to an apartment. In a dark stairwell, he covered the girl's mouth, and after a few minutes of struggling, she fell into a coma. He didn't sexually assault or beat her, just took the girl's shoes and ran away. On another occasion, Jerome saw another beautiful girl in high heels, and he tried to take the girl's shoes, as he had done on the previous occasion. However, the girl fought back, and he panicked and fled after getting only one of the heels. After about a year of working at a radio station in Corvallis, Jerome got to know a 17-year-old girl named Ralphine Schwindler. He met Schwindler through a teenage boy who was into electronics and often went to the radio station to watch and ask about Jerome's work. One day, Jerome said he wanted to find a girlfriend, and the boy agreed right away and took him to Schwindler's house. They got married on September 30th, 1961, when Schwindler was a month pregnant. At first, they lived in Portland, Oregon, and then in the summer of 1968, they moved to a small house in a suburb of Salem. They had 2 kids together, and Jerome sometimes helped repair vehicles in the family garage to make some extra money. He actually never mistreated his wife, but for the first few years of their marriage, he insisted that Schwindler walk around the house naked and do her chores in the same way. For several years, Schwindler went along with these strange habits until the mid-1960s, when Jerome's daughter was a toddler, and she rejected his strange habits to make sure her child developed properly. Jerome gained weight, and she said that even though she never told him, she was starting to be disgusted by how he was looking. She was still faithful to him, but they were interacting less and less. She was spending more time with her daughter and her female friends, and Jerome was spending more time working on the house or in his garage workshop. In May 1967, while Schwindler was in the hospital with her second child, Jerome followed a young woman in high heels to her home. He waited until nightfall, then went into her apartment and strangled the girl. He later said that when he first went into the house, he didn't plan to rape the girl, but seeing her lying there all pretty and vulnerable turned him on so much that he sexually assaulted her. Then, he took her high heels and left. The next year, he was arrested by Corvallis police on the grounds of the women's dorm at Oregon State University. He was charged with stealing women's clothing, and he was arrested by the police while still wearing high heels and women's underwear. Between 1968 and 1969, Jerome kidnapped and killed at least 4 young women and attempted to kidnap at least 2 others. After each victim was abducted, he would ask them to wear different underwear and shoes, and then he would take his camera and photograph the women. Linda Catherine Slauson, The first known victim was from Aloha, Oregon. She was only 19 years old when she was murdered by Jerome. She was a saleswoman selling encyclopedias and had high hopes for the future. On January 26, 1968, Linda went to Jerome's yard. She talked to Jerome, who was working in the yard. She wanted to sell the encyclopedia she had with her. Jerome was acting normal. He invited Linda into the room and said he wanted to look over the encyclopedia with her, because there would be extra money for each copy sold, so Linda agreed to go into the room with him. As Linda sat on a stool and started her sales pitch, Jerome took out a wooden club and hit her in the head. Then he strangled her with his hands before dragging Linda's body to the basement of the house. He got his family to go out with his daughter to get burgers, cleaned up the blood, and then went down to the basement to get rid of Linda's body. He eagerly removed Linda's clothes and noticed her red lingerie, which aroused his desire. He repeatedly engaged in necrophilia, dressed Linda's body in different shoes and lingerie, and took numerous photographs. A few hours later, he took a hacksaw and severed Linda's left foot and stored it in a freezer, keeping Linda's encyclopedia as a souvenir. Then, he dumped her body somewhere in Marion County. Jan Susan Whitney, 23 years old, on November 26, 1968, her car broke down, so she had to stand on the side of the highway with her 3 friends and wait for help. Jerome was on his way home when he met the 4 young men. He kindly examined Whitney's car and claimed that he could fix it, but he asked the pretty young girl to come with him home to get the tools to fix the car. Whitney and her 3 friends agreed after a short discussion, and because of the long wait, 2 other friends chose to ride with Jerome because their homes were nearby and they wanted a ride. Jerome dropped the 2 off at their destination, and then he drove Whitney to his home, ostensibly to pick up the repair tools. But in reality, instead of doing that, he quietly went back to the back seat of the car because she was feeling so tired that she didn't notice exactly what Jerome was doing and put up little resistance before being strangled to death by Jerome with a leather luggage strap. He then carried her body to the garage where he sexually assaulted and humiliated her body. Most horrifically, Whitney was hung by him above the ceiling of the garage, and 2 days later, a car accidentally crashed into his garage. And then a police officer rushed to the scene and investigated the damage caused by the accident, but due to dust, debris, and the lack of lights, that police officer kept logging in outside of the garage while this victim's body was hanging from the ceiling inside the garage. Karen Elena Sprinker, an 18-year-old chemistry student at Oregon State University, had planned to go to lunch with her mother on the day of March 27, 1969, when she was abducted at gunpoint from the parking lot outside of the Mir and Frank department store by Jerome, who was dressed in a miniskirt and high heels and looking for a young woman dressed the same way as he was. Fortunately, he didn't find one, but unfortunately, Sprinker was abducted. According to Jerome, Sprinker kept begging him not to hurt her and said she'd do anything for him. Jerome then asked if she was a virgin, and she cried and said she was. She was on her period, and Jerome got so horny he forced the poor girl to take off her clothes and sexually assaulted her on the garage floor. Then, Sprinker was forced to pose in different lingerie and shoes for Jerome to take pictures. Nothing changed for Sprinker, even after she agreed to these demands. She was still bound by Jerome with her hands tied and a rope around her neck. After a few minutes, she, like Whitney, was suspended from the garage ceiling and died of asphyxiation. Over the next several hours, Jerome subjected her body to sexually degrading behavior and cut off her breasts. That night, Sprinker was dumped in the Willamette River. In April 1969, Jerome started acting more crazily and tried to kidnap 2 young women on back-to-back days. Luckily, both girls escaped and told the police about what happened. The first girl, Sharon Wood, a 24-year-old motorist, met Jerome on April 21st in an underground stairwell in a Portland parking garage. She said she felt a knocking motion on her shoulder, and when she turned around, all she saw was a man pointing a pistol at her face and ordering her not to scream. Wood bravely fought back, biting, kicking, and twisting his wrist to turn the gun away from her and toward him. She even bit his hand. This made Jerome angry, so he slammed her head on the concrete floor and ran away. The next day, 15-year-old schoolgirl Gloria Jang Smith was forced at gunpoint to go with Jerome to a green Volkswagen. Jerome said, "I want you to come with me. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to rape you." And then he grabbed Smith by the jacket and forced her to walk with him. When Smith saw a woman working on the lawn, she yelled and ran toward the woman, which caused Jerome to panic and flee the scene. Linda Dawn Saleh, a 22-year-old moving company secretary and part-time student at Portland State University in Beaverton, Oregon, was kidnapped on the afternoon of April 23, 1969, in the parking lot of a shopping center. Saleh, who had just bought slacks and a watch band from the mall and was going to give them to her fiancé as a birthday present, was approached by Jerome, who showed her a fake police badge and told her that she was under arrest for shoplifting. He said he was a cop, and even though Sally insisted she was innocent, she went with him to his car. There, Jerome threatened her and told her she had been kidnapped. He drove her to his house, where he made her follow him across the yard and into the basement. Just then, his wife came out to tell him that dinner was ready. Jerome told Sally that he'd be back soon and took her back to the garage, where he tied her up with a rope. Jerome went inside alone to have dinner with his family. When he got back to the garage, after finishing dinner, he saw that Sally had broken free and was trying to escape. He put a leash around her neck right away. Sally asked him why he was treating her this way, then started to claw and kick him. But women are not as strong as men, so she was strangled to death while he was sexually assaulting her. Eventually, her body was tortured and studied, and a day later Sally's body was dumped in the Willamette River. On May 10, 1969, 2 fishermen found the body of a bound, bloated young woman wearing a jacket and pinned down by a big gearbox in the shallow waters of the Longtan River. Because the woman's body was so badly decomposed, the autopsy couldn't confirm whether or not she had been sexually assaulted, but it did confirm that the cause of death was strangulation. The autopsy also found traces of burns on her body, which was later that woman as Sally. 2 days later, an underwater search and rescue team found Sprinker's body about 20 yards from where Sally's body had been found. The autopsy showed that she had died from suffocation and her breasts were missing. The main thing linking the deaths of Sally and Sprinker to the same killer was that both young women were bound by the same brand of hot plate and both were tied up with car parts. This suggests that the killer may have had a background as an electrician or mechanic. To figure out where the car parts came from, the police talked to employees and owners of all the garages and junkyards in Western Oregon. After officially identifying the 2 women, the investigators also talked to their family members and friends. The police investigation into Sprinker's relationships revealed that, in recent months, several of the female students had received calls from a man claiming to be a military veteran who asked to take them on dates, but almost all of them refused, except for one, who, in a state of some kind of sympathy, she let the man take her on a date, and after being interviewed by the police, she described him as a white man in his late 20s or early 30s with thinning blonde hair and freckles, and his car was a dirty station wagon. That date was pretty rough, and the girl was pretty cautious because she remembered the 2 victims found in the river. When she got home, the man asked why she'd changed her mind and agreed to go with him. She said she was just curious, and he said, "How do you know I won't take you to the river and strangle you?" The girl really didn't want to go on any more dates with him, but the police asked her to let them know if he ever asked her out again. She agreed, and a week later, he did ask her out. Then the police arrested him at the agreed-upon meeting spot. Jerome gave the police his real name, age, and job, but a false address. There wasn't a good reason to detain him, so he was quickly released. Even though a background check showed a history of physical and sexual violence against women, and a search of the vehicle database revealed that he lived in the Portland area where Linda was last seen alive, and after finding Brutos's real address, investigators found that a few blocks away from where he lived was the location of the department store where Sprinker was abducted. Also, while Jerome didn't own a Volkswagen, investigators found out that his mom did, and that he drove it on April 22nd, the day of Smith's attempted abduction. Smith said that Jerome was definitely the guy who tried to kidnap her. On May 26th, the cops searched Jerome's place and found a ton of women's underwear and shoes in his garage, lists of phone numbers for sorority and sorority women's living spaces, and a bunch of Polaroid pics of young women, some alive and some dead. Almost all of the photos were taken inside his garage, and several of them showed a dead woman hanging from a garage pulley. There was a mirror on the floor next to her, and in one photo you could see him holding his Polaroid camera. One of them was identified as Sprinker, and she was depicted standing nude with her face showing a severe expression of fear, contemplation, or apparent submissiveness. She was also wearing high-heeled flip-flops. A female breast was found on the mantelpiece in the living room. Police also found a coil of copper wire, the same type used to tie Sally's and Sprinker's bodies to engine parts before dumping them in the Longtan River, in addition to a bunch of engine parts scattered around the garage. On May 29th, as the murder investigation went on, investigators had enough evidence to link Jerome to the attempted abduction of Smith to arrest him. And the next night he called his wife and asked her to destroy any more incriminating evidence, but his wife refused. After his second arrest, he was questioned about the evidence found in his garage and his relationship with the missing and murdered young women. Investigators had identified 3 of these women as Whitney, Sprinker, and Saleh. Jerome initially denied any involvement in any of the cases, arguing that the evidence was circumstantial, but after a few days he began to gradually reveal his sexual fetishes and described how they were deeply ingrained in his psyche and daily life. By early June, Jerome had confessed to all 4 murders to the investigators and then described them to the police and psychologists. He started with Linda's murder, admitting that it was because of a pair of attractive high-heeled shoes the young woman was wearing when she accidentally came into his house to sell encyclopedias. Then he described each of his subsequent murders and attempted kidnappings in detail. Even though he admitted to being responsible for the murders, he didn't really give a full explanation of why he did it. He just said there must be something wrong with him. He said he didn't hate women, but he did kill them to deal with his emotions. On June 4th, Jerome was officially charged with the murders of Whitney, Sprinker, and Saleh. At his first court appearance, he pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. After a bunch of doctors examined him, they all decided he was sane and could stand trial. Then, on June 27th, just 3 days before the trial was set to begin, he entered a formal plea of guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder. This was done in front of a Marion County Circuit Court judge, and he was sentenced to 3 consecutive terms of life imprisonment, with the possibility of parole, to be served at the Oregon State Penitentiary. On August 7th, Schwindler was formally indicted for the first-degree murder of Sprinker, but these charges were based on the statement of an eyewitness who claimed to have seen Schwindler assisting Jerome in forcing a young woman under a blanket into their house on the day of Sprinker's disappearance. At the September trial, other witnesses refuted the eyewitness statement. The following month, Schwindler was found not guilty. After he was locked up, Jerome turned into a model inmate. In the 1970s, he was assigned clerical duties, using his electronic skills to maintain the prison's computerized record-keeping system and to install the cable television network. He was also trusted with the storage, repair, and maintenance of the prison's vending machines. As a convicted sex offender, he was physically assaulted a bunch of times by other inmates, all of whom he refused to name as his assailants. While he was in prison, Jerome went to a lot of parole hearings. His victims' families went to these hearings too, and they wanted him to stay in prison forever. On June 21, 1995, he found out that he was going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Jerome died of liver cancer in the Oregon State Penitentiary on March 28, 2006, at 5:10 a.m. He was 67 years old. He was the longest incarcerated inmate in the Oregon Department of Corrections, having served a total of nearly 37 years. When someone heard about Jerome's death, a family member of one of the victims spoke about how she felt. She said, "As soon as I heard he died, I started crying. It wasn't for him. It was for our family. He put our family through hell." Eileen Wuornos became a name that struck fear across America in the late 20th century. Her criminal career spanned just 1 year, from 1989 to 1990. But in that short time, she carried out a series of chilling murders on the roads of Florida. Her method was simple yet highly deceptive. She'd stand by the road acting like she needed a ride and lure in some unsuspecting guy with a car. Sitting in the car, she'd chat with them, making them feel relaxed. When they got to a secluded spot, she'd pull out a gun and shoot them coldly. Then she'd ditch them on the side of the road or in the woods and drive off in their cars. Most of her victims were regular, middle-class guys who probably never thought that the seemingly helpless woman they picked up would turn out to be a killer. During her trial, she claimed she acted in self-defense, saying those men had tried to rape and harm her. Just before her execution, in what seemed like a moment of madness, she left behind a cryptic statement. "I would just like to say I'm sailing with the Rock, and I'll be back like Independence Day with Jesus, June 6th, like the movie, big mothership and all. I'll be back." Eileen was born in Rochester, Michigan, on February 29, 1956, into a life of hardship. Just 2 months before she was born, her mom divorced her dad. After the divorce, Eileen and her brother were left to live with their mother in a tiny, run-down room, and their mom was just 16, had no steady job, and could not really take of them. In January 1960, as Eileen approached her 4th birthday, instead of receiving a gift, she was suddenly abandoned by her mother without warning. The 2 children were handed over to their maternal grandparents, a Finnish-American couple who legally adopted them, but this new home was far from a safe haven. Her grandparents were heavy drinkers, and their days were consumed by alcohol and arguments, and they often resorted to violence against the children. Eileen's childhood was marked by abuse and sexual assault. Her grandfather frequently subjected her to physical and sexual abuse, even forcing her to undress before beating her. But in 1992, her uncle claimed that her grandfather had never abused her. Some experts think that Eileen's criminal behavior was linked to her psychopathic personality and psychological trauma. She was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder, both of which are largely rooted in the sexual abuse she endured as a child and her later involvement in sex work. When Eileen was 11, she started doing sexual things with boys at school in exchange for cigarettes. Even more shockingly, her own brother was involved, having sexual contact with her. That same year, her father was sentenced to life in prison for kidnapping and sexually assaulting a 7-year-old girl. Although she had never met him, her father's crimes only added to the chaos and brokenness of her childhood. In 1970, at the age of 14, Eileen became pregnant after a long period of sexual abuse by family and friends. Just a year earlier, her father had killed himself in prison because he was mentally unstable. On March 23, 1971, she gave birth to a boy at a welfare facility. The father's identity was unknown, and the child was eventually put up for adoption. For this kid, leaving this shattered family was likely the best outcome. A few months later, Eileen's grandmother passed away from liver failure caused by years of heavy drinking. And her grandfather kicked her out of the house, forcing her to drop out of school and begin a life of homelessness. She ended up wandering the woods near her hometown, surviving by continuing to engage in sex work. This cycle of homelessness and desperation pushed her further into a life of crime. On May 27, 1974, at the age of 18, Eileen was arrested in Jefferson County, Colorado, on charges including drunk driving, disorderly conduct, and firing a gun from a moving vehicle. Later, she faced additional charges for failing to appear in court. By this time, her temper had grown increasingly volatile. 2 years later, Eileen hitchhiked to Florida, where she met 69-year-old Louis Gratz Fell, the president of a yacht club. They quickly married, and their wedding even made the local newspaper. She was after his money, while he was drawn to her youthful energy. However, their happiness was short-lived. Just a few weeks later, Eileen was arrested for assaulting someone in a bar and beating Fell with a cane. Fell obtained a restraining order against her. After returning to Michigan, Eileen was arrested again on July 14, 1976, at the Bunny Club in Mansalona, for throwing a cue ball at a bartender's head and causing a disturbance. On July 17th, her biological brother died of esophageal cancer. As the beneficiary of his life insurance, she received $10,000. 4 days later, Fell filed for divorce, citing the restraining order. For Eileen, $10,000 was a significant sum of money, but as the saying goes, people often lose wealth that exceeds their ability to manage it, and Eileen was no exception. Within 2 months, she had squandered the entire amount on luxury items and a new car, which she later destroyed. In 1978, at the age of 22, Eileen shot herself in the abdomen in an attempt to end her life, but once again, she survived. In fact, between the ages of 14 and 22, she had attempted suicide 6 times, each time without success. On May 20th, 1981, Eileen was arrested in Edgewater, Florida, for armed robbery of a convenience store. She stole $35 and 2 packs of cigarettes. Then she was sentenced to prison on May 4th, 1982, and was released on June 30th, 1983. A year after her release, Eileen was arrested again for attempting to pass a forged check at a bank in Key West. On November 30th, 1985, she was named a suspect in a revolver and ammunition theft case in Pasco County. By this point, her criminal activities were escalating, ranging from sex work and assault to armed robbery, fraud, and gun theft. On January 4th, 1986, Eileen was arrested in Miami for car theft, resisting arrest, and obstruction of justice. Police also found a .38 caliber revolver and a box of ammunition in the stolen car. On June 2nd, a Volusia County deputy sheriff detained her for questioning after a male companion accused her of pulling a gun on him in his car and demanding $200. Police later discovered a .22 pistol under the passenger seat where she had been sitting. In 1986, 30-year-old Eileen met 24-year-old Tyria Moore, a motel maid, at a gay bar called Zodiac in Daytona Beach. Eileen fell deeply in love with her, and the two quickly moved in together. She continued to engage in sex work to support them both. On July 4th, 1987, Daytona Beach police detained Eileen and Moore at a bar for allegedly assaulting someone with a beer bottle. On March 12, 1988, Eileen accused a Daytona Beach bus driver of assaulting her, claiming he had pushed her off the bus after a confrontation. Moore was a witness to the incident. In this era, American society was mostly negative towards homosexuality, especially lesbians, who were often labeled as morally corrupt or mentally unbalanced. For Eileen and Moore, this was an insurmountable societal barrier. During her trial, Eileen once said, "This is a love beyond words. No earthly language can describe what I feel for Moore." Even up to her execution, she maintained that she loved Moore. In just 1 year, Eileen murdered 7 men, all of whom were drivers between the ages of 40 and 65. During her trial, she said, "I did what I did, but I'm the one being executed. They violently raped me, and I had to beg for my life." However, only the families of the victims truly knew what kind of men their fathers or husbands had been. Richard Charles Mallory, 51-year-old, was the owner of an electronics store in Clearwater, Florida, and Eileen's first victim. On November 30th, 1989, Mallory encountered Eileen and tragically lost his life. She claimed that he drove her to a remote area where he beat, raped, and sexually assaulted her. Eileen insisted that she killed him in self-defense. It's worth noting that Mallory had previously been convicted of attempted rape in Maryland. 2 days after the murder, a deputy sheriff in Volusia County discovered Mallory's car. On December 13th, his body was found in a wooded area several miles away. The autopsy revealed that he had been shot multiple times, with 2 bullets striking his left lung, which was the direct cause of his death. David Andrew Spears, 47-year-old, was a construction worker from Winter Garden, Florida. On May 19th, 1990, he was reported missing. 2 weeks later, his body was discovered along a highway in Citrus County, a scene that was both shocking and grim. The autopsy revealed that Spears had been shot 6 times, all from a .22 caliber handgun, which directly caused his death. Charles Edmund Carskadden, 40-year-old, worked part-time as a rodeo cowboy. He went missing on May 31st, 1990, after meeting Eileen. A few days later, his body was found in Pasco County, Florida. The autopsy showed he'd been shot 9 times, all from a .22 caliber gun. What was really disturbing was that his body was wrapped in an electric blanket and was already badly decomposed. Witnesses also said they saw Eileen driving his car, and she'd sold a gun confirmed to be his to a local pawn shop. Peter Abraham Seams, 65-year-old, was a retired sailor. In June 1990, he left Jupiter, Florida, planning to drive to Arkansas, but he never arrived. On July 4th, 1990, his car was found in Orange Springs, Florida. Despite a huge search, his body was never found. Troy Eugene Burris, 50-year-old, was a sausage salesman from Ocala, Florida. He disappeared on July 31st, 1990. A few days later, his body was found in the woods along State Road 19 in Marion County, Florida. The autopsy showed he'd been shot twice, and that's what killed him. Charles Richard Humphreys, 56-year-old, was a retired Air Force major who'd also worked as a child abuse investigator and police chief. He went missing on September 11th, 1990, after meeting Eileen. His body was found the next day in Marion County, Florida. The autopsy showed he'd been shot 7 times in the head and chest. His car was later found in Sewanee County. Walter Gino Antonio, 61-year-old, was a truck driver, security guard, and part-time cop. On November 19, 1990, his body was found near a logging road in Dixie County, Florida. He was almost naked, and the autopsy showed he'd been shot 4 times. 5 days later, his car was found in Brevard County. His murder was the last in Eileen's string of killings. On July 4, 1990, Eileen and Moore were involved in a car accident while driving Seams's vehicle. Although they abandoned the car at the scene, a woman witnessed the incident. Unsure of what had happened but aware of the news reports about Seams's murder and his missing car, she reported what she saw to the police. Later, investigators discovered some of the victim's belongings at a pawn shop. The receipt found there had fingerprints that matched those left in Seams's car. Coincidentally, Eileen had a prior criminal record in Florida, and her fingerprints were already in the police database. Since Seams was the 4th victim in this series of murders, the police concluded that Eileen, who had been driving his car, couldn't possibly be uninvolved in the case. On January 9, 1991, Eileen was arrested at the Last Resort Biker Bar in Volusia County. At the time, the police had issued a warrant under the name Lori Grody, one of the aliases Eileen used to hide her true identity. She frequently used different fake names to avoid being tracked by law enforcement, so when she was arrested under this name, she was completely caught off guard, thinking it was only for a minor charge. The next day, the police located Moore in Pennsylvania. They pressured her, warning that she could receive immunity from prosecution if she cooperated with the investigation and provided testimony. She then returned to Florida with the police. Before the trial began, she was placed in a motel. Because Eileen was deeply in love with her, when Moore followed the police's instructions and pleaded with Eileen to help clear her name, Eileen confessed to the murders just 3 days later. In November, something completely unexpected happened. A 44-year-old woman named Arlene Prale legally adopted Eileen through formal proceedings. She was a horse farm owner and a devout Christian. In January 1991, she had seen Eileen's photo in the newspaper and felt a powerful sense of purpose. She believed it was God's calling and decided to help this woman who had been cast aside by society. Prale stated that she wanted to give Eileen a sense of family warmth and show her that someone truly cared. She firmly believed Eileen was misunderstood. On January 14, 1992, Eileen went on trial for the murder of Mallory. Typically, past criminal records aren't admissible in criminal trials. But under Florida's Williams rule, the prosecution was allowed to introduce evidence related to her other crimes to demonstrate a pattern of unlawful behavior. 2 weeks later, with Moore's testimony aiding the case, Eileen was convicted of Mallory's murder. During sentencing, defense psychiatrists testified that she was mentally unstable, diagnosing her with borderline personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder. 4 days later, she was sentenced to death in the Mallory case. In fact, Eileen's defense team had worked tirelessly during the trial to present evidence showing that Mallory had previously been convicted of attempted rape in Maryland and had served time in a maximum security correctional facility for sex offenders. They argued that Mallory, the victim, had strong antisocial tendencies and tried hard to exonerate Eileen. However, the judge rejected these arguments as evidence and denied their request for a retrial. Eileen told the judge, "I want to admit to you that Mallory did violently rape me, as I said, but the others did not, they just wanted to." Over the next year, Eileen was sentenced to death 5 times for the murders of Humphreys, Burris, Spears, Charles, and Antonio. Since Seams's body was never found, Eileen was ultimately sentenced to death 6 times in total. She was then held in the Women's Death Row Unit at Broward Correctional Institution under the Florida Department of Corrections before being transferred to Florida State Prison to await execution. In 1996, Eileen's appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court was denied. 5 years later, in a petition to the Florida Supreme Court, she stated her intention to fire her legal counsel and terminate all pending appeals. She wrote, "I killed those men, robbed them, and was as cold as ice. I'd do it again. There's no chance of keeping me alive or anything because I'd kill again. I have hate crawling through my system. I'm one of those people who hates human life. I'd kill again." She also said, "I'm so sick of hearing she's crazy. I've been evaluated so many times. I'm sane, I'm rational, and I'm trying to tell the truth. I'm a person who hates human life intensely, and I'd kill again." She claimed that all 7 men had either raped or attempted to rape her while she was working as a prostitute, but she later withdrew her self-defense claims, stating she killed them to rob them and avoid leaving witnesses. She explained that she withdrew the self-defense argument because she had already spent 10 years in prison and couldn't bear it any longer. She wanted to die. Although her lawyers argued that she wasn't mentally competent to make such a request, Eileen insisted she knew what she was doing, and a court-appointed panel of psychiatrists supported her claim. On October 9, 2002, Eileen was executed by lethal injection. She declined a last meal, opting only for a cup of coffee. Her final words were, "I would just like to say I'm sailing with the Rock and I'll be back like Independence Day with Jesus, June 6th, like the movie, big mothership and all. I'll be back." At 9:47 a.m. Eastern Time, Eileen was pronounced dead. She was the 2nd woman executed in Florida and the 10th in the United States since the Supreme Court reinstated the death penalty in 1976. After her death, Eileen's body was cremated, and her ashes were scattered under a tree in her hometown in Michigan by a childhood friend.